proposed and looked at what Donald's proposed, and basically they've said this, that if his tax plan, which would blow up the debt by over $5 trillion and would, in some instances, disadvantage middle-class families compared to the wealthy, were to go into effect, we would lose 3.5 million jobs and maybe have another recession. They've looked at my plans and they've said, okay, if we can do this, and I intend to get it done, we will have 10 million more new jobs. Because we will be making investments where we can grow the economy. Take clean energy. Some country is going to be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. Donald thinks that climate change is a hoax perpetrated by the Chinese. I think it's real.
I did not.
He's just making stuff up. You see what I mean?
I do not say.
Gary Johnson's the one to vote for. Jill Stein just got arrested outside the debate.
We can
So I read.
500 million more solar panels. We can have enough
Who are
clean
we?
energy to power
It's
every
we.
home. We can build a new modern
The government's not in charge of that.
grid.
It's not the government's.
That's a lot of jobs.
It's not the government's
That's a lot
responsibility.
of new economic activity. So I've tried to be very
Some company
specific about what we
Some company
can
that she wants
and
to
should
tax.
do, and I am determined
Yeah, I agree with that. They both
we're
suck.
going to get
So I'm
the
watching this to
economy
try to like
really moving
to
again.
make points
Building
against
on
both
the
of them.
progress we've made over the last 8
So
years,
it's like
but
anything you hear them
massive
say that
going
you don't
back
agree
to
with,
what God has
say
said
something about it or something.
She talks about solar panels. We invested in a solar company, our country. That was a disaster. They lost plenty of money on that.
Yeah, the
one.
government can't
No,
invest in corporations. There's
I'm
no
a
point in
great
doing that. You
believer
can't do things. The
in
government's
all
not
forms of
responsible for running
But we're
corporations
putting
or
a
for
lot of
bailing
people
them
out of
out.
work. Our energy policies are a disaster.
Hey, what's up,
Our country
Jamie?
is
Did you see
losing
that
so
video I
much
made?
in
Oh my
terms of
gosh.
energy, in terms of paying off our debt. You can't do what you're
Hey,
looking to do with
Jessica.
20 trillion in debt. The Obama administration, from the time they've come in, is over 230 years worth of debt. And he's
this far. I don't know. I can turn the
he's
light on.
doubled it in the course of almost 8 years,
Crystal.
7.5 years to be semi-exact. So I will tell you this. We
Can you guys hear
have
that?
to do a much better job at keeping
Turn
our
it up
jobs.
a little bit.
And we have to do a much better job at giving companies incentive to build new companies or to expand because they're not doing it. And all
Let's
you
see
have
this.
to
What
do
do you
is
want
look
to see?
at Michigan and look at Ohio and look at all of these places where so many of their jobs and their companies are just leaving. They're gone. And Hillary, just ask you this.
Duchess.
You've been
How many people are
doing
watching this?
for
7,000,
30 years.
8,000 people on
Why
the
are you
stream?
just thinking about these solutions right now? For
You wanna
30
see me
years
talk about
you've been
stuff?
doing it, and
Yeah,
now
but the
you're
debate's
just
going on right
starting
now.
to
I'll talk
think
about
of
stuff all the time.
solutions.
Well,
What do you want to ask about? I'll talk
Excuse
about
me.
it.
I will bring
Oh,
back
he's in the
jobs.
guest. Oh,
You
is she?
can't bring back jobs.
Well,
What does she want to say?
actually,
I don't get it.
I have thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, for 30
Does she
years.
want to talk about the
I have,
debate? I'll guest her. Bring debate.
Well, not quite that
Debate
long.
and Olga at the same
Uh,
time. See,
I think
it's
my husband did a pretty
multitask,
good
right?
job in the 1990s. I think a lot about what worked and how we can make it work again.
Well, he
I'm not gonna be able to
New
hear though.
jobs, a balanced budget.
the single
Seriously, that's the subject, Hillary and
Went up
Trump?
for everybody.
Turn this down.
Manufacturing jobs went up also in the
This isn't that
1990s.
important. Like they're both just talking out their asses, so I don't really think I agree with them. So whatever.
Yeah, well, I have my own opinions on Trump and Hillary and everything like that. So it's
Well, the whole point is I want to like not have opinions, but I want to or likes or dislikes or praise and or diminishment. I want to see like empathy. I want people to break down what it is they feel like. I mean, you might feel negative, and then there's millions, and you can pick a whole negative feeling list if you want to pick a specific feeling. But we might feel negative about our needs for confidence. Maybe we have a need for trust in the future, right? Or a need for stability, or a need for security, and a need for sustenance. And then the ways in which we go about meeting those—that's where we got to negotiate. We'd be like, okay. Like, what is it that you want to do? That's why we make the request, and that's why we say, well, I'm feeling this way, and I need this. And then someone else can say, well, I need that too, and I'd probably feel like that if I didn't have that either. And then you consider it, and maybe, well, if I, did this and this and this, I wouldn't have this need met. So maybe we can shift it, and I'll do it this way, and that both of our needs can get met. And that's the goal, is to make more needs met, even within ourselves. That's how we solve our problems with empathy. This stuff could drop down if we didn't. If we started to use the language of life, we could solve a lot of these problems.
I really just wanted to come on and talk about sex, but I have a headache. And somebody dared me to guest with you, and I don't know.
Dare? Well, see, that's the thing. There's no point in daring. You know, it's not like a dare. It's not like, it's like something we want to do. It's like we want to do the things we want to do. Like I see a lot of people on YouNow, they just do things because someone said, "Well, do it," and then they just do it, and it's for the views. I get it. I guess I'm not an actor, and I'm not someone doing stuff for like an audience. I'm not like a performer. I guess you know. I don't, like see, the other day you saw me. I was just picking dates. I'm just trying to get my stuff done. I'm trying to use YouNow to hold myself accountable to like getting remedial tasks done.
No, I
don't know if that helps.
understand. I actually admire some of your videos, Jonas, that you've done. I think they're interesting, and I think
The
you're
remix videos.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember you from the Google Plus days where Freely and Jerry Ryder were always getting you banned and covering stuff up on you, and yeah, I remember that like on the Google Plus groups and stuff like that, you were always being.
I mean, I was #1 on 30 bananas a day for 3 years straight. I don't know if people noticed that, but like, I was the #1 user because I don't know, my activity or my engagement or whatever it was that made me #1. But then they deleted every single thing I did. That's what happened. And what would I like? And what was my request for them to like? You know, Lauren Lockman got it on point. He said they're lacking integrity, and they've made choices that are speeding up their aging. So they're speeding their aging by eating refined, heated, complex food. And what does free acid food does? It robs our body of its vital elements, and that's a choice. People can do whatever they want, but knowing the consequences,
Oh, absolutely. The food that they're eating is horrendous. They actually lead very unhealthy lifestyles, but I do remember you from the Google Plus. That's when I had my Google Plus account, and I just remember you talking about how they would try to cover up what you wanted to say. I guess they felt threatened because you had a lot of information and you could articulate things very well, and it was weird how they were always trying to cover stuff up on you.
They never spoke of me. I don't know if they did anything except just sue me. I'm trying to rebuild my Scribd. I had so many books on it was more about my literature. I did more with books than I did with video. But I lost it all because Jerry Ryder sued it offline. But yeah, Banana Bender, that's the Google Plus days. The only really Google Plus thing I did is the Banana Bender stuff, the Raw Till KFC. But then they turned on me because of Truth of the Matter was saying that she was so excited about doing the paleo high animal fats that they were recommending to her. And maybe she was just trolling them and saying that. But then she got all bent out of shape and said, blah, 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 or something like happened. Then she told them to ban me, and then they banned me. I know I was out of place there anyways because it's a paleo site. So what are all these people? I guess people are just there because they don't like Jerry Ryder and Freely's behaviors, and they're just talking about it. And that's the whole site's about that. But when Jerry Ryder started doing the Sprite, and then Vegan Cheetah started covering Jerry Ryder doing the Sprite, and then I think they felt like they had the high ground. I mean, it's such a small site. There's probably only like 12 people that are even going to the Raw Till KFC, right? But then they felt like they had the upper hand. Like, then she decided, let's bring out, or I don't know if it's a she or a he, Banana Bender, but let's bring out the ketosis diet plan of eating high-fat animal stuff. So their biases came out, and they wanted to start talking about what they were thinking and what they wanted, and Raw Till, I don't know if Truth of the Matter was, I don't know. I don't really know because I don't really know Truth of the Matter other than yeah. I've lost connection with those people now.
Freely and Jerry Ryder also wanted to keep Sandra Keto Babe away. They've gotten 6 of her accounts banned and blocked. They keep taking her down because Sandra used to talk to Freely and Jerry Ryder, and she's got so much dirt on them. And Sandra is a bad, naughty girl because she records all her phone calls, but they're Freely and Jerry Ryder.
They're doing the same things to each other, yeah.
Yeah. Freely and Jerry Ryder are just a stain on the vegan community and the humanity community.
Well, the point is not to call them to accuse them. I mean, sure, the things they've done might have caused us to feel negative, like I'm saying, and it might have prevented a lot of our needs from being met. But then, how do we meet our needs? So, then the thing to do is come up with doable requests, things we would like to see them happen. I would like to see them make a choice to empathize or give themselves self-consideration, which is something that they've often. I mean, now they're not even together, so it's maybe Robin's actually commenting on my stuff sometimes. So Robin, Freely's supposed boyfriend, whatever, he likes me somehow because he's one of those Raw Till for quote dick rider people. I don't know, that's the term, right? They use for themselves. I don't know. I say dick rider is a good term. It's like a positive term for the election for Gary Johnson. You know, like ride the Johnson. You know, be a better dick rider. Dick riders is like a hashtag that's like for the election to, you know, because Johnson, you know, Johnson, dick rider.
Yes.
Like if you're riding the Johnson, you're actually supporting Gary Johnson.
You definitely have an interesting way of putting things. That's
Well, it's just like it's about getting attention, and it's about people got to know about knowing who. 70% of people don't even know who he is, but then when people hear about him and what he thinks, they're like, "Wow, that's who I agree with." And I'm like, "Yeah, there you go. Take I side with. If you go take I side with, you'll come up with probably over 80% for Gary Johnson."
Well, you know, Jonas, this is what I was trying to say in my stream, is that people don't tend to look outside the box. Like like I always use a glass as an example, a crystal glass, and you keep turning it and looking at it, looking at the sparkles, holding it up to the light and examining and turning, and you just can keep coming up with answers, but a lot of people don't pick up the glass and examine it. And
I've already said 6 things, and no one heard the first thing. No one even understood what I was talking about, so I've already done, like, I'm already, like, onto something else, and everybody else is, like, doesn't even understand what I said in the first place.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to get that. Like, I gotta ask people to paraphrase me. I'm like, could you tell me what I told you? That way I can know they agree, because otherwise you might think I want to, like, move to a commune or something. That's not what I want. Like, I'm an individualist. I'm, like, a person who's, like, just, you know, wants to see people respecting each other's individual rights and communicating with each other and making agreements and then, like, using consensus process, being like, oh, I don't want that happening, or how about we talk about this before we do something that we in a way that's agreeable, like my roommate using paint on the wall that I'd rather prefer to be VOC or something like that.
Oh, I know. I was just teasing you. I've got a kind of a naughty, mischievous sense of humor, but I do think that people prefer to watch drama, and when they really should be thinking about their spirituality and thinking about looking outside the box and looking at more choices and stuff. So I do think you have an interesting stream and perspective on things, and I think more people should watch people like you and Vegan Traveler, and you know, start thinking for themselves and educating themselves. Instead, when it's all about drama, you're at a standstill in your life, and you're just beating your soul.
I try to avoid absolutes. I mean, there's different things. I mean, there's like that lady teaching Arabic. There's, I don't know. Yeah, most people are just saying, like, using YouNow as the purpose of YouNow, which is just like, oh, give me bars, give me likes. They're trying to make money, and they're saying, well, I'll fan you back, you fan me. They're not really doing a productive thing other than trying to grow social media without a purpose. And I'm like, well, what's the point of that? Like, once you have 10,000 followers, I was watching this guy stream a minute ago, and he's saying, well, I'm deleting all my followers tomorrow, and then I'm going to refan people because I don't think anybody's active anymore. So it's like, you know, I don't know. It's like, with what purpose? You know, what meaning? What is the goal? You know, like, do people want to achieve? I don't know.
They want popularity and they want cash. It's that simple.
It's the money. Yeah, it's vegan Cheeto lifestyle, right? It's the vacation life, right?
Yeah.
I just first started for the first time. YouTube finally released me from a blacklist where I was never able to put thumbnails, or I wasn't able to put more than 15-minute videos. You know, I wasn't able I was never able to monetize. So they just let me do that for the first time. Remind YouTube viewers that you should come now and guest on the YouNow.
I'll check it out. And by the way, what do you think? How do you feel the debate is going? Who do you think's winning and making better points?
It just looks kind of boring. I mean, look at this.
The worst revival of an economy since the Great Depression. And believe me, we're in a bubble right now. And the only thing that...
So he's using absolutes. That's what's going to happen. These people are going to constantly go back and forth in language that I'm not feeling is productive. And that's the language of, like, well, it's the worst, it's the best. I mean, that's not... I mean, it's all words, it's all sound bites.
That's doing political things. This Janet Yellen of the Fed. The Fed is doing political by keeping the interest rates at this level. And believe me, the day Obama goes off and he leaves and he goes out to the golf course for the rest of his life to play golf, when they raise interest rates, you're going to see some very bad things happen because the Fed is not doing their job. The Fed is being more political than Secretary Clinton.
Mr. Trump, we're talking about the...
Yeah, sure, the Fed's political. That's the main issue is the Fed, but he's talking about how it's going to be destructive. What's going to happen it's going to be self-correction, and that's what they're not allowing to happen. They're manipulating the economy by not allowing the boom and the bust to go on, and that's what's happened. The Federal Reserve owns more than 50% of the stock market right now, so there's no more earnings. The earnings of the people working for corporations are going down while the profits are still going up, so that's a sign that things are actually in trouble. I don't know if you guys watch Max Kaiser, and Stacey Herbert is the one who's actually more on it than most people.
What I'm thinking about going ahead and logging off here and turning that on, actually, Jonas, because I've been so busy I haven't even watched anything political. I really
No,
like
this is the
that
biggest
light
event.
on your head.
This is that's because I have the lights off. This is the biggest event going on right now in the world. So
Yeah, I'm going to log off and go watch that. Thank you for guesting me, and maybe we'll talk another
Right on.
time about
That's
stuff.
being ripped
Okay,
off by
cool.
every
Later.
single country in the world. It's the kind of thinking that our country needs, because everybody, Lester, we have a
wow,
trade
21
deficit
viewers.
with
That's a
all
lot.
of
I've
the
never had
countries
21
that we
viewers.
do business with of almost
Yeah, it's
$800
live.
billion a year. You know what that is? That means who's negotiating these trade deals? We have people that are political hacks.
How come the
negotiating
government's
trade
in
The
debt?
deals.
IRS
Like,
says that
Gary
all
Johnson's
of
gonna
your
make a
taxes,
balanced budget. Like, that's the
you're
first
perfectly
task.
free to release your taxes
that's the
during
debate.
an audit. So the question
Yeah,
is,
it's on YouTube. I just typed debate on
to
YouTube,
know
and it's like
outweigh
6
your
of the channels.
personal-
6
Well,
different
I told
channels
you,
are sharing
I will
it.
release them as
I'm
soon as
watching
the audit.
the
Look,
Fox one.
I've been under audit
I'm watching
almost
the
for
C-SPAN
15
one.
years. I know
Yeah.
a lot of wealthy people that have never been audited. I said,
lot of
you get
wealthy
audited? I get audited almost every year.
Huh.
And in a way, I should be complaining. I'm not even
There is a
complaining.
chat
I
on the
don't
side.
mind
I
it.
turned
It's
it
almost
off, I
become
think.
a way of life.
I turned it
get
off because it
audited
makes my
by the
computer
IRS.
slow.
But other people don't.
It's too
I will
fast. The
say
chat's
this,
crazy.
we
Have you seen the
have
chat?
a
They're spamming the
situation
same thing
in this
over and over
country
again.
that has to be taken care of. I
Hey,
will
what's up,
release
Tobias?
my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes when she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted.
Tell me it's gonna be
As
tit
soon
for
as
tat.
she releases them,
That's what's gonna happen.
I will release my
She
tax
deleted
returns.
them. She
And that's
deleted the
against
servers.
My
I mean,
lawyers, they say, don't do it. I will tell you this. No, in fact, watching
she thinks it's funny too. Look,
shows
she
or
thinks it's funny
reading
because
the
she knows they don't
papers.
exist anymore.
Almost every lawyer says you don't.
The only ones that
release your
exist are the
returns
ones
until
that, like
audit's
Edward
complete.
Snowden and all
Well,
those
the audit's
intercepts.
complete, I'll do it.
Like her
But I
own
would go
employees
against
were
them
holding up
if she
for her,
releases her
So
emails.
it's
they
negotiable?
leaked it on her. They're the ones who leaked it on her. People
It's
who
not
worked for her and
negotiable.
didn't agree
No,
with
let
her.
release the email. Why did she delete 33,000?
Well, I'll let her ask that, but let me just admonish the audience one more time. There was an agreement. We did ask you to be silent, so it would be helpful for us. Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think you've just seen another example of bait and switch here. For 40 years, everyone running for president has
Crookedness.
released their tax returns. You can go and see nearly, I think, 39, 40 years of our tax returns, but everyone has done it.
That's the whole point.
We
Gary
know the
Johnson's going to
IRS
make
has
no
made clear there
IRS.
is no
Get rid of the
prohibition
IRS. There is
on
no tax
releasing
return
it when you're
needed because
under audit. So
no
you've
one
gotta
should
ask
be in
yourself,
income tax is unconstitutional.
Why won't he
Doesn't mean no
release his
income
tax
tax.
returns? And I think
No
there
corporate
may
tax.
be a couple of
Tax
reasons.
is just on
First,
sales and
maybe he's not as rich as he says he is. Second,
I don't know.
maybe he's not as charitable as he claims to be. Third, we don't know all of his business dealings, but we have been told through investigative reporting that he owes about $650 million to Wall Street and foreign banks. Or maybe he doesn't want the American people all
I don't
to be
agree with Bernie
watching
at all.
tonight
Bernie would have been
to know
centralization.
that
The
he's
same
paid
problem with Jill Stein.
nothing in federal
Bernie
taxes,
actually
because the
supports
only
all the
years
stuff Hillary said about
anybody's
war.
ever seen
He voted for
were a
war.
couple of years when he had to turn them over
Oh,
to
I've been up
state
to.
authorities
I
when
made
he was
some- I
trying
did
to
some
get a
video
casino
editing.
license, and they showed he didn't pay any
I wanted to do
federal
other things.
income
I have other
tax.
things to go do
So,
right now,
makes
If
but
he's
I'm not doing
paid
that.
zero,
I'm gonna
that
do it at
means
night. That's why I got my
zero
headlight
for
on.
troops, zero
So I can do it at
for
night.
vets, zero for schools or health. And I think
She's
probably
trying to shame
he's
him, huh?
not all that enthusiastic about having the rest of our country see what the real reasons are,
So she's
because
making up
it
his
must be
emotions.
something
That's projection. Huh?
really important, even terrible, that he's trying to hide. And the financial
Moralism?
disclosure statement, they don't
Hey,
give you
Zara,
the tax rate. They don't give you all the details that tax returns would. And it just
Is
seems
this
to
a
me
vegan? I
that
didn't want the vegan
this
hashtag.
is something
Oh,
that
man,
the
oops.
American people deserve to
I meant to
see.
put
And
the
I
hashtag
have
debate.
no reason to believe that he's ever going to release his tax returns.
I have two different
because
ones.
there's
This one's just-
something he's hiding. And we'll guess. We'll keep guessing at what it might be that he's hiding. But I think the question is, were he ever to get near the White House,
Privacy?
what would be those conflicts? Who does he owe money to?
The conflicts
Well,
that he has
He
is
owes
about the
you
Indian
the answers
casinos.
to that, and he should provide
He
them.
wants to.
He also raised the issue of your emails. Do you want to respond to that?
I do. You know, I made a mistake using a private email.
That's for sure.
And if I had to do it over again, I would obviously do it differently. But I'm not going to make any excuses. It was a mistake, and I take responsibility for that.
Mr. Trump?
Mr. Trump.
That was more than a mistake. That was done purposely. Okay, that was not a mistake. That was done purposely. When you have your staff taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth, so they're not prosecuted. When you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the Fifth, I think it's disgraceful. And believe me, this country thinks it's disgraceful. It really thinks it's disgraceful also. As far as my tax returns, you don't learn that much from tax returns, that I can tell you. You learn a lot from financial disclosure. And you should go down and take a look at that. The other thing, I'm extremely underleveraged. The report that said 650, which, by the way, a lot of friends of mine that know my business said, boy, that's really not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money relative to what I had. The buildings that were in question, they said in the same report, which was actually wasn't even a bad story, to be honest with you, but the buildings are worth $3.9 billion. And the 650 isn't even on that. But it's not 650. It's much less than that. But I could give you a list of banks. I would, if that would help you, I would give you a list of banks. These are very fine institutions, very fine banks. I could do that very quickly. I am very underleveraged. I have a great company. I have a tremendous income. And the reason I say that is not in a braggadocious way. It's because it's about time that this country had somebody running it that has an idea about money.
He's going to win.
When we have $20 trillion in debt, and our country's a mess. You know, it's one thing to have $20 trillion in debt.
Gary
and
Johnson's
our roads
better than
are
me.
good,
He does natural hygiene.
Bridges are good.
Gary Johnson's like an ultra
everything's
athlete,
in
like
great
Mike
shape.
Bernstein.
Our airports,
He like
our
runs
airports
150
are like
miles.
From
He
a third
like
world country. You land at LaGuardia. You land at Kennedy. You land at LAX. You land at
you got
Newark.
free school for every
and you
kid.
come in from Dubai and Qatar, and you see these incredible. You come in from China. You see these incredible airports, and you land. We've become a third world country. So the worst of all things has happened. We owe $20 trillion, and we're a mess. We haven't even started. And we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, according to a report that I
There's
just
so much
saw.
anti-vaccination war on the internet today.
$5, but it looks like it's $6 trillion in the Middle
Over
East.
my
We could have
dead
rebuilt
female
our
body,
country
she
twice. And it's really a shame. And it's politicians like Secretary Clinton that have caused this problem. Our country
People get you're
has
creepy and
tremendous
thinking
problems.
that's what he
We're
said.
a debtor
He's
nation.
simply saying
We're a
he
serious
raised the whole
debtor nation.
package.
And we have a country that needs new roads, new tunnels, new bridges, new airports, new schools, new hospitals. And we don't have the money because it's been squandered on so many of your ideas.
Government's not the government's money to do anything.
Because you haven't paid any federal income tax for a lot of years.
What?
And the other thing I think is
Yeah, all
important
these rich people don't pay.
squandered too.
There's no need for income
if
tax. That's the
if
point.
your main claim to be president of the United States is your business, then I think we should talk about that. You know, your campaign manager
Ooh, she's
said
winning.
that you built a lot of businesses on the backs of little guys. And indeed, I
That's
have
what I'm
met
saying. It's going
a lot
to
of
be moral
people
judgment. I mean,
who were stiff.
and yeah, I
by
want to see
you
them
and your
take both of
businesses,
each other. I
Donald.
want to see both of them
I've
take
met
each other down
Dishwashers,
in a way that's
painters,
just, they're both going to come out of this really
architects,
disgraced, right?
glass
With
installers,
a lot of
marble
bruises, a lot of
installers,
black and blues,
drapery
and hopefully Gary
installers,
Johnson
like my
makes the
dad
second
was,
debate because people are like, geez,
who
I don't want
you
either of those people.
refused
That's
to
so much of a
pay
mess.
when they
Like
finish
Cheetah says, they got a
the
mess.
work
You know, they both
that
got a
you
mess.
asked them to do. We have
And
an
people will be like, I don't
architect
wanna
in the
see any more of
audience
them.
who designed one
Hear
of
from
your
Gary.
clubhouses at one of your golf courses. It's a beautiful
like, yeah, we got
facility. It
Monica
immediately
Flowers
was
in the
put to
audience. Who
use,
slept with your husband?
and you wouldn't pay
That's what I'm
what the man
Is it
needed to
choppy?
be paid, what he was charging you.
Maybe
to
he
do.
didn't do a good job, and I was
Well,
unsatisfied with
To-
his work,
to thou-
which our
to
country
the-
should do
to the
too.
thousands of people that you have stiffed
That's
over
like-
the course of your business,
That's like Harley
not
saying, oh, you
deserve
messed up with that water
some
fast.
kind of apology from someone who has taken their labor, taken the goods that they produced, and then refused to pay them. I can only say that I'm
Not
certainly
quite, huh?
relieved that my late father never did business with you. He provided a good middle-class life for us, but the people he worked for, he expected the bargain to be kept on both sides. And when we talk about your business, you've taken
about that.
business bankruptcy 6 times. There are a lot of
That's
great business
Keynesianism.
people
Bankruptcy is naturally
that
built
have
into the
never
system
taken
because the system is
bankruptcy
broken
once.
based
You
on
call
fake
yourself
money.
the king of death. You talk
The whole
about
system's
leverage.
based on
You even at one time
usury.
suggested
Usury is
that
the
you
problem.
would try to negotiate down the
Wrong.
national debt of the United States. Well,
Yeah, this is
sometimes
going on right now,
there's
Joe
not
Live.
a direct transfer.
That's why I got on
of
live. I was like, let's do
skills
this
from
live because
business
this is
to
going on live
government,
and I can like
But
respond to it.
sometimes what happened in business would be really bad for government.
That's like Mr.
And we
I don't
need
think,
yeah,
I
I
kind
think
of,
very
most of
do
my friends are
think
a little
about that.
political, otherwise they
Look,
wouldn't even,
It's all
like, they'd
words.
probably like
it's
chew
all
me out
sound
extra
bites. I
much.
built an
but-
unbelievable
I don't know.
company. Some of the greatest assets anywhere in the world, real estate assets
Greatest.
anywhere in the world,
David
beyond
Wolf, best
the United
ever.
States and Europe, lots of different places. It's an unbelievable company. But on occasion, 4 times, we used certain laws that are there.
I got a comment.
And
What does it
when
say? I know, I meant to be
Secretary
under
Clinton talks
debate.
about
I
people
typed
that
debate, but it looks like it
didn't
didn't
get
take. Huh?
paid.
Is anybody else
First of
under
all,
vegan?
they did get paid a lot, but taking advantage of the laws of the nation. Now, if you want to change the laws, you've been there a long time, change the laws. But I take advantage of the laws of the nation because I'm running a company. My
Yeah,
obligation right
corporations
now
have
is to
bribes
do
for
well
those
for
laws
myself,
to
my
be-
family, my employees.
Bloods.
But what she
Deep
doesn't say
sound
is the
boy.
tens of thousands of people that
Okay,
are
I'll look at your uploads.
unbelievably happy and that
Yeah.
love me. I'll give you
That
an
was a
example.
good song. Do you guys hear some
We're
of the
just
songs I've been
opening up
dropping lately?
on Pennsylvania Avenue,
They're excellent.
right next to the White House.
Some of
So if I don't get there one way, I'm going to get to Pennsylvania Avenue another. But we're opening the old post office under budget,
That's one of the
ahead
songs.
of schedule, saved tremendous money.
Tremendous.
I'm a year ahead of schedule.
You're
And
ahead.
that's what this country should be doing. We build roads and they cost 2 and 3
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
and 4 times what they're supposed to cost. We buy products for our military, and they come in at
Yeah.
costs that
It's
are
fun, right?
so far above what they were supposed to be because we don't have people
As I
that
drop
know what
on
they're
a flow,
doing. When we look at
just
the
to let
budget,
you know.
the budget is banned to a large extent
Check it out.
because we have
Yo, Mr. Pusher Man, hey, yo, show me your dream. You know the thing that sound good, but ain't really what they seem. Cooling all alone in my home when the phone rang. Ding-a-ling, damn, it was Sam, the producer, man. Say he had a track that was crazy, back dope, and all that to the point. You want me to bust some more raps? Back at the last tour, I flat the taxi cab to his Zaz.
Wait till the hook, wait till the hook, y'all change it.
Scratch the dookie run from the mount to the baseline. I kicked a few lines, then I just went from mine. It was time. So fine in the lines of the contracts, cause yo, he claimed he had contacts. Ace, tell me, was the man legal? Yeah, he sold me dreams after dreams by the kilos. 2 months went by, 10 months flew by. I was the victim of the Pusher and the Scott. $1,000 bonds and never
Here's the
watched
hook.
the
Here it
promises.
comes.
He buttered me up like an old English Thomas's after this madness. He said we'd do a video, then we'd fly jet and play on the Arsenio Horse Show. Give him a call after
It's
all
old
work.
song,
You will open
1993.
the doors to bring your name fame. Just like Kane and Day and Rock Soul Train.
These are
I
my
told
youth.
all my friends about the tour that I was going on, but little did I know he got me up like Exxon. People stop and ask me, yo, Ace, whatever happened to all those
Let's do
shows?
more news.
The
There's a
tracks
lot going
with your
on.
rapping, but I just take away the smile hard as they may seem. Instead of being the victim of the Pusher Man scheme, sudden
That's one of the best songs there is, right? It's not copyrighted either. It's nice, huh?
Yo, Mr. Pusher Man, sell me a dream. You know the things that sound good, but ain't really what they seem. I got another word to the mother. Yo, sit back, relax, I like kicking my brother. I fella had to make a move, a big step for stardom. So now I feel I'm ready, so I beg your pardon. The story gets off, we set it off as we activate. Move to motivate, drop the tape, and take the game plan straight. But wait, this promoter wants the taste. He said he loves the sound pace and want to set a showcase. Great. So he slide by his headquarters. He talk about performing in this club with shower waters. But yo, check the way my man kicked it. In order to perform, he had to sell 50 tickets at $10 a head to more at the table. He kicked the few story about his tour with major labels. Show nice, so sit tight, the spotlight on the mister. Got up on the stage to take your time with Larissa. Checked it out with the Z and turned it out. I signed a few pictures, but before I was out, this man came up to me and said, yo, I did the ceremony. Hi, my name is Tony. And yes, I'm down with Sony. He gave me his card. He said, yo, let's discuss this. We can make money, so slide by my office. He gave me his contract. Yo, this shit was outrageous. It took me an hour to read the 50 pages. He want 10% for the time he spent. 30% just to cover his rent. Another 20 for his homeboy Lenny, who drove him to the places that meet the faces. They got us the deal. Another 25, and yo, the contract was real. That's 85%. Yo, they wasn't bluffing. 15%. Yo, they left it with nothing. We had to get away from this plan. The undercover brother was nothing but a Pusher Man.
Hey, Mojo.
I'm your Pusher. I'm your Pusher. Yo, Mr. Pusher Man, sell me a dream. You know the things that sound good, but ain't really what you see. Yo, listen, yo, the end. Yo, you mean the grand finale of this weather? Try to follow me and call us on my family. You know the type that like to spread the hype, kicks it on a day or night story type. Right with the highlight stripe. This I witness, never seen on the site. But always facts the inside just to get the spotlight. Right. I know you dig it cause it's one in every block. Like when he makes his way, he shot the story box. He always got a few tales on a new scale, beat the trail. Cause for him to push a dream, it never fails. So I suggest that when you see him, Mr.
What's going on in various parts of our country, whether it's, I mean, I can just keep naming them all day long.
I'm gonna keep naming them all day
We need
long.
law and order in our country. And I just got today as you know, the endorsement of the Fraternal Order of Police. We just came in. We have endorsements from, I think,
They
almost
called me
every
today too. They're like,
police
give us
group.
money, and I'm like,
I mean, a large percentage
no.
of
How
them
about
in the
you take me off
United
the list?
States. We have a situation where we have our inner cities,
I'd rather see
African
private.
Americans,
I'd rather see
Hispanics,
private police,
are living in hell
like
because it's so dangerous.
corporations.
You walk down the street, you get shot. In
Government's
Chicago,
inefficient.
they've had
When you have
thousands of shootings.
privately run security on the cities,
Since
way
January
better.
1st. Thousands of shootings.
because there's no
And I'm
shootings.
saying, where is this?
These
Is this
shootings
a
are happening when
war-torn
people have a
country? What are
limited
we doing?
scope of their freaking
And
role.
we have to
Not like
stop the
freaking
violence.
build
We have to
income
bring
off
back
of
law and order.
criminality,
In a
drug war.
place like Chicago, where thousands of people have been killed, thousands over the last number of years. In fact, almost 4,000 have been killed since Barack Obama became president. Almost 4,000 people in Chicago have been killed. We have to bring back law and order. Now, whether or not
That's
in a place
accountability.
like
That's
Chicago,
citizen
you do stop
review
and
boards
frisk,
of
which
police,
worked
or
very
get
well.
rid of the
Mayor
police and
Giuliani is here. It
institute
worked very well in New York. It brought the crime rate way down. But you take the gun away from criminals that shouldn't be having it.
Community
We have
policing.
gangs roaming the street. And in many cases, they're illegally here, illegal immigrants. And they have guns. And they shoot people. And we have to be very strong. And we have to be very vigilant. We have to know
One
what we're
force is
doing.
going to lead to more
Right
force,
now,
and it's
our
going to escalate.
police, in many cases, are afraid to do anything. We have to
I
protect
think it's hard to
our inner
agree or
cities
disagree
because
with the freaking thing because that's going to get me in trouble.
communities are being decimated by crime.
Your 2 minutes expired, but I do want to follow up. Stop and frisk was ruled unconstitutional
More
in New York
xenophobic as I
because
see it, but yeah.
it largely singled out black and Hispanic young men.
No, you're wrong. It went before a judge who was a very against police judge. It was taken away from her, and our new mayor, refused to go forward with the case. They would have won an appeal. If you look at it throughout the country, there are many places.
The argument is that it's a form of racial profiling.
No, the argument is that we have
Racial
to take
profiling
the
is
guns
happening
away
here
from
in
these
Phoenix with
people that
Sheriff
have
Joe.
them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago from January 1st, when you have 4,000 people killed in Chicago by guns from the beginning of the presidency of Barack Obama,
Against
his
police judge. You
hometown,
did say that, huh?
you have to have stop and frisk. You need more police. You need a better community, relation. You don't have
That
good
makes sense.
community relations in Chicago. It's terrible. I have property there. It's terrible what's going on in Chicago. But when you look, and Chicago's not the only. You go to Ferguson. You go to so many different places. You need better relationships. I agree with Secretary Clinton on this. You need better relationships between the communities and the police because in some cases it's not good. But you look at Dallas where the relationships were really studied. The relationships were really a beautiful thing. And then 5 police officers were killed one night very violently. So there's some bad things going on, some really bad things. But we need, we need law and order. And we need law and order in the inner cities because the people that are most affected by what's happening are African American and Hispanic people. And it's very unfair to them what our politicians are allowing to happen.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I've heard Donald say this at his rallies, and it's really unfortunate that he paints such a dire, negative picture of black communities in our country.
Wow.
You know, the vibrancy of the black church, the black businesses that employ so many people,
Look at them trying to pander.
the
They're like totally
opportunities
pandering.
that so many families are working to provide for their kids. there's a lot that we should be proud of and we should be supporting and lifting up. But we do always have to make sure we keep people safe. There are the right ways of doing it, and then
role is
there
not to
are
lift
ways
people up.
that
The
are
government's
ineffective.
role is to protect
Stop
people.
and frisk
That's about
was found to be unconstitutional.
The government can't take favors.
And
The
in
government
part
need not play
because it
favoritism.
was ineffective. It did not do what it needed to do. Now, I believe in community policing, and in fact, violent crime is one half of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%.
Yeah, the police are corrupt.
We just don't want to see it
the government
creep
has
back up. We've had 25
Transparency brings
years of
accountability.
very good
So these-
cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences. Too many young African American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses, and it's just a fact
Check out another
that if
song
you're
this
a
guy
young
liked.
African American man
This guy says, this
and
is
you
my
do the
kind of
same
song.
thing as a young white man,
This kind
you
of like
are
goes
more
along with it.
likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward with a plan that is going.
Did it crash?
Yeah, go chant down Babylon. Yeah, go chant down the wicked one. Yeah, go chant them down to the ground. Yeah, go chant down Babylon. Yeah, go chant down the wicked one. Say the wicked one cannot survive. No way, no. Yes, we are go chant them down. We are go chant them down. We are go chant them down to the ground. Chant them till last chant them. I miss it chant them till last chant them. I miss it chant them till last fall to the ground.
In a lot of places, our police are outgunned.
Chant them till last chant them. I chant them till last chant them.
Hey,
Out
Ellie.
of the
How
hands
are
of
you?
those who will do harm, and we finally need to pass a prohibition on anyone who's on the terrorist watch list from being able to buy a gun in our country. If you're too dangerous to fly,
Look at this girl. She sent me this message. It says, she said, I can never be romantic with you because you won't change for me, she says. She says this like, I gotta read this. It's funny. I won't change. So she
you are
said,
too dangerous to
I
buy
won't
a
change.
gun.
Please
So there
read
are
the
things
message.
we can do, and we ought to do it in a bipartisan way.
Secretary Clinton.
She look at. She doesn't understand. She's like, how about equal rights for blacks, gays, and women? She doesn't
Last
think
week
Gary
you said
Johnson's
we've
for
got to
that.
do everything possible to improve policing, to go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased
Her argument
against
that he's
black
not
people?
viable, but
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions
I have
about
no
each
time
other.
for this.
And therefore, I think we need all of us to be
I push
asking
people
hard
away.
questions
That's
about,
what I'm saying. It's not fair.
you know, why am I feeling this way?
She's a cool animal rights
But
activist.
when it comes to
Screw up.
policing,
Whatever.
since it can have literally fatal consequences, I have said in my first budget we would put money into that budget to help us deal with implicit bias by retraining a lot of our police officers. I met with a group of very distinguished, experienced police chiefs a few weeks ago. They admit it's an issue. They've got a lot of concerns.
Did you see the picture of
Mental
Trump with
health
his
is
daughter?
one of the biggest concerns because now police are having to handle a lot of really difficult mental health problems on the street. They
Closer.
want support. They want more training. They want more assistance.
Come
and
on.
I think
Come
the
on,
federal
Internet.
government
You
could
can do
be
it.
in a position
Come on,
where
computer.
we would offer and provide that.
Listen, I'd like to
It's not
respond.
going to happen, is it?
First of all, I
Oh, here it
agree, and a lot of people, even
not.
within my own party, want to give certain
I don't
rights
know.
to people on watch lists and no-fly lists.
What I want to happen is
I
not
agree
happening.
with you. When a person is on a watch list or a no-fly list, and I have the endorsement of the NRA, which I'm very proud of. These are very, very good people, and they're protecting the Second Amendment. But I think we have to look very strongly at no-fly lists and watch lists.
There it
And
is.
when people are on there, even if they shouldn't
It's
be
gonna
on
work
there,
now.
we'll help
There
them.
it
We'll
is.
help them legally. We'll help them get off. But I tend to agree with that. quite strongly. I do want to bring up the fact that you were the one that brought up the word super predator about young black youth. And that's a term that I think was
I don't do good and bad, so
it's been horribly
like,
met,
what did they do?
I think you've apologized for it. But I think it was a terrible thing to say. And when it comes to stop and frisk, you're talking about taking guns away. Well, I'm talking about taking guns away from gangs and people that use them. And I really don't think you disagree with me on this, if you want to know the truth. I think maybe there's a political reason why you can't say it. But I really don't believe. In New York City, stop and frisk, we had 2,200 murders, and stop and frisk brought it down to 500 murders. 500 murders is a lot of murders. Hard to believe. 500 is like supposed to be good. But we went from 2,200 to 500, and it was continued on by Mayor Bloomberg, and it was terminated by current mayor. But stop and frisk had a tremendous impact on the safety of New York City, tremendous beyond belief. So when you say it has no impact, it really did. It had a very, very big impact.
Well, it's also fair to say, if we're going to talk about mayors, that under the current mayor, crime has continued to drop, including murders. So there is...
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Murders are up. All right, you check.
New York has done an excellent job, and I give credit. I give credit across the board, going back to mayors, to police chiefs, because it has worked, and other communities need to come together to do what will work as well. Look, one murder is too many, but it is important that we learn about what has been effective and not go to things that sound good that really did not have the kind of impact that we would want. Who disagrees with keeping neighborhoods safe? But let's also add, no one should disagree about respecting the rights of young men who live in those neighborhoods. And so we need to do a better job of working again with the communities, faith communities, business communities, as well as the police, to try to deal with this problem.
This conversation is about race, and so, Mr. Trump, I have to ask you.
But I'd like to just respond, if I might.
Please, 20
I'd just like to respond.
Please respond, then I've got to follow up.
Look, the African-American community has been let down by our politicians. They talk good around election time, like right now. And after the election,
I got two papayas that are more
see you later. I'll see you in 4 years. The African-American community, look, the community within the inner cities has been so badly treated. They've been abused and used in order to get votes by Democrat politicians, because that's what it is. They've controlled these communities for up to 100 years.
Mr. Trump.
Unbroken. And I will tell you, you look at the inner cities, and I just left Detroit, and I just left Philadelphia, and you've seen me. I've been all over the place. You decided to stay home, and that's okay. But I will tell you, I've been all over, and I've met some of the greatest people I'll ever meet within these communities, and they are very, very upset with what their politicians have told them and what their politicians have done.
I think Donald just criticized me for preparing for this debate, and yes, I did. And you know what else I prepared for? I prepared to be president, and I think that's a good thing.
Mr. Trump, for 5 years, you perpetuated a false claim that the nation's first black president was not a natural-born citizen. You questioned his legitimacy. In the last couple of weeks, you acknowledged what most Americans have accepted for years. The president was born in the United States. Can you tell us what took you so long?
I'll tell you just very simple to say. Sidney Blumenthal works for the campaign and very close friend of Secretary Clinton. And her campaign manager, Patty Doyle, went to
the red hair
during the campaign, her campaign against President Obama, fought very hard. And you can go look it up, and you can check it out. And if you look at CNN this past week, Patty Solis Doyle was on Wolf Blitzer saying that this happened. Blumenthal sent McClatchy, highly respected.
I think I read an article that said that Hillary Clinton was the original birther because she made the argument against Obama being the citizen in the first place. She started it.
She failed to get the birth certificate. When I got involved, I didn't fail. I got him to give the birth certificate. So I'm satisfied with it, and I'll tell you why I'm satisfied with it. Because I want to get on to defeating ISIS. Because I want to get on to creating jobs. Because I want to get on to having a strong border. because I want to get on to things that are very important to me and that are very important to the country.
I'll let you respond. It's important, but I just want to get the answer here. The birth certificate was produced in 2011. You continued to tell the story and question the president's legitimacy in 2012, 13, 14, 15,
it was Photoshopped,
as recently as January. So the question is, what changed your mind?
Well, nobody was pressing it. Nobody was caring much about it. I figured you'd ask the question tonight, of course.
No, my argument?
But nobody was caring much about it.
My argument is the Photoshop. They took that birth certificate apart and showed that it was Photoshopped together.
The birth certificate, and I think I did a good job. Secretary Clinton also fought it. I mean, now everybody in mainstream is going to say, oh, that's not true. Look, it's true. Sidney Blumenthal sent a reporter. You just have to take a look at CNN last week, the interview with your former campaign manager, and she was involved. But just like she can't bring back jobs, she can't produce.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to follow, but I will let you respond to that because there's a lot there. But we're talking about racial healing in this segment. What do you say to Americans?
Well, it was I say nothing. I say nothing because I was able to get him to produce it. He should have produced it a long time before. I'd say nothing. But let me just tell you, when you talk about healing, I think that I've developed very, very good relationships over the last little while with the African American community. I think you can see that. And I feel that they really wanted me to come to that conclusion. And I think I did a great job and a great service, not only for the country, but even for the president in getting him to produce his birth certificate.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, just listen to what you heard. And clearly, as Donald just admitted, he knew he was going to stand on this debate stage and Lester Holt was going to be asking us questions. So he tried to put the whole racist birther lie to bed. But it can't be dismissed that easily. He has really started his political activity based on this racist lie that our first black president was not an American citizen. There was absolutely no evidence for it, but he persisted. He persisted year after year because some of his supporters, people that he was trying to bring into his fold, apparently believed it or wanted to believe it. But remember, Donald started his career back in 1973 being sued by the Justice Department for racial discrimination because he would not rent apartments in one of his developments to African Americans, and he made sure that the people who worked for him understood that was the policy. He actually was sued twice by the Justice Department. So he has a long record of engaging in racist behavior.
A hole in the grape.
And the birther lie was a very hurtful one. You know, Barack Obama is a man of great dignity, and I could tell how much it bothered him and annoyed him that this was being touted and used against him. But I like to remember what Michelle Obama said in her amazing speech at our Democratic National Convention. When they go low, we go high. And Barack Obama went high, despite Donald Trump's best efforts to bring him down.
Mr. Trump, you can respond, then we're going to move on to the next segment.
I would love to respond. First of all, I got to watch, in preparing for this, some of your debates against Barack Obama. You treated him with terrible disrespect. And I watched the way you talk now about how lovely everything is and how wonderful you are. It doesn't work that way. You were after him. You were trying to. You even sent out, or your campaign sent out, pictures of him in a certain garb, very famous pictures. I don't think you can deny that. But just last week, your campaign manager said it was true. So when you try to act holier than thou, it really doesn't work. It really doesn't. Now, as far as the lawsuit, yes, when I was very young, I went into my father's company, had a real estate company in Brooklyn and Queens, and we, along with many, many other companies throughout the country, it was a federal lawsuit, were sued. We settled the suit with no admission of guilt. It was very easy to do, but they sued many people. I notice you bring that up a lot, and I also notice the very nasty commercials that you do on me in so many different ways, which I don't do on you. Maybe I'm trying to save the money, but frankly, I look at that and I say, isn't that amazing? Because I settled that lawsuit with no admission of guilt, but that was a lawsuit brought against many real estate firms, and it's just one of those things. I'll go on one step further. In Palm Beach, Florida, tough community, a brilliant community, a wealthy community, probably the wealthiest community there is in the world. I opened a club and really got great credit for it. No discrimination against African Americans, against Muslims, against anybody.
You said Muslims.
And it's a tremendously successful club, and I'm so glad I did it. And I have been given great credit for what I did, and I'm very, very proud of it. And that's the way I feel. That is the true way I feel.
Our next segment is called Securing America. We want to start with a 21st century war happening every day in this country. Our institutions are under cyber attack, and our secrets are being stolen. So my question is, who's behind it, and how do we fight it? Secretary Clinton, this answer goes to you.
Secrets.
Well, I think cybersecurity, cyber warfare will be one of the biggest challenges facing the next president, because clearly we're facing at this point two different kinds of adversaries. There are the independent hacking groups that do it mostly for commercial reasons, to try to steal information that they then can use to make money. But increasingly, we are seeing cyber attacks coming from states.
What are you watching it somewhere else?
Organs of states.
Probably not C-SPAN. Probably the stream.
Recent and troubling of these has been Russia. There's no doubt now that Russia has used cyber attacks against all kinds of organizations in our country, and I am deeply concerned about this. I know Donald
I made a Megyn Kelly video yesterday.
Praiseworthy of Vladimir Putin,
Donald
but
Trump
Putin is playing a really tough, long game here.
Sexual
and one of the things he's done is to let loose cyber attackers to hack into government files, to hack into personal files, hack into the Democratic
Trump
National
said that she's
Committee.
a deviant because she
said
that she knew what he was talking about when Megyn Kelly had blood coming at her, or other you-know-what, or whatever.
Preferred methods of trying to wreak havoc and collect information. We need to make it very clear, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, or anybody else, the United States has much greater capacity. And we are not going to sit idly by and permit state actors to go after our information, our private sector information or our public sector information. And we're going to have to make it clear that we don't want to use the kinds of tools that we have. We don't want to engage in a different kind of warfare, but we will defend the citizens of this country. And the Russians need to understand that. I think they've been treating it as almost a probing. How far would we go? How much would we do? And that's why I was so shocked when Donald publicly invited Putin to hack into Americans. That is just unacceptable. It's one of the reasons why 50 national security officials who served in Republican in administration have said that Donald is unfit to be the commander-in-chief. It's comments like that really worry
12 people is like more than I had ever.
The threats that we face.
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes in the same question. Who's behind it? How do we fight
I do want to say that I was just endorsed, and more are coming next week. It'll be over 200 admirals, many of them are here, admirals and generals endorsed me to lead this country. That just happened, and many more are coming. And I'm very proud of
baby grapes in her.
In addition, I was just endorsed by ICE. They've never endorsed anybody before
on
immigration. I was just endorsed by ICE. I was just recently endorsed 16,500 Border Patrol agents. So when Secretary Clinton talks about this, I mean, I'll take the admirals and I'll take the generals any day over the political hacks that I see that have led our country so brilliantly over the last 10 years.
Yeah. I went to Super Salad last night. That was cool. That was a coupon. I put it on my Facebook. It's for like $6.50. It's like an all-you-can-eat salad bar. There's really few places you can go. Like, where would you go? You know, if you're thinking like, I want to eat as much fruit until I'm totally stuffed full of fruit. I don't know. Their salad's subpar. I mean, I'm not really happy with the green peppers. Green peppers will turn red and orange and yellow. Green peppers aren't ripe. And, you know, they ran out of melons. They ran out of honeydews. That sucked. But I ate all the cantaloupe. And the cantaloupe was delicious. They had delicious grapes. What is this guy talking about?
Happened to her. But Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of. That's what we lose. Now, Whether that was Russia, whether that was China,
That's the
whether
reason
it
people
was
aren't voting for
another
Hillary.
country, we don't know.
Bernie, huh?
Because the truth is, under President Obama, we've lost control of things that we used to have control over. We came in with the internet. We came up with the internet. And I think
Bush were
Secretary
both
Clinton and
doing the
myself
bank
would
hack,
agree very
too.
much. When you look at what ISIS is doing with the internet, they're beating us at our own game. ISIS.
No.
So we have to get very, very tough on cyber and
Really?
cyber warfare. It is a huge problem. I have a son. He's 10 years old. He has computers. He is so good with these computers. It's unbelievable. The security aspect of
I've been pretty good at Super Salad existed in Santa Fe too. So Super Salad back then was like $1.99, and for just the salad bar, if you paid like $3.99, you get the salad bar and the soup bar, right? And I would just go for the salad bar. I never wanted the soup. I wasn't ever a soup eater. So what I do is I'd get the salad bar, and it was $1.99, and I eat 7 plates. I eat a lot of food. And I can put a lot of food, but it gets uncomfortable at a certain point.
It does involve going after them online. I think we need to do much more with our tech companies
ISIS is a U.S. fucking creation.
Prevent ISIS.
They're like, they act so ignorant. Like, we don't know all this stuff already.
To use the internet
like, let's just play the line. Like, let's not question things.
In our country and Europe and elsewhere.
Let's not talk about ISIS and like Israel and Saudi Arabia and the CIA are colluding and the arms that we give to the moderate Syrian rebels, which are actually ISIS turnovers themselves, or have anything to do with anything.
Partners
bullshit. They're after taking out Assad. They even made it clear. Didn't Kerry or was it Secretary
Caliphate? We're making
whoever it was yesterday?
Our military is assisting in Iraq.
Syria, like he said,
and we're
Assad's got to go.
Within the year, we'll be able to push ISIS out of Iraq and then, really squeeze them in Syria.
Whatever.
But we have to be cognizant of the fact that they've had foreign fighters coming to volunteer
from
for
the
foreign
issue
money,
that she created in Benghazi,
weapons.
in Libya.
So we have to make this
There was a Libya
top
situation
priority,
that
and
she
I
was
would
responsible for. That's what the emails show.
do everything possible to
like
take
the
out
hack
their
emails
leadership.
don't know about.
I was involved
We know about
in
the emails.
a
It's
number
like,
of efforts to take
does
out
she just want to
al-Qaeda
ignore like what's
leadership
in the
when I was
content of the
Secretary
emails?
State,
Like, oh,
including,
forget
of
about it. If I
course,
don't talk about it,
taking out bin Laden, and
this
I
will
think
help
we
me.
need to go
No one's
after
willing to challenge her.
as well. Make that one of our organizing principles, because
Is there like a stream of
we've
anybody
got
like
to defeat ISIS,
is
and
like
we've
anonymous
got to
criticizing
do
this?
everything we can to disrupt their
Where's Julian Assange right now?
propaganda efforts online.
You mentioned ISIS.
Is there like Julian Assange streaming anywhere?
Over there, but there are American citizens who have been inspired to commit acts of terror on American soil. The latest incident, of course, the bombings we just saw in New York and New Jersey, the knife attack at a mall in Minnesota, and the last year, deadly attacks in San Bernardino and Orlando. I'll ask this to both of you. Tell us specifically how you would prevent homegrown attacks by American citizens, Mr. Clinton.
Well, first I have to say one thing, very important. Secretary Clinton is talking about taking out ISIS. We will take out ISIS.
The addition of
President
I know,
Obama
right? Why hold off? If you have the information,
created
just drop it, right?
The way they got out of Iraq. Because they got out, they shouldn't have been in, but once they got in, the way they got out
Minnesota
was a
got the shout out.
and ISIS was formed. So she talks about taking them out. She's been doing it a long time. She's been trying to take them out for a long time. But they wouldn't have even been formed if they left some troops behind. Like 10,000 or maybe something more than that.
Well, that was Bush that got tricked out of that.
Had them. Or,
Bush
as I've been saying for a long time, and I think you'll agree because I said it to you once, had we taken the oil, and we should have taken the oil, ISIS would not have been able to form either because the oil was their primary source of income. And now they have the oil all over the place, including the oil, a lot of the oil.
And they're selling it to Turkey.
Which was another one of her disasters.
Secretary Clinton.
Uh-oh.
Well, I hope the fact checkers are turning up the volume and really working hard. Donald supported the invasion of Iraq.
Wrong.
That is absolutely
wrong.
Proved over and over again.
Wrong.
He actually advocated for
Bernie
the
and Hillary
actions we
did.
took in Libya and urged that Gaddafi be taken out.
Who cares what Trump said? He's not the politician. He doesn't have the power to do it.
But the larger point, he says this constantly.
It's like if you're not in office and you're just a person and you're saying stuff,
made the
the things you say aren't what's actually
American
happening. You don't have any influence on that.
Iraq, not Barack Obama.
You could be like
and the
dumb
only
person
way
on the
that
couch
American
and blah, blah,
troops
blah.
could have stayed in Iraq is
what?
to get an agreement from the then Iraqi government that would have protected our troops. And the Iraqi government would not give that.
Yeah, they wanted us
but
out.
let's talk about the question you asked, Lester. The question you asked is, what do we do here in the United States? That's the most important part of this. How do we prevent attacks? How do we protect our people? And I think we've got to have an intelligence surge where we are looking for every scrap of information. I was so proud of law enforcement in New York, in Minnesota, in New Jersey. They responded so quickly, so professionally to the attacks that occurred by Rahami, and they brought him down. And we may find out more information because he is still alive, which may prove to be an intelligence benefit.
Cut Gary Johnson.
So
Gary Johnson
we've got to do everything we can to vacuum up intelligence from Europe, from the Middle East. That means we've got to work more closely with our allies. And that's something that Donald has been very dismissive of. We're working with NATO, the longest military alliance in the history of the world, to really turn our attention to terrorism. We're working with our friends in the Middle East, many of which, as you know, are Muslim-majority nations.
I'm glad it's
Donald
over,
has
but
consistently insulted Muslims abroad, Muslims at home, when we need to be cooperating with Muslim nations and with the American Muslim community.
So you have to think about all the people who are misinformed, all the people who are disinformed, all the people who are extra knowledgeable about more than others are.
They need to have close working cooperation with law enforcement in these communities, not be alienated and pushed away, as some of Donald's rhetoric, unfortunately, has led to.
Mr.
Well, I'd have to respond.
Please respond.
You have to respond.
The Secretary said very strongly about working with. We've been working with them for many years. And we have the greatest mess anyone's ever seen. You look at the Middle East, it's a total mess. Under your direction to a large extent. But you look at the Middle East, you started the Iran deal. That's another beauty where you have a country that was ready to fall. I mean, they were doing so badly. They were choking on the sanctions, and now they're going to be actually probably a major power at some point pretty soon, the way they're going. But when you look at NATO, I was asked on a major show, what do you think of NATO? They have to understand I'm a business
I think Gary Johnson's going to win, though.
Really well, but I have common sense.
Yeah, sure, it's already been decided by the people who have the power, the bankers. But Gary Johnson's going to win.
Number one, the 28 countries of NATO, many of them aren't paying their
Everybody's
fair
pissed
share.
off right now because Gary Johnson's been cut out of this debate.
Because
Gary Johnson on the stage right there
them, and they should at least be paying us what they're supposed to be paying by treaty and contract. And number two, I said, and very strongly, NATO could be obsolete because, and I was very strong on this, and it was actually covered very accurately in the New York Times, which is unusual for the New York Times, to be honest. But I said, they do not focus on terror. And I was very strong, and I said it numerous times. And about 4 months ago, I read on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that NATO is opening up a major terror division. And I think that's great. And I think we should get, because we pay approximately 73% of the cost of NATO. It's a lot of money to protect other people. But I'm all for NATO. But I said they have to focus on terror also. And they're going to do that. And that was, believe me, I'm sure I'm not going to get credit for it, but that was largely because of what I was saying and my criticism of NATO. I think we have to get NATO to go into the Middle East with us in addition to surrounding nations, and we have to knock the hell out of ISIS, and we have to do it fast. When ISIS formed in this vacuum created by Barack Obama and Secretary Clinton, and believe me, you were the ones.
They didn't form in a vacuum. They were formed as a fucking.
They couldn't believe it. They said,
why don't they talk about the truth?
I can't believe it. They said,
ISIS is a U.S. tool to destabilize the Middle East, to make money. It's about selling weapons.
This is something that never should have happened.
It's about selling weapons.
It should have never happened.
Talk about the weapons to Saudi Arabia.
Taking out ISIS. But you were there, and you were Secretary of State when it was a little infant. Now it's in over 30
I have no influence.
countries.
I got no influence.
And you're going to stop them? I don't think so.
Mr. Trump, a lot of these are judgment questions. You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your...
I did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is, since you
would you like to
supported
hear?
it,
I was against the war. Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq, just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise.
The record does not show
why is your judgment?
The record shows that I'm right. When I did an interview with Howard Stern, very lightly, first time anyone's asked me that, I said, very lightly, I don't know, maybe, who knows, essentially. I then did an interview with Neil Cavuto, We talked about the
I've
economy.
been against
is
Iraq
more
War
important.
I. I was protesting in
then spoke with
1991.
Sean Hannity, which everybody refuses to call Sean Hannity. I had numerous conversations with Sean Hannity at Fox.
I was a freshman.
And Sean Hannity said, and he called me the other day, and I spoke to him about it.
I was listening to Humpty
He
Hump.
said you were totally against the war because he was for the war.
Why is your judgment better?
And that was before the war started. Sean Hannity said very strongly to me and other people, he's willing to say, but nobody wants to call him, I was against the war. He said, you used to have fights with me because Sean was in favor of the war. And I understand that side also, not very much because we should have never been there. But nobody called Sean Hannity. And then they did an article in a major magazine shortly after the war started, I think in 2004, but they did an article which had me totally against the war in Iraq. And one of your compatriots said, you know, whether it was before or right after, Trump was definitely, because if you read this article, there's no doubt.
No one takes responsibility.
But if somebody, and I'll ask the press, if somebody would call up Sean Hannity, this was before the war started, he and I used to have arguments about the war. I said it's a terrible and a stupid thing. It's going to destabilize the Middle East, and that's exactly what it's done. It's been a disaster.
My reference was to what you had said in 2002, and my question was, why is your judgment any different than Mrs. Clinton?
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know, I have a much better. She spent, let me tell you, she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on an advertising. You know, they get Madison Avenue into a room, they put in, temperament, let's go after. I think my strongest asset, maybe by far, is my temperament. I have a winning temperament. I know how to win. She does not have how to win. Wait, the AFL-CIO the other day, behind the blue screen, I don't know who you were talking to, Secretary Clinton, but you were totally out of control. I said, there's a person with a temperament that's got a problem.
Secretary Clinton.
It's worse, man. It's worse. It's way worse. It's way worse than vegan drama.
Let's
this affects
talk
everybody,
about
vegan
two
and non-vegan.
important issues that were briefly mentioned by
winning
Donald. First,
like
NATO. You know, NATO, as a military alliance, has something called Article 5, and basically it says this: an attack on one is an attack on all. And do you know the only time it's ever been invoked? After 9/11, when the 28 nations of NATO said that they would go to Afghanistan with us to fight terrorism, something that they still are doing by our side. With respect to Iran, when I became Secretary of State, successor John Kerry and
now it's back,
President Obama got a deal that
YouNow
put
says,
a
now
lid
we're back.
on Iran's nuclear
Yeah,
program.
they said it was them. It
firing
says now
a
we're back.
single
It's YouNow
shot.
we did a reset.
That's diplomacy. That's coalition building. That's working with other nations. The other day, I saw Donald saying that there were some Iranian sailors on a ship in the waters off of Iran, and they were taunting American sailors who were on a nearby ship. He said, you know, if they taunted our sailors, I'd blow them out of the water and start another war. That's not good judgment. That is not the right temperament to be commander-in-chief.
Russia just blew up a whole bunch of U.S. advisors with Al-Qaeda in Syria.
The worst part
That's why they're
of
pissed off right now.
Donald say has been about nuclear weapons.
Yeah, right.
He has said repeatedly that he didn't care if other nations got nuclear weapons. Japan, South Korea, even Saudi Arabia. It has been the policy of the United States, Democrats and Republicans, to do everything we could to reduce the proliferation of nuclear weapons. He even said, well, you know, if there were nuclear war in East Asia, well, you know, that's fine. You know, have a good time, folks. And in fact,
turn the regular lights
his
on here.
cavalier attitude about nuclear weapons is so deeply troubling That is the #1 threat we face in the world, and it becomes particularly threatening if terrorists ever get their hands on any nuclear material. So a man who can be provoked by a tweet should not have his fingers anywhere near the nuclear codes, as far as I think anyone with any sense about this should be concerned.
That line's getting a little bit old, I must say. Listen,
it's a good one, though.
I would like to,
well describes the problem.
It's not an accurate one at all. It's not an accurate one. So I just wanted to
Not
give
an
a lot
accurate one. It's a
things
good
in
one,
this
she says.
discussion. I agree with her on one thing. The single greatest problem the world has is nuclear armament, nuclear weapons. Not global warming like you think and your president thinks. Nuclear is the single greatest threat. Just to go down the list, we defend Japan, we defend Germany, we defend South Korea, we defend Saudi Arabia, we defend countries. They do not pay us what they should be paying us because we are providing tremendous service and we're losing a fortune. That's why we're losing. We lose on everything. I say, who makes these? We lose on everything. Well, I say,
who is we?
it's
What are you
very
talking about?
possible
Corporations from America?
that if they don't pay a fair share, because this isn't 40 years ago where
Like
we
the
could do
government
what we
owns the
do.
companies.
We can't defend
No,
Japan.
maybe they do. The
a
banks own the
behemoth
companies, right?
selling us
So the
cars
banks
by
own
the
and control the
We
government
need
and
to
the
move
companies.
on.
So it's like
But it's very
a
important.
fixed game,
All
right?
I said was they may have to defend themselves or they have to help us out. We're a country that owes $20 trillion. They have to help us out.
Our
As
last-
far as the nuclear is concerned, I agree. It is the
Emma Jewel
single
Day was delicious.
greatest threat that this country has.
Which leads my next question as we enter our last segment here still on the subject of securing
Last
America
segment,
on
this is
nuclear
it.
weapons. President Obama reportedly considered changing the nation's long-standing policy on first use. Do you support the current policy? Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes on that.
Well, I have to say that, for what Secretary Clinton was saying about nuclear
It's the
with
last
Russia,
segment? That's
she's
good.
very cavalier in the way she talks about various
Hillary.
countries.
She
But
on right
Russia's
now?
been expanding. They have a much newer capability than we do. We have not been
don't see
updating
that.
from the new standpoint. I looked the other
Hillary
night, I was seeing
Clinton.
B-52s there.
Oh, yeah, Hillary
Old
Clinton,
enough that your father, your grandfather could be flying them. We are not keeping up with other countries. I would like everybody to end it, just get rid of it, but I would certainly not do first strike. I think that once the nuclear alternative happens, it's over. At the same time, we have to be prepared. I can't take anything off the table. Because you look at some of these countries, you look at North Korea.
I want to do papaya.
We're doing nothing there.
I have papayas
China
that need to get
should
eaten
solve
right now.
that problem for us. China should go into North Korea. China is totally powerful as it relates to North Korea. And by the way, another one powerful is the worst deal I think I've ever seen negotiated that you started is the Iran deal. Iran is one of their biggest trading partners. Iran has power over North Korea. And when they made that horrible deal with Iran, they should have included the fact that they do something with respect to North Korea. And they should have done something with respect to Yemen and all these other places.
Yeah.
And when asked to Secretary
grapes. I
Kerry,
can
why
eat
didn't
grapes. I
you
have
do
the grape
that?
cure
Why
booklet
didn't
to see
you
grapes.
add other things into the deal? One of the great giveaways of all time, including $400 million in cash. Nobody's ever seen that before. That turned out to be wrong. It was actually $1.7 billion in cash. Obviously, I guess, for the hostages, it certainly looks that way. So you say to yourself, why didn't they make the right deal? This is one of the worst deals ever made by any country in history. The deal with Iran will lead to nuclear problems. All they have to do is sit back 10 years, and they don't have to do much, and they're going to end up getting nuclear. I met with Bibi Netanyahu.
Let's go look at
the other day.
OkCupid,
Believe me,
right?
He is not a happy camper.
All right. Mrs.
Well,
Clinton, Secretary
he's not a
Clinton, you have
happy
2 minutes.
camper.
Let me start by saying words matter. Words matter
show you
when
what my
you run
options
for
are.
president, and they really matter when you are president. And I want to reassure our allies in Japan and South Korea and elsewhere that we have mutual defense treaties and we will honor them. It is essential that America's word be good. And so I know that this campaign has caused some
got 64
questioning
likes.
and some
I've seen this
worries
go
on the
before.
part of many leaders
These are the new
across the
girls. They're
globe.
all
I've talked with a
seriously
number of them.
obese.
But I want
But this
to,
one, I've
on
seen this go
behalf
before.
of myself, and I think on behalf of a majority of the
Nice
American
team.
people, say that, our word is good. it's also important that we look at the entire global situation. There's no doubt that we have other problems with Iran, but personally, I'd rather deal with the other problems having put that lid on their nuclear program than still to be facing that. And Donald never tells you what he would do.
Yeah, I wish it was a vegan
would he have
day.
started a war?
There used to
Would
be
he
a
have
vegan
bombed
option. I
Iran?
never did.
If he's going to criticize a deal that has been very successful
They took away
in
the
giving us
vegan option.
access to Iranian
Why did they do
facilities that we never had before, then he should tell us what his alternative would be. But it's like his plan
What are
to
the
defeat
random ones?
ISIS.
Here's the random.
He says it's a secret plan, but
It'll come up.
the only secret is that he has no plan. So we need to be more precise in how we talk about these issues. People around the world follow our presidential.
Why is it freezing? Oh, now we got a problem. Okay, now that we're in
campaigns so closely, trying to get hints.
I'm trying to make a funny video about Tanny Raw. Have you guys
Can they rely on us?
You guys know Tanya Murphy?
Are we going to lead the world with strength and in accordance with our values? That's what I intend to do. I intend to be.
Oh no! Oh, who's this girl with her tongue sticking out? Oh man, she's eating some nasty chips though. See, I mean, like the whole thing about trying to meet somebody.
A leader country that people can count on, both here at home and around the world.
In a way that is accepted. Like, if you can't explain what you do in an accepting way, I mean, it's not hard to do. But then, whenever you talk to someone, you don't want to tell them about what to do. You want to just tell them something. And if you don't, most people will rebel. Like, if people think they're being told to do something, they're going to go against it. And I swear, the biggest problem with my computer
to make
is
decisions
Adobe Flash
that
and
will
Firefox
further
not
peace
working
and
well
prosperity.
Adobe Flash and Firefox are just like, we don't like you, we don't like each other anymore.
But also stand up to bull.
So who is this? He's from Tucson. Oh, come on. Let's look at the task manager. I don't know. Let's just go line this video up here. I was editing this video, I captured it, but then the capture program was all funky, so I was like, well, I better start over. Because it started getting choppy. And I was like, well, forget it. Let's just go from the source. If I go from the source, then I'll have a problem. You can educate them, but don't be pushy. Oh yeah, like the last girl was hanging out with she wouldn't even eat a piece of fruit. She refused to eat even one piece of fruit. She wouldn't even eat a fruit. She said, I didn't eat anything when I lived with you. She said, I ate nothing. Yeah, right. She spent a lot of freaking money on freaking fake vegan food. She spent her money on. Some people's reality, what they think, to justify
whether they're abroad or.
But look at these Black Sphinx dates. I mean,
at home, we cannot let those who would try to.
Yeah, at the end, she hated on it because she's like, I'm gonna get cheese. Go away, because I'm gonna buy cheese. It was all an act. It was an act.
Destabilize the world.
Some people go vegan for the animals. Some people go vegan for their health. Some people go vegan to trick their boyfriends or or girlfriends or whatever. To get a place to stay so they can drink and hide drinking alcohol. Yeah. It's not easy. My browser crashing is not easy. I should probably, if I crash the browser and then restart it, it might work better. Oh my gosh, Hillary Clinton. That's what I have to do sometimes. I have to crash it and then restart it. Let's do that. Hopefully these tabs reopen. They will. Are you sure? Yes. And then let's restart the browser. Kind of the YouNow. You kind of got to reset. You got to kind of restart the YouNow to get it kick in sometimes. I'd rather work on approaching in real life. Yeah, but where do you go? I mean, like the bars. I mean, the bars aren't where people healthy are going. The bars are where my people I know will be going. But it's like the people going to the bar are doing it to suppress themselves and to spend more money on alcohol and to maybe listen to live music is the thing, right? Live music. Yeah. I guess some people don't have much discerning. It doesn't matter, It's just like each person will come from a blank slate, right? So, but it does seem optimistic that you could find someone who's already like 3 steps ahead of the game and already has like a comprehension, even understands mentally the struggle, you know? That'd be cool. But see, I would like to find someone who I can hold real conversations, who can text and communicate in real words. Somebody who enjoys going out but loves to stay in as well. Someone who likes to Netflix and chill. Someone who knows how to let loose. Someone who likes to get drunk more days. See what I mean? Someone who likes to get drunk more days of the week than they're sober. You see what I mean? Like, people are looking for drinking buddies. Drink socially. See, I see the drink socially, and I see the omnivore, and I see that has kids, and I'm like, it doesn't matter how pretty your makeup made face and hair dye is, it doesn't matter. Because then I could engage. I mean, it's free to message. There's no limits on messaging, right? So unless they say their message box is full and they can't receive message, I'd be like, damn, what the fuck is up with this meat eating? It's cool that you're agnostic and, you know, whatever, that you want to Netflix and chill, but I'm not really down with mainstream media, so Netflix and chill ain't gonna work. We gotta BitTorrent documentary and frickin' and fuck or something. We're not Netflix and chilling. It's just not happening. Close it out. Oh, I know, yeah, okay. All the girls are. I mean, anybody here, it's like, that's just like, I put a post about that earlier. It's like, the choices we make, the things are, you know, they're choices we made, you know, the choices.
The people out there understand this election's really up to you. It's not about us so much as it is about you and your families and the kind of country and future you want. So I sure hope you will get out and
Gary
vote
Johnson.
as though
Gary Johnson.
your future depended on it, because I think it does.
Mr. Trump, very quickly, the same question. Will you accept the outcome
YouTube
as the will of
videos.
the
That's a good
voters?
idea. Yeah, YouTube videos are more rewarding to
America
me, too.
great again. We are a nation that is seriously
Streaming
troubled.
can take a lot of time.
We're losing our jobs. People are pouring in to our country. The other day, we were deporting 800 people.
Steph,
and perhaps they passed the wrong button, they pressed the wrong button, or perhaps, worse than that, it was corruption. But these people that we were going to deport for good reason ended up becoming citizens. Becoming citizens. And it was 800, and now it turns out it might be 1,800, and they don't even know. Look, here's the story. I want to make America great again. I'm going to be able to do it. I don't believe Hillary will. The answer is, if she wins, I will absolutely support it.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us. That concludes our debate for this evening. A spirited one. We covered a lot of ground, not everything, as I suspected we wouldn't. The next presidential debates are scheduled for October 9th at Washington University in St. Louis and October 19th at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. The conversation will continue. A reminder, the vice presidential debate is scheduled for October 4th at Long...
Shut up. Democracy Now! Said they're having a debate coverage. Here it goes. Democracy Now! Is on air. You guys watch Democracy Now! I used to watch more Democracy Now!, but I don't do that as much anymore. But who else would I be watching right now? They said they have live debate coverage. Oh, I gotta allow. See, that's what I'm saying. You gotta allow Flash. Allow every single website's gotta be like, oh, I never.
Just before we began the special tonight, just before 8:30 in the evening, Eastern Standard Time, police arrested 17 activists at Hofstra.
See, they arrested Jill Stein.
The exclusion of the third-party
candidates
from the debate. Earlier in the day, Green Party candidate Jill Stein was stopped by Hofstra Security and Nassau County Police and escorted off the campus.
She didn't get arrested.
Even though she was on her way to do an interview with MSNBC.
Wow.
Well, Jill Stein will be joining us
she was
tomorrow
to be
morning
interviewed, right?
here in our studio in New York City for a 2-hour Expanding the Debate special.
Tomorrow.
We will re-air tonight's debate between Clinton and Trump and give Stein a chance to respond to the same questions
right now
at her own podium. We did invite Libertarian candidate Gary Johnson, but he said he wouldn't be able to make it. But now, for the next 50 minutes, we're going to talk more about tonight's debate. We are joined now by 6 guests. Eddie Glott is still with us, chair of the Department of African American Studies at Princeton University, author of the new book, Democracy in Black.
What happened?
With us as well, longtime award-winning investigative journalist and activist, Ramzi Qasem is a professor of law at the City University of New York School of Law, an attorney for many men held at Guantanamo. He's been to Guantanamo more than 50 times. He's also head of the Immigrant and Non-Citizen Rights Clinic at CUNY Law School, as well as CLEAR, which is a clinic called Creating Law Enforcement Accountability and Responsibility. Arlie Russell Hochschild has just joined us at the table here in New York. She is author of Strangers in Their Own Land.
Who knows? Maybe
Anger
they did.
and Mourning on the
Possible.
American Right, brand new book. Joining us from Seattle is the Seattle City Council member Shama Swant, and with
I like
us
the
in
post-wrap-up
Tucson,
analysis
Arizona,
here.
still
Goodman's people.
from right there on
These
the
are more
border
radical
with
people,
Mexico, immigrant rights attorney Isabel Garcia, co-chair of the Coalition for Human
Wonder if
Rights.
these people
We
took
welcome
notes.
you all to the table.
Look at
Well,
never
why don't we go
smokes,
to one of our
drink
new
socially
guests,
omnivore.
Shama
See, what do you
Swant?
do about that?
You've
Never
been
smokes,
listening
drink
to this
socially
whole
omnivore.
debate.
People want to
What's
call
your
themselves
response?
an omnivore and be proud of that.
I
like-
thought a number of
I don't really wanna
important
have that
points
argument right
were
now.
made, and I'm happy to see that some of the real issues were discussed about living standards, but very, very minimally. And I am also glad
She's got her
that
baby. She's got her bathing
Trump
suit
was
picture up.
defeated on some of the important points. And I actually believe that it would be best for our nation if Trump is trounced in the election. And I'm hoping that that happens. But I think the most important
Damn.
point
On
that
the
is
beach shot.
missing from tonight's debate is exactly what you said, Amy, which is that the voices that are speaking to the majority of the population today, the America that is left out of these debates, the America that is especially crying out for a real change away from corporate politics, that voice was entirely missing. You mentioned Jill Stein was not allowed in the debates. Not only that, but several of the protesters outside were arrested. So we're seeing that a lot of what you hear, a lot of what 100 million viewers listened to and watched was a very, very controlled
Well, it's
debate
the cooked
between
food, it's the
the Republican
drugs,
Party
it's the
establishment
TV,
and the Democratic Party
turn on the
establishment.
TV, every
And
TV you'll
what
see
we're
drug commercials,
seeing
right?
is
I can't even
two
get drug commercials to
candidates
turn
who,
off on my thing.
Admittedly, there is
I don't know how
a
to find that
fundamental
category.
difference between Trump and Clinton, and I am as horrified as any other progressive in this nation by Trump's agenda. The fact that he emphasized the stop and frisk policy is just stomach-turning to me. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing is two of the least popular candidates in the history of presidential,
why Gary
these
Johnson's
recent
gonna
presidential
win.
debates being confronted with
Gary
each
Johnson's
other
super
when the
popular right
real
now. Have you seen
issues
Gary
are
Johnson's
completely
Google
off the
Trends?
table.
He's
And
like-
that is why I think we have to remember that at the end of the day, we're going to be pushed into this discussion between Trump and Clinton for the next several weeks, the next 6 weeks. And the real questions are, how are we going to build the left in America? How are we going to not only defeat Trump, but the right-wing agenda? How are we going to make sure that the wealthiest country in the history of humanity can be such that it actually works for the enormous numbers of working people? And Tulsa and Charlotte were mentioned today, but no real answers as to how the question of racist policing and the fact that many of the cities in which this racism and police violence is taking place are either Republican mayors or Democratic mayors, and there's no real answer as to how
Putting
an
them both on
actual
blast.
civilian oversight to policing will be achieved. So I think that if we're going to have a real discussion of what America needs, that is what we want to talk about.
she's a
And I will
Socialist
also
Party
mention,
leader.
there is such,
So she wants,
despite
like,
the fact that
unions
there's a
and stuff.
potential for the first woman
Hey,
president
Hillary.
to be elected in the history of the United States,
This is
less than
Democracy
half of
Now!
voters say that they're excited
Post-debate
about
wrap-up.
Clinton's campaign. And what we're seeing is that no
Shamara
more than 12% of
Sawatan.
likely voters who are going to vote for
Well, she's
Clinton
the Seattle
are
City
excited
Council
about the
member.
prospect of her winning, and no more than 11% of the voters who say they're going to vote for Trump are excited about his candidacy and his potential victory. So what we're seeing is that despite very clear differences between Clinton and Trump, the real question is, how are we going to build the left, and how are we going to pose a challenge to both the Democratic and Republican Party establishments, which ultimately serve the agenda of Wall Street? How are we going to really talk about living wage jobs for a majority of the population? And Trump talked about NAFTA, but we have to make sure we understand this is a multi-billionaire. The points about NAFTA are absolutely right. They did decimate jobs in the heartland of America, but we have to be clear this is a disingenuous and obfuscating argument made by Trump because neither Clinton nor Trump offer an answer to the Wall Street dominated and corporate dominated agenda of the TPP. And so if the labor movement really wants to fight it, then we need to bring forward a left alternative. And that is why, without talking about Jill Stein's candidacy and the potential for her to win a serious number of votes so that we can use that to build a basis for an independent party for the 99%, this debate is solely incomplete.
You talked about how this plays out in the heartland of this country. We're also joined at the table by Arlie Russell Hochschild, who is author of Strangers in Their Own Land. You have spent years now. Talk about where you've traveled and what you think Donald Trump was appealing to tonight, and if you think he succeeded in doing what he set out to do.
Great question, Amy. You know, I've spent the last 5 years in the hinterlands of Louisiana, which is the super South, and that's where the right has grown the most. I've been among whites. That's where the right has grown the most. And older whites and evangelical Christians. That's where the right has been the most. I've tried to go to the heartland of a way of thinking. Turn actually my political alarm system off and really try and listen and climb an empathy wall to see what, how does this make sense, this different worldview, different to me. And I listened to Donald Trump tonight with an ear to the appeal that he is making. And it's very different from the appeal that Hillary is making. Completely different. He's appealing to a sense of loss, of discouragement. America's in shambles. Our infrastructure is destroyed. We're being humiliated by the Chinese. So a down. It's like a preacher. We are so lost and so down. But I will lift you up. It's like a secular rapture. And that is, I think, a very deep, important appeal. To being shamed, you know, we've been shamed by others, and I will proudly stand forward with my masculine virtues. And I think he's the outsider. He's appealing to being not good, not having the skill set. His skill set's the one that is appealed. I could hear actually checking off certain appeals. Yes, we want an outsider. We don't care if he doesn't know how to do what Hillary knows how to do. He knows how to do what he has to do. And the rich will lift us up. There is a belief that the rich are the givers and the poor are the takers, that the private sector is the giver and the government is the taker. It's a reversal of assumptions.
Sometimes I feel like vomit.
So there was an appeal to that.
That's on the
and even appeal to being a victim. Like, you know, the media is on her side. So I think that was the character of his covert appeal. And
I might have waited too long on this one.
Is appealing to being the grown-up, the responsible one, who, you know, in a pinch could really solve the problems, and that is a very different kind of appeal.
According to ABC News, the highest moment of the debate, the top social moment on Facebook, was when Donald Trump said, "I have much better judgment than she does. I also have much better temperament." Well, rather than me say it, why don't we go to Donald Trump saying it?
I don't like the papaya.
My question was, why is your judgment any different than
I don't like that.
Mrs. Clinton?
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know, I have a much better. She spent, let me tell you,
these people are on it.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Totally,
like some of them don't get right. You know, I smelled every one of these to see it smelled good. I was like, it's gotta smell good.
I think my strongest asset, maybe by far, is my temperament. I have a winning temperament. I know how to win. She does not have how to win. Wait, the AFL-CIO the other day, behind the blue screen.
I have another one I can try. I better go get the other one too.
To Secretary Clinton, but you were totally out of control.
It's more about smell.
I said, there's a person with a temperament that's got a problem.
Secretary Clinton.
Okay. So there you have the top social moment. Arlie, what did he say to you?
He said, I'm in command, and she's just a woman with a flighty personality. There is a lot of gender story in this. For him to talk about her look, she had the wrong look. She's too short. She's, doesn't look like a man. And here she's had the stamina. Yeah. So he's, and he did that with her health thing. Oh, well, she's frail. Can't take it. So that's what he's doing here. He's claiming a male temperament.
I want to go to the NAFTA clip, and this one begins with Hillary Clinton.
I know how to really work to get new jobs and to get exports that help to create more new jobs.
Right. Well, you haven't done it in 30 years or 26 years.
Well, I've been a senator.
You haven't done it.
And I have been a Secretary of State, and I have
Your husband signed NAFTA, which was one of the worst things that ever happened to the manufacturing industry.
That is your opinion.
You go to New England, you go to Ohio, Pennsylvania, you go anywhere you want, Secretary Clinton, and you will see devastation where manufacturing is down 30, 40, sometimes 50%. NAFTA is the worst trade deal maybe ever signed anywhere, but certainly ever signed in this country. And now you want to approve Trans-Pacific Partnership. You were totally in favor of it. Then you heard what I was saying, how bad it is, and you said, I can't win that debate. But you know that if you did win, you would approve that, and that will be almost as bad as NAFTA. Nothing will ever top NAFTA.
That is just not accurate. I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the gold standard.
You
called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but that is not
we all do.
the facts.
We all live in our own reality.
I did say I hoped it would be a good deal, but when it was negotiated, which I was not responsible for, I concluded it wasn't. I wrote about that.
So is it President Obama's fault? Is it President Obama's fault?
Even announced. Look,
Secretary, is it President Obama's fault?
There are
because he's pushing it.
There are different views about what's good for our country, our economy, and our leadership in the world.
That's her election.
And I think it's important.
She wants to include the TPP. She wants the TPP to be
going again. That's why I said
I'm glad I don't live in America.
jobs with rising incomes, investments. Not in more tax cuts that would add $5 trillion to the debt.
But you have no plan.
Oh, I do.
Secretary, you have no plan.
So there you have the discussion of NAFTA. Alan Nairn, who do you think won the debate overall and this point?
Well, on this point, Bernie Sanders would have crushed Trump on trade. He would have crushed him overall. Trump is appealing to the worst instincts of whites, luring them on racism. But that's not the be-all and end-all. Sanders had an economic program that could, in significant part, overcome that.
No, I don't agree
Clinton
with
doesn't
Sanders.
have that. In this case, I think Trump
Gary Johnson, socialism is a problem. I don't
trade.
want us to...
Clinton was basically making the argument there of a Romney Republic.
The economy, the market.
She was refusing to
the government interfering with the market's
NAFTA.
the problem.
She was refusing to fault
the banks
Obama
and corporatization and centralization.
Later, she said, "Me too" on cutting regulations. It's pathetic. She's letting the nation down because she's opening the door to this fascist. I think, if the viewers noticed toward the end there, Trump started talking about Rosie O'Donnell. He started saying Rosie O'Donnell deserved it. And this actually gets to something extremely important and dangerous about Trump.
Trump and
a lot
Rosie
of people
O'Donnell
think, well, he's not that dangerous because he's ridiculous. It's just the opposite.
Rosie O'Donnell and
I've spent
Trump are
many, many years confronting,
best buddies.
dealing with, fighting against fascists, mass murderers who are supported by the U.S. government. In many countries around the world, people like
corporatists, government who has their business in business, government with their hands in the business when it's not the job. If you get the government in the hands of business, the business is going to get the hands in the government. Those things need to be separate. The separation of business and state.
And among them, these guys kill hundreds of thousands of people. So on a certain level, it's unfair to compare them to Trump, because Trump is a lightweight by comparison. But one thing about a lot of these
I think Gary Johnson's going to win.
fascist
Obviously,
types
they're cutting him out.
is that
they
they
know.
had trouble getting popular support.
Not these people. These people are leftists. So leftists will be like
because
always.
they were such
they're going to be like,
figures.
we want to control things and we want to
talk to them. You could
help
see it in
people.
their
We're
eyes,
going to
and people
appeal
could
to
see
the
it
emotional
in
rhetoric.
their eyes. Few of them could stand up and hope to win an actual election, but some of them have the gift of in addition to the authoritarianism and the willingness to kill en masse, the gift of being a clown, of being ridiculous. Someone like Duterte in the Philippines
Vegan
has
Cheetah,
that.
like
He
Vegan
just
Cheetah.
won on a death squad platform.
Vegan Cheetah,
He
president.
promised
No,
mass death squad killings across the
Do
country.
you guys think
He won
Vegan Cheetah
overwhelmingly.
relapsed?
He's carrying it out. He's already killed thousands, and he has a very high approval rating. Trump seems so
Martin
ridiculous.
Lewis said
that
Vegan
people
Cheetah
say, well,
relapsed.
you know, what harm
I tried to
could he
prove
do?
it with video
That
clips
was,
showing him
you know,
looking like he's on heroin.
Not to go too far with a comparison, but
It is
that was a
possible
fact you
because
would
things
take.
have changed recently.
That
But
was
he is
one
still
reason
keeping the
why
format going of like,
until it
this
was,
person versus the
too
that
late,
person, and I don't
Hitler
even
was
know.
not
But
taken seriously as a threat, notably by many on the left in Germany who failed to stand up to him.
he hasn't been doing the
enough.
live broadcast as
And,
much as he used to
he
do. I
also
thought he enjoyed doing live
lulled in
broadcasts.
many in the establishment, many among the rich and the
But
military.
I know that YouTube makes way more money, I'm
who,
sure, you know.
Thought, well, they could
Live
manage
broadcast, I
him.
mean, YouNow is not a
The
moneymaker that I know
establishment
about.
will
Look, I got 9
prevail
thumbs up.
in the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah. It was interesting for a
Trump's
minute just because you're like, well, I don't agree with
clownishness is
Durant
in a
freely,
way
but then when you saw that he
strength,
just acquiesced to
it
Durant
diverts
Rutter,
attention from
and
the
he didn't really
noxious
stay on
things
the
he's talking
challenge of
about.
like Durant
I mean,
Rutter
for example,
and his
just the-
accountability towards
they were
people that
talking
he's
about the New
affected.
York, bombing
It didn't
the
matter
other day.
anymore at that point,
Under
right? Like,
the
I mean, I guess some
proposal
questions
Trump has
did get
put on
asked.
the table,
So.
that man's family would all be executed.
But they're buddies,
Because
you know,
he's
like
called
it's
for
like
the
they're not having
execution of
enemy. They're
terrorists.
not animosity
Also,
there.
if you took him seriously,
The
and Trump
animosity
always gets
turned
the
out
break
between
of
Eisel
people
at the
not
end.
taking him seriously.
And now it's
Clinton
like
and
it's
Obama
more
will
jealousy
also
of
be
like people who don't
because he
like
said
them.
they
Or
were
I don't know. What
found
did he
to
want
suffice.
vegan last to do?
And it's
I don't
the
know. It
U.S.
just makes sense
policy, Obama
to me.
policy,
Just to not
to
talk to
drown,
other people about him
ISIS
negatively, I
people
guess. It's like,
and any others the U.S. suspects, and many people who they don't even know who they are, but they're young men of military age, kill them from the sky. Trump is talking about dangerous things, but he skates because a lot of people say, well, that's Trump, it's funny.
Professor Glaude, can you follow up on the point about NAFTA and the economic populism, and then we're going to move on to stop it first.
I think what we saw in this debate is a clear difference between Trump and Hillary Clinton. But it wasn't a difference that called into question the fundamentals of a certain neoliberal economic philosophy.
yeah, let's continue that.
There was one moment when Clinton says she wants to support strong growth, fair growth, and sustained growth. She wants broad-based, inclusive growth. A kind of economism was at the heart of her imagining, right, of our current state of affairs and how she would intervene, right? So no real fundamental challenge to the frame. And one of the things that we heard, a glaring absence in the debate was any mention of the working poor.
Keep the wars
any
going.
mention of poverty, any mention of working people, right? We want to lift the middle class. Rhetoric we've heard for a long time. So on the one hand, we want to say very clearly that I think the choice is stark. Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump. Donald Trump is running a campaign, let's call it a campaign of a scoundrel. And to the extent to which we can call it that, when he acts like a scoundrel, there's no surprise because he's running a campaign of a scoundrel, right? So he can be attractive as such, and you can call it a scoundrel account or however.
That's going to win the populism, though.
About Hillary Clinton is that she put forward a set of positions, particularly around NAFTA. She doubled down on it.
She's going to do
she said there were some
business
problems
as usual.
with it.
Business as usual has
In
not
some
been
ways,
pretty.
she doubled down. She said there were some unintended consequences around the position around the war on drugs, around the expansion of the carceral state under the Clinton administration, right?
She weakened on TPP.
She weakened on. So what we saw very clearly is well, let me say it this way: I don't know at what moment did she appeal to the progressive left in the debate. Now, it's clear that those of us who are reasonable and rational creatures saw the distinction between Donald Trump, who some moments looked like a lunatic, other moments came unhinged, other moments a neo-fascist, other moments an adolescent. But I don't know. There was no moment where I saw her trying to appeal.
And she can't win. Gary Johnson's going to win it.
Gary
Johnson's got this.
Or even African
I wish they would have let Gary Johnson on the stage, man. He would have
first
so
beginning with
much.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So much things he could have pointed
We
out.
have to bring back law and order. Now, whether or not in a place like Chicago you do stop and frisk, which worked very well, Mayor Giuliani is here, it worked very well in New York. It brought the crime rate way down. But you take the gun away from criminals that shouldn't be having it. We have gangs roaming the street. And in many cases, they're illegally here, illegal immigrants. And they have guns.
For sure, man.
And they shoot people.
And we have to be it's the only sane choice you can make. These other two people have too much baggage.
We have to know what we're doing. Right now, our police, in many cases, are afraid to do anything. We have to protect our inner cities because African-American communities are being decimated by crime.
Your 2 minutes expired, but I do
gun
want
rights.
to follow up.
Taking away people's guns is what creates the problem. When people have guns, it creates equanimity. People don't shoot other people who think they might other people have guns. They're not looking to have that. People would rather have their need for well-being met.
A judge,
that's universal.
Who was a very against
gun rights
police judge,
matter. People who take away gun rights
from her, and our mayor.
And only the criminals have the guns.
Refused to go forward.
More violent crime in England, like 400 times more. Like people stabbing each other and stuff like that.
Many places.
The argument is that it's a form of racial profile.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them.
Gary Johnson said there'll be no limitations on gun classes.
Was found to be unconstitutional, and in part because it was ineffective. It did not do what it needed to do.
Waste
now,
resources,
I believe in community policing, and in fact, violent crime is 1/2 of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%. We just don't want to see it creep back up. We've had 25 years of very good cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences. Too many young African American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses, and it's just a fact that if you're a young African-American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system.
Professor Eddie Glaude, unintended consequences.
It's just a gross misunderstanding.
What's this gross?
When we think about the kind of expansion of the carceral state under the Clinton,
never smokes,
Bill Clinton's socially administration. When you think about over the million-plus black and brown people who are currently locked up,
eats junk food.
At the same time, you got all these black people in the big house while you have a black person in the White House.
You didn't say omnivore, right?
It seems to me that this is precisely what's wrong with Hillary Clinton's outreach to the black community.
She likes Batman.
That she won't speak forcefully about the state of policing in this country. Not only crack cocaine disparities, but the way in which communities are policed. It's more than just simply community policing. It's more than simply better police training. It has something to do with misdemeanor decriminalization. It has something to do with stop criminalizing poverty. It has something to do with getting rid of bail for all the violent crimes, decreasing the amount of citizen police contact, which produces these situations and scenarios where folks are losing their lives. So here she doesn't speak passionately. Right? And what we get as well, we get this false equivalence. Why can't Hillary Clinton in this moment? And again, Donald Trump is clearly someone that's problematic. We don't want focusing on Clinton is not to say that Donald Trump is the choice. But why can't Hillary Clinton just speak
I got a moment that someone like
the circumstances of how black communities are policed? Why is it that she has to say, on the one hand, here, and then on the other hand, we have to help police do their jobs?
How can I beat it?
What is the point of making that kind of move, of balancing the two conversations simultaneously? It's because she's not talking to black communities at that moment. She's still talking to the median white voter that she thinks she has to appeal to.
Ooh, this song's fun. Let me post
and
this.
Arlie?
Yes, curiously, she's not appealing to poor whites either. I listened to her from the point of view of, a blue-collar white guy, and he wouldn't feel heard either. Are you a part of the basket of deplorables? She didn't reach out, to that group either.
Ramsey Kassim, this whole issue of stopping.
Pain for monetary gain. The pain that a man has to endure when two flip outright loving big police put him in the position where he must choose against humiliation as a man or death. The pain
Which moment was that I was like, let's see.
Yo, bring that cash here, pay me my money from last year. Now you caught up in some shit like a dog ass his. You should have thought about it before you called, you fucking dummy. Give me my money or I'm killing your family tomorrow. Tears flooded to his face. No time for tears, my nigga, they here and they jaw blazing the fucking place. Somebody snuck beneath the gate, cameras like a Scarface. They on your staircase, gorillas with bandanas.
I'm gonna do a review, asking for a review.
The whole glass shatter. Cheat you, grab my son, grab my gun and grab my ladder. Quick, we gotta make it to the roof of court.
They've asked me for a review of Super Salad. Let's do it. What am I gonna say? What do you guys think? You ever been to Super Salad? Anyone here got any review of Super Salad? Reviews. Write a review. Review. What do I say about Super Salad? I say I like it. I'll give it 4 stars. 4 stars. I say tell people about Super Salad. I have been going to Super Salad since the early 90s in Santa Fe, when salad was $1.99 and soup was $2.99 included. Dollar was $1.99. I always fill myself up to the max, sometimes beyond full, and so I got my money's worth, and I used the coupon to get a discount, which helped. They did run out of honeydew, which was disappointing, and I do wish there was red, orange, or yellow peppers instead of green peppers. But it was nice to see vegan options on the salad bar for people who want them, and enough fruit for a person who eats fruit. Yeah, it used to be $1.99 back in the day, just for the salad, if you get the salad separate from the soup. But nowadays, no. The coupon is for $6.50. It was $5.99. The coupon used to be $5.99. Now it's $6.50. The money's losing value. You see how that works? No. I got some of that on the microphone. I say, you want them enough fruit for a person who eats fruit. I'll put the word Terrian in there. Terrian. I don't need to make my review that long, right? What else could I say? The bathrooms were clean. It's always nice to take a dump in the middle of your meals to make more room. I don't know. Maybe like it. Yeah. What did I say about the Super Salad? I mean, what else about it, you know? I've been going to Super Salad since the early 90s. Oh, here's some typos because it misrecognized my voice. And yeah, let's get back to the frickin' drama.
And shoot to kill.
But yeah.
Now, when you have a society where there's white racism to begin with,
do you have like sweet tomatoes?
Start off.
There's only 2 of them: there's sweet tomatoes and there's Super Salad. There's no other salad bars like that.
You have that. Then you have someone like Trump coming along and amping it up even further.
Yeah, sweet tomatoes
then this
similar,
doctrine
right? Sweet tomatoes doesn't have as much fruit, though. They have apples,
for the civilians that enabled George Zimmerman.
They don't have as much melon. Sometimes they have watermelon, right?
And open fire legally if he felt threatened because he happened to see a young black man
The salad was $1.99. I always
around the country who are overly surveilled and underprotected, hearing that the Fraternal Order of Police, over 350,000 voters, have endorsed Trump, someone who has, in effect, is very explicit that he's not committed to due process, that he's not committed to the rights of everyday ordinary people.
We have to bring Isabel Garcia into this conversation. You may not be in our sight right here in New York City, but you're not out of our heart. In that last clip that we just heard, Isabel, there was not much discussion of immigration.
I do wish there was red and yellow and peppers instead of
Donald Trump
green
saying
peppers
we have gangs
and
roaming
more
the
fruit.
street, and in many cases they're illegally here, illegal immigrants, and they have guns and they shoot people, and we have to be very strong and we have to be very vigilant. We have to be.
He did say that.
We had to know what we're doing. Right now, our police in many cases are
immigrants
afraid to
are coming
do
and killing
anything.
people
Can
with
you
guns.
respond to this from the border there in Tucson?
Absolutely. I knew that he would have to make a comment like that, which is based on falsehoods. All the studies that have been done, all the credible studies, document the exact opposite, that it is.
They cater to so many people. I mean, they got like, they don't just have lots of fruit. They got like junk
in the
desserts. They got
population
ice cream machine. They got pizza. They got
right?
like
So,
6
right
kinds
away,
of
he's
soup.
stoking that
They got like
fear, but
taco bar.
I want to address
They have like
this whole
the salad
issue
bar
of
with cold
racism,
pasta
and
salads, and there's at least
I
12
have
of them,
to
right?
say that,
So there's a lot of food. I mean,
it's
if I'm
not
just going in there being
blaming
restrictive with what I
Clinton
eat,
and the
eating
Democrats
all
or
of
the
that stuff,
Republicans. I think we have to
they run out.
blame
But
ourselves.
this is the end of
Our
the night. They
community,
told me to take it all.
obviously,
So
you know, I feel a part of the community, and we have allowed Trump to gain traction. A lot of good people never wanted to talk about Trump. They didn't want to talk about underlying issues. You have a
Posting your
congressperson
review.
who recently said, "Oh, those blacks are protesting because
I posted my
they're
review,
jealous
dude. They
of
got like
us."
57 5 stars.
Those-
I give them a
we
4
have
star.
to face
Whatever.
that.
It's fine.
We have to face the fact that we've done a terrible job in this
Yeah, look at this
country
kid. See,
of
this is what goes on there.
teaching our history.
This is
And
what
of
goes on there.
course, it's the first
Big
step
old plate
in
of
any
cheese and a
reparation.
pizza.
And I believe that Secretary Clinton should have talked about that. Not only
Someone
reform
else
within the
say?
criminal justice system itself and what it means to, be discriminated against
Yeah, I
from
guess.
the
But
very
there's just different
moment. But
choices
what
people are
about
gonna
those
make, right?
communities that are
Is my dish on there? Because I did.
What about
I did
Detroit?
post that I was
And what
there.
about communities that
This is from
where
November
youth
13th
have
now.
no jobs and no economic
It's not listed.
opportunities? Those are fundamental
I didn't put
to any of these
I could have
discussions.
put a
And
picture with it.
believe
I didn't.
that in a large part
Well,
we're
I can
to
edit
blame.
it.
We're obviously
Edit and review.
Clinton is
Can I
not
attach a photo still?
the
No.
ideal candidate, and we have to stop
No, it's not
Trump.
possible.
But beyond stopping Trump, we
Can I
must
post a picture?
build a
No, I can't.
movement
I
that
can
is
make another
focused
review,
on
can I?
human rights,
No, I
that is
can't.
focused on
I can
economic
copy.
rights,
I can.
on cultural and
I can
racial
copy the
rights.
text of my
And
review,
we must
delete
hopefully
my
win
review,
out of here to continue to
and then
press our
repost a
community,
review,
because
right?
it's our communities that have to press these
Reviews.
politicians to do the right thing. We know
Write a
that
review.
it's
There you go.
really bottom up if we
I'll
want
put 5
to,
stars this
not
time.
top down.
I can't post a
I
picture
wanted to
though?
go right now for a minute. We just spent an hour
Still
and a
doesn't give me a picture
half
option.
inside Hofstra University hearing this debate between the two major party candidates. But there was a lot of action outside as well, and you're not going to get much of this in the corporate media. But our colleagues, Hani Massoud and Dina Guzder, were there at Hofstra, and this is what they found outside as they were following the third-party candidate, Jill Stein, who was escorted off the premises by both Hofstra Security and the Nassau County Police.
Tonight is a turning point. We can no longer go forward into the future and allow ourselves to be silenced, to be intimidated, and to have our political power ripped from us. So we say it's time to reject the lesser evil and to fight for the greater good. And we will go forward, knowing that we do have the power
Super
to
Salad
create
Arcadia.
an
Maybe I can
America
tag
and
them
a
in the
world
picture.
that works for all of us. And the power to create that world is not just in our hopes, it's not just in our dreams. Right here and now, outside the barred gates of Hofstra University,
Photos.
that power is in our hands.
Timeline.
Joe, Democracy Now. We just wanted to get what happened today.
Here's my
What
plate.
happened? Democracy Now. What happened today?
So today we were invited to speak to the media, and we had several
Super Salad
interviews.
Arcadia. I don't think it's
We were
possible.
at Fox,
SOU.
we were at CBS, and we were on our way to an MSNBC interview
not possible.
because the students were
You can only tag people with your friends on
excited
that
about
mobile
our
device.
presence. They attracted the attention of
Then I did
security,
this.
and we were escorted off of the campus.
There's like 4 of those.
And I'm going to ask if they will open the debate.
There's some carob
We have a right.
dates.
We have a right to participate. To participate. like allowing people to come in and out of the parking lot.
Are they going to arrest them?
We're asking you to please move to the sidewalk.
And we're going to wait for them to bring us somebody from the Commission on Presidential Debates. Have a seat.
My name is Carlos Jesus Calzadilla, and right now we're demanding Jill Stein to get into debates.
They're going to do it. They're doing a sit down. That's why they got arrested. They did a. They're sitting in the street.
Many people, not just two. And
They want to
the
get
Commission
arrested.
on Debates is controlled by the Republicans and the
Look how
Democrats.
juicy this is.
We're demanding right now.
They're getting
in
less
America,
juicy.
where supposedly we have freedom of speech to open the debates and let Jill Stein and Gary Johnson participate in them.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are obstructing vehicular traffic. If you refuse to move, you are subject to arrest.
Bennett Weiss.
Arrested.
We're blocking the road because we want an open debate. They want an open road, which will affect a few handful of vehicles. We want an open debate that will affect the entire world. We either move or we get arrested.
If you
I'm prepared to get arrested.
Can you narrate what's happening, Sherry? I'm going to jail for trying to make sure that I'm having handcuffs put on right now and going to jail because I believe everybody should be part of the presidential debate.
My name is Robin Laverne Wilson. I am the Green Party candidate for Senator of New York State, and I'm here because this is what my ancestors did for me to have the right to vote, and the access to the ballot and the debates is just as important as access to the polls.
My name's Heather Graham, and I'm here with Occupy the Debates so that everyone in the American people have a right, thank you, the American people have a right to know who they can vote for. We have a right.
What's your name? Who are you with?
I'm Yane Indigo. I'm a surrogate of Jill Stein.
What's happening right now?
I'm
Share a
being
photo. Here we
handcuffed because I'm standing up for all of our children, including your children, including the children of these men who are arresting me.
My name is Carol Cutler.
It worked.
What's happening right now?
I'm getting the bracelets.
Ew, we got pizza.
Why do you feel so strongly you're willing to get arrested?
Well, because everything else has failed, so some people have to stand up and say we're not taking this anymore.
Yeah, Bernadine Zenny. And what's happening right now?
Well, I'm being arrested.
Why?
Well, because they say we're blocking, but the traffic's already blocked. They're blocking the traffic. We're just sitting down in the road.
Why are you sitting in the road?
Well, because we're here for Jill Stein. We want her to get on the debates. We think we're just doing this so. Chris Hedges says the last thing we have is our bodies. So I'm putting my body.
Special thanks to Democracy Now's Dina Guzder and Honey
Oh my
Massoud
gosh,
for that
look at this
report
girl
outside
said
Hofstra. It looks like about 24 people got.
She didn't like my comment. Look at this comment. Oh, she did not like it, but I said, some guy, John Kozak, you know who John Kozak is? He's Double Organic. He says, what are the things you don't have to worry about anymore? Right? List of don't worry about things. And I said, I don't worry about meat-eating girls hitting on me, or any girls for that matter, because I've not met any raw vegan girls, other than Christina Bucarama Bucarillo when she was getting D and laying snail trails down on Trent Broccoli. Trent Broccoli was her old boyfriend. And then Rebecca Rosa says, notice you so cray. Okay.
But he's not participating this time. We'll be doing this for all the debates. But I did want to bring in Kashama Swant, who is in the Seattle studio.
Look at this one. I said, I don't worry about getting B12 because you get somebody eating your own cum.
In the pre-debate
That's just fucked up, man. This guy says, that's radical honesty gone terribly wrong.
People should vote for, well, you're supporting Jill Stein.
Dude.
Across the board.
No
or do you
fap
think
doesn't
there
work.
should be
Milos doesn't know about that because he's in the no fap camp. Milos is the no fap guy.
Socialist Alternative and I launched Movement for Bernie, through which we supported Bernie Sanders' campaign until the Democratic Party establishment made sure that he was eliminated from the race. What we said was that we understand that if people want to make sure that Trump is not elected by using a safe state strategy, or or in other ways to call it a swing state strategy, we totally understand. And I think that
hey, what's up, Vegan Mojo?
While talking about that, we have to open up our discussion on the left to the larger and more fundamentally and important and long-lasting question of how are we going to build the left as an alternative to both the corporate politics of the Democratic Party and the hateful, right-wing, bigoted agenda of Trump. And as some of your guests have stated, we're not only worried about Trump and what he himself
Look at the comments about the debate. I generally don't understand how anybody can watch this and think either of these toddlers should be nuclear weapons, should have nuclear weapons.
To the real right-wing elements in America at a time, ironically, when the vast majority
Revolutions
of working
might
people,
sound a little
and
dramatic,
especially young people,
but in this world,
millennials,
choosing
are moving
authenticity
well
and
to the left,
worthlessness
and they have made
is
it clear
absolute
which direction
act
they're
as
moving
resistance.
by the
Choosing to live and love
historic support
with our
that Bernie
whole hearts
Sanders
is an
got.
act of
And I'm really
defiance.
glad that you, as an alternative to corporate media, are bringing in the voice of Jill Stein, because all the people who spoke, the ones who are getting arrested because force is being used against them, because they are demanding a fair voice in the debate, all of this is showing that it's really a question of mass movements. I mean, we talked about stop and frisk. We talked about how horrifying it is that the Fraternal Order of Police supported Trump.
The problem with trickle down is we live in a system where the bank has infinite spouts, so they can just put as much as they want. And the way that they do it is biased. They do it based on Wall Street and based on preferential corporations who bribe politicians. So it's like a revolving door. You're either a politician who's taken money from a corporation to give a favor, or you're a corporation who's tricking a politician to get a favor. You know, it's like, who wins in that situation? Just the people who constantly sell out and the people who undermine, use monopolistic force in order to force their ways and to break competition. So who could compete in a market where there's a monopoly? It can't, because the monopoly's got unfair treatment from government representatives.
Don't talk about third-party politics there, because we have to play it safe. Let's do local. Well, look at what happens in local races. I won the election as a socialist because I did not run in the Democratic Party establishment. If I had run as a Democrat, as Bernie did, I would have been defeated, because the Democratic Party establishment, while it definitely wants to defeat the right-wing agenda, I believe that they want to defeat Trump, their bigger priority
Hillary spouting
is to
empty
defeat
platitudes, Trump
agenda.
interrupting
And we
people
also have to
like a
make
dick.
sure that our
All
mass
pretty
movements,
predictable.
while not given up an
The
artificial
debate
pause
sucks.
in the election
The candidate
year, we
sucks.
also
Let's
make
start
sure
over.
the direction that we're going in. And I should mention,
What did
some
Trump
of the
just
biggest
say about
movements
Rosie
that are
O'Donnell?
arising,
Seriously.
surprisingly in a presidential year, is through the Stop Dakota Access Pipeline. It is a historic protest, a historic movement where tens of thousands of tribal leaders and tribal members have gone. This is the largest collection of tribal movement against the pipeline, and we are seeing young people and grassroots people showing leadership on this. And what have we seen from the Democratic Party? It was not Hillary Clinton who went there at the risk of being arrested. It was Jill Stein who went there, and it was ordinary people who went there. And that is the kind of leadership we're talking about, but that is only possible if mass movements not only energize themselves independent
Hey, what's
of
up,
the Democratic
Delicious and Chef Vegan?
establishments, but
The
also
debate's over. We're just watching
understand
Democracy
that
Now!
giving an artificial stop or a pause to our movements in presidential years, because we're not supposed to talk about this, and buying into the logic of lesser evilism, which I know is uppermost in the minds of many of your listeners. What we see through history is that by that logic of lesser evilism, there will never be a good time to build the left. And I would argue exactly the opposite, that there has never been as good a time as today to really ferociously, with determination, build the left as an alternative to both the Republicans and the Democrats.
And Kashama
Because you only have to look at what people are saying.
I want to say, just in the number of people who are tweeting and writing on Facebook, there is a tremendous concern about what's happening in North Dakota with the Dakota Access Pipeline. And we just learned that in this last few days, that the standoff that we filmed on Labor Day weekend, where Native Americans went to an area where the Dakota Access Pipeline
a lot of my friends
was
have left to
excavating,
North Carolina.
that property that they were protesting has just been sold directly to the Dakota Access Pipeline. But Alan Nairn, you wanted to weigh in on this issue of movements as we begin to wrap up this discussion.
Bodies in the line in front of the pipeline building.
Minutes.
Yeah, you have to attack the corporate powers, the rich and the mass murderers, both from within the Democratic Party, which may be possible to take over. I wouldn't have thought that before, but Sanders' success suggests that might be possible, and also from without simultaneously. But
you didn't have any
this
success.
Moment,
you got fucking
let
cut
Trump
the fuck
into
off.
the White House. if you let Trump slip in by voting third party in a swing state, and therefore by a handful of votes hand that state to Trump, you could be rolling things back by decades. You put you flip the switch, which up to now has blocked the Paul Ryan Koch brothers agenda from passing through the Congress because Trump will be there to support it. You put new Scalias on the court as a new majority to set that agenda in stone. You know, parenthetically, Trump said in the debates that he did not want to cut Social Security, but there are all sorts of reports that when he privately met Paul Ryan, he promised Ryan that he would cut Social Security. But the council member made a very important point about how fundamentally there's every reason to think we're entering an era where fundamental progressive change is possible. Why? Because the working and middle classes have collapsed. And that has to reverberate. There's no way it won't. And the rise this year simultaneously of Trump and Sanders indicating that it's fine, that those waves are finally reaching the shore. So there's really kind of for the medium term and the long term, there's tremendous opportunity. But if you let the white supremacists, the neo-fascists sneak in, this can set back the entire clock, not to mention costing the lives of
look at this. I've got longer view duration. Back to 3 minutes.
As we mentioned before, whether it's Clinton, whether it's Trump, the U.S. policy of supporting mass murder overseas will win because they both support that. But it's partially a question of how many murders. With Trump, you get both the continuation of the killing bureaucracy that Clinton comes out of, but you also get the added element of the Cheney, Rumsfeld, Curtis LeMay style gambling and recklessness. You know, Trump came out and demanded that the Chinese disappear Kim Jong-un, the nuclear-armed dictator of North Korea. Trump is calling for sending more U.S. forces.
He said China should take care of North Korea
off the coast of China to confront the Chinese military on the issue of the South China Sea. Trump has talked about nuclear weapons for Saudi Arabia and Japan and South Korea. We're talking about even more death with a Trump. And maybe most uniquely, we're talking about unleashing the beast in white America if Trump is handed this victory.
Ramzi Kassim, as we wrap up, you have the last comment right now.
Well, I mean, I think the Supreme Court does hang in the balance. The next president is going to nominate not just Scalia's replacement after he passed away, but potentially 3 additional Supreme Court justices. Now, that's 4 justices, given the fact that Justice Ginsburg might retire, Justice Breyer might retire, Justice Kennedy might retire. 4 justices. The last president who's done that in their first term is President Nixon. And so that will shape the American jurisprudence for a generation to come, if not 2, depending on how young those nominated justices are. And that is important to a number of issues in our country, ranging from abortion to education to election finance reform. But to my mind, I'm not reassured when I hear Hillary Clinton, the former chief diplomat in our country, talking about taking out Baghdadi as an organizing principle for U.S. interventions in the Middle East. That's the same old pipe dream of, killing our way out of conflicts and problems that, by the way, we killed our way into. And so that, to me, does not spell a better fate for the people who live in those countries. And I hope that we can manage to do those things simultaneously, keep Trump and the very real danger that he represents at bay.
Home Depot. The Home Depot. Check out this one. Civilization is based on violence. Every bit of steel these towers was ripped from a rainforest on a mountainside. Every ton of concrete was strip mined. Trace the origins of the material of civilization itself. What you find is blood and devastation of nature. Has anybody watched NCIV? Over? What? I put it on pause and it's over? No. No! Seems like it's over, huh? Dead air. Dead air. What? No fair. No fair. Let's see what Ralph Nader says. Ralph Nader talking about screenshots.
There's no barrier to entry.
Well, let's talk about some of the issues you're going to talk about, like the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And I want to get your views on both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Sure. But before I do, who will you be voting for, Ralph?
I never say who I vote for. I'm not not going to vote for either Hillary or Trump. Listen, if I don't have a third party to vote for, I'll write in my vote. I will never vote for someone who is going to engage in illegal armed force, unconstitutional killing innocent people, selling Washington to Wall Street, and driving our country into the ground all the time, sugarcoating the American people on TV with rhetoric.
So the idea that some people have that is very much pushed about swing state strategy, you don't agree with?
No, because it's very easy. Let's say you're in a swing state and you think that the least worst candidate is Hillary. What you do is you go with a Trump voter who thinks the Trump voter is the least, and you trade off. You say, look, you won't vote for Trump and I won't vote for Hillary. Let's make a deal, and then we'll vote for whoever we want to in terms of our conscience, third party or whatever. There are already computerized systems for this underway. You can actually join the network. And now get rid of that. But what Bernie Sanders never talks about is if we had proportional representation, instant runoff voting, all the spoiler stuff wouldn't be around. And the
calling
idea
a third-party candidate
spoiler
is a bigoted
using the
political
First
word.
Amendment right to run for office
like
as
it.
a politically bigoted word. And it should never be tolerated by the American people because everyone has an equal right to run for office. Everyone's going to get votes from one another. So they're either spoilers of one another or none of them are spoilers.
People refer back to your presidential candidacy.
It doesn't matter, though, because this is an open platform, so what would it matter?
Like George W. Bush
people
race
will tell
back
them
in
everything,
2000.
you know?
Talk about you as the spoiler. You have always said this is absolutely wrong. Why?
Well, it's wrong from a First Amendment point of view. First of all, you should never tell anybody to shut up. And when you run for office, it's free speech, petition, and assembly. It's the consummate use of the First Amendment. But here, it's a scapegoating. The Democrats could never get over how they couldn't beat this bumbling government in Texas who couldn't put a paragraph together and has a horrible record. Children and women and pollution, etc. Policy, right?
You're talking about George
W. Bush. So they scapegoat the Greens. So here's how it goes. 300,000 registered Democrats in 2000 in Florida voted for Bush. Blamed the Greens. Thousands of people were misidentified as ex-felons by Katherine Harris, the Secretary of State for Jeb Bush, governor of Florida. Blamed the Greens. The butterfly ballot, which is very deceptive, got people to vote for exactly the opposite candidate in South Florida, blamed the Greens. Scalia's political 5-4 decision, which blocked the Florida Supreme Court's full recount in Florida, blamed the Greens. The Electoral College took the victory in the popular vote from Gore, blamed the Greens. Gore loses his Tennessee state, where he represented in Congress for years, blame the Greens. It's total scapegoating. It's disgusting that extremely smart people who happen to be Democratic Party apparatchiks, like Howard Dean, who's now in a corporate firm that lobbies for the healthcare and drug industry, by the way, and never identified as such by the New York Times and others who quote him.
Howard Dean turned into a drug industry representative? Wow. I remember going to watch Howard Dean speak a long time ago.
Ralph Nader, longtime consumer advocate, ran for president 4 times. He has a new book out. It's called Breaking Through Power. It's easier than we think, and he has a 4-day conference next week demanding people.
I did vote for Ralph Nader. I did. I voted for Ralph Nader. Anyone else ever vote for Ralph Nader? Commented on my post. My post can get kind of silly. I was only making silly posts. Doesn't matter. You said no 2 minutes ago. No, it's not into my post. sorry, I just can't do it after the debate tonight. As much as I would like for someone, if they said they would fight mandatory vaccine with all their might, there are other issues facing our country, and Trump isn't one of them. Nowhere near. It isn't a debate, it's a puppet show. Jill Stein gives her unequivocal stance.
Along in the sun, Tyler
Jill Stein
Ramsey
is
here
all
on
for
Democracy Now!,
vaccines.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Yep, I need to fucking blow this up because I don't agree with Jill Stein. Jill Stein's into centralization. Jill Stein's into the Federal Reserve. Jill Stein's into bureaucratic government trying to control the market. That's not going to work. It's not going to work, people. The market is like, it's like natural hygiene. The market's nature. It's like the market is just based on the resources, the energy you put into things. If you go put your energy into picking a fruit tree, and you do what you're going to do with that fruit.
And I say, read my book, okay? I'm on the record on this in the first review of the literature that Physicians for Social Responsibility and I co-authored a book on this. We looked at what are some of the drivers of developmental disabilities, and by the way, we must take care of our disabled residents and citizens and not let them and their human rights get lost in the shuffle here. They need support, they need care, they need funding, and they need protection. But we were very clear when we reviewed the science, looking at what may be some of the public health drivers here. Autism did, I'm sorry.
I can't agree with Israel. People who are going to back Israel unequivocally, it's just not going to happen. I mean, you got to hold Israel accountable for their occupation. You can't just make people third-class citizens and buy a bunch of weapons and use. Even USA is using white phosphorus on Iraq this week, right? And Israel originally used that, and Saudi Arabia is using it on Yemen. It's like it melts the flesh. I mean, that's crazy. The stuff people are. It's like war crimes.
Vaccines didn't even make it into the list of things that we considered reviewing. So there you have it. You can look at the evidence.
What you have said, which has been distorted, is you have an issue with the regulators. Can you just expand on that? Because those.
Or it's like everyday people and get our regulator over.
Yeah, I need to remix this video. Oh, that's what I was doing right now. Let's do that. You guys will like this. It'll be more fun. Forget all that politics. It's kind of over. Let's get into the Tanny Raw. Tanny Raw is exciting, and she's like, bam.
Anything that's even the least bad, I will lick it first because I don't want to ruin my whole dish, you know?
Say, I don't want to ruin my whole dish. Say, you say? Down in the South, she's got people coming to visit the South. It's so cute, look. She's like, you come down to the South, we even got chickens that talk. The chickens talk. They be telling you, buy some fat. Buy some fat. Y'all buy some fat now, okay?
Know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
What I'm saying is taking the things like that, and she's asking, like, is it good?
This granny don't play that.
And maybe
I'm not that kind of granny, she says.
We were talking
She's
about
41, I think.
Dips, sauces, dressings, soups ahead of time. Putting them.
I'm going for a specific scene. The only reason I started capturing it earlier, I made a capture because I was like,
and after that, what's
she was going to say something. I was going to make a small capture, and then it kept going and going and going. I'm like, oh, it just gets better and better and better.
You could go back into eating like you are now, and all of a sudden you feel like you've got this plethora of food again.
Plethora
of
food.
Did,
again.
The few days of the celery juice and Vimergy, or in the past when I've done like a colon.
Oh, no, we're not talking about that stuff right now. We're looking for one specific scene. Here it is.
And see, they had macaroni over there, and it's not vegan, macaroni and cheese, and Carly.
No, that's not what I was going for either.
It up into really like 4 grain smoothies because your third eating time of the day, your snack, you would blend. You see what I mean?
I got videos against colonics.
It's a great way to give your body even a
I got
little
videos against enemas, colonics. I have a few joke videos about coffee enemas.
It's just easier on the digestion, you
no
know?
way.
And then after that,
what's brilliant
I have a video about that?
I have a really good video from Herbert Shelton talking about the inside skin and the outside skin. See, the skin is self-cleaning. And so when the skin cleans itself, if you're going to wash, I mean, what are you going to do? Just loosen some stool in the lower colon? The upper colon is the place where the magic happens. You're not cleaning out the upper colon. The upper GI, your body, your gastrointestinal tract is going to be cleaning itself by having put clean things in originally. And how does it get all funked up and develop cysts and out pockets and all this stuff is by eating cholesterols and by eating hydrogenated fats and things that are mucus forming. Over time, over time, your body has to develop mucus to protect you against all these things that aren't optimal foods. It just eventually drags, and a bunch of it gets stuck, and like so much colon fecal, microbiome, more bacteria lives in our colon that helps us digest. It's essential, so we don't want to disrupt it. And like, imagine how out of whack it could get when all the funky things that those bacteria, which are hanging out all the time, are coming to life and overgrowing, and how uncomfortable that would feel to have overgrowth bacteria that they're only trying to help you, but in reality, you haven't helped yourself by putting in things that are toxic and that are chemicals based. And she's going to get into this here in this video, actually. Let me get that.
Is after that few days of a green smoothie cleanse, you could go back into eating like you are now, and all of a sudden you feel like you've got this plethora of food again. Just like when I did the few days of the celery juice and Vimergy, or in the past when I've done like a colon cleanse, I come off that thinking, oh my gosh, like I have every choice in the universe with these foods I eat, which is kind of great. So I wanted to tell you that.
This is where I want to start at. This is where I want to start, I think.
Let me tell you this right quick.
This is where I wanted to start the video at. Let's see, maybe the funny, she's always funny at the beginning, huh?
You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, taking the things like that, and she's asking
I don't know how she probably gets a lot of copyright violations. I don't think she monetizes those. It doesn't matter for her.
Let me tell you this right quick. We're going down the road and let me tell you this right quick. Wait. We're going down the road, and did y'all hear on my video the other day, somebody... And did you...
Get a little closer. Get a little closer.
Did y'all hear on my video the other day, somebody was talking about... And somebody was talking about coming down here to the south, and some of y'all that live here know what I'm talking about. There's nothing but
fast food.
There's nothing but fast foods. You've got like Fats Cafe, and you've got an actual chicken up there saying, come on in.
Come on in.
Come on in. And try me out. And try me out in a new whatever. We've got a serious disconnect. I mean, like, you're actually... you're actually seeing the chicken. You're actually seeing the chicken talking. People aren't... Which is not the point, but you got fast food...
Which is not the point.
Which is not the point, but you got fast food. You've got everywhere you go, you are... Everywhere you go, you are bombarded with sales pitches for food. It's every place. But then again, little baby and I at Whole Foods yesterday, did you see him eat the 2 bananas like that? He was hungry.
So I wanted to just end it right there.
And really, it was kind of a snack time.
But then I started getting better, and I was like, oh, it's getting better. I gotta keep at it.
It was kind of a snack time, but we went over. But we went over and we looked at the bar and all that, and
Well, it's kind of, I have it all messed up right now. Let me fix it. Here, first you gotta put the bandana on nice, so it gets to that. And then you gotta put the hat on properly. Tag to the back. Turn it up. That hat's really cool. Yeah, it's got the skateboards and the palm trees on it. But I have the other hat right here. The bandana makes the hat stay on better, but this hat actually fits tighter than the other one. What's Tammy talking about?
We went over and we looked at the bar.
This is what happens at Whole Foods.
But we went over and we looked at the bar and all that, and
we went over and we looked at the bar and all that, and
and see, they had macaroni.
They had macaroni.
We looked at the bar and all that, and they had macaroni over there, and it's not vegan, macaroni and cheese, and Carly doesn't feed him that. And he's like, oh, wrong. And he's like, oh, Ronnie, and I said,
Ronnie.
Ronnie, and I said, that's not Mommy's Ronnie, and then the sweet potato.
I'm editing this.
The sweet potatoes, I looked at what was in those, and it was a lot of sugar and different stuff, and I didn't want to eat that. So we just had the bananas, and did you see how simple? And I had
didn't say man.
And did you see how simplistically satisfying that was?
That's what I had. I got some bananas right now I could eat.
And I was just thinking about that. And I was just thinking about that as we sat there, like all the choices in this world. And at the end
of the day,
we have the choice. We have the choice. You know, but all these signs we're.
I don't need all that.
All these signs we're seeing. All these different things. I have
She's gonna start getting satanic here. Watch.
A friend of mine at
You're gonna start talking about how this is part of the title, though. It's part of the.
It's the guy that Carly is.
She's gonna. It's about demons in the food. She's talking about demons.
It's the guy that Carly is renting the apartment from. His name's Harvey. And he's like.
Harvey.
And he's like, well, I ate it, and he's like, well, I ate it, I had pizza at Whole Foods. I had pizza at Whole Foods today. That's healthy, right? And I'm thinking, are you for real? Like,
are you for real?
No, it's really not.
It's really not.
Very little difference than eating it anywhere else, right?
She's calling out the cooked food, man. That's what I like about Tanny Ross. She's like, no mercy.
It still was the white.
Still was the white.
The white crust. That's no nutrients. It's still like. It's still laden with oil and cheese and salt.
What's up? Stop stuttering.
And
stop stuttering, Tanny.
Salt and meat and everything else that's killing people. You know, that's trickery, right?
That's trickery right there. She goes, oh.
That's trickery right there. Or I was over in the.
We know that. He said that.
Trickery right there.
He said that.
Or I was over in the.
Or I was over in the.
Or I was over in the. I was telling you I saw that apple pie over there. I was telling you. was telling you I saw that apple pie over there. Okay, it was vegan. That is great, and I'm not knocking that. And I'm not.
I'd like to change. I'd like to change a little bit. How about this one? Oh, there's a little points where I'm just like, I like to twist reality.
It's great. I'm knocking that. I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome. But at the same time, are we getting the health? At the same time, are we getting the health gains we want?
Just trying to shorten it up a little bit.
Are we getting the health gains we want? No.
No. I gotta volume up. No. All the way up. Jack it up. What are my volume controls? What track am I on? Track 4? Let's just take it to 99%.
We're really not. If you're eating a whole apple pie like that every day, good luck on that, right? So anyway,
why would she say that?
All these things that are coming at us,
I don't know if I like that.
So anyway,
I don't know if I like that.
So anyway, all these things that are coming at us, do we realize it's a demon?
The demon, there she goes.
Do we realize
cooked food a demon? That's what she's saying.
Do we realize it's the demon killer?
The demon killer. Tenny Raw. Tenny Raw warns about the demon killer.
Refined process.
Oops.
We realize it's the demon killer. Refined processed food, okay?
What you looking for, Marissa? Any interest? I'm sure it's really boring on YouNow. Sometimes I look around all the channels and I'm like, man, nothing I'm going to get into around here.
Okay. Processed starches are not much better. Okay, we're talking about starches are not.
Don't need double R's.
Are not much better. Okay, we're talking about no nutrient pasta. I'm talking about all those things. White bread, even most breads are nutritionally void.
I don't need this most. I'm not. It's a little too much weight.
Breads are nutritionally void. The whiter the bread, the sooner you're dead, right?
The whiter the bread, the sooner you're dead.
All these things. We're not even just talking about.
All these things. We're not even just talking about.
We're not even just talking about fast food, but listen to this.
Well, here's stats. She starts reading world stats.
The statistic right now is you.
Listen to this.
Statistic right now is you make it to 89 years old, and we're all like, oh, people are living longer. At what cost? Like, what kind?
At what cost? Uh-oh.
Statistic.
Oh, let's move the video back down because we went out of frame again.
The statistic right now is you make it to 89 years old, and we're all like, oh, people are living longer. At what cost? Like, what kind of quality of life are they having?
Alzheimer's.
Quality of life are they having? If you make it to 89 years old, almost 60% of the people are having dementia.
Dementia.
Which means they're losing their mind.
Who's got dementia?
Means they're losing their mind.
What? Dementias?
They're getting Alzheimer's. They don't know.
That's ableism. Isn't that ableism? Hillary's the expert on isms and schisms. What do you think, Hillary? She just said people got dementia.
They're getting Alzheimer's. They don't know people. The quality of life is...
Quality of life?
Terrible. 33%. 33%.
33% of the people in the world.
These are world statistics. These are world statistics too, which tells you that, like in America, for example, where so many more people are overweight, because you're talking about also like in Africa where nobody is. It's just percentages, right? Of the world. 33% are overweight, and in addition to that, 33% are morbidly obese.
Wow.
It's the weight and the disease that comes from that's going to kill them.
All the more important to do intermittent fasting.
66% of people with a weight problem. That's right now. By 2025, going at the same rate, 50% of this whole population, this is just the people that are going to be morbidly obese, not in addition to overweight. Overweight. 50% are going to be morbidly obese. And we're going to still play into obese. And we're going to still play into...
We're editing a little tanny after the debate. We just did a little bunch of debate footage.
The toxic crap.
The toxic crap. She's getting the toxic crap. That's why I was like, it's getting better again.
The toxic crap everybody's eating every day?
I don't think so.
Not me.
Not me. That's cool. She's like, not me. Not me.
Not me.
Get her up on food. She started saying that.
Poor food choices. Poor food choices are catching up with people. Look at the world. People are living on chemicals. Let's just sum it up. Let's just sum it up to say, we know, we've all seen how the Twinkie can survive without decomposing or changing its chemical makeup for however many years that study was, like 20 or 30 years.
20 or 30 years.
But this is what people are eating.
And there, here, no, she's not blocked. I saw what she said. She says, hi, all. Snitch blocked me? He was like going angst on you. That was crazy. He just makes it up. Sometimes he just flies. It's his own thing. It's his own. People see, he's here for his own entertainment. He's got his own. What do you call it? He wants to claim to have a crew or something, right?
Chemicals.
All right.
But this is what people.
But then he wants to get up in arms about family too. This family thing, and I'm like.
But this is what people are eating. It's chemicals, you know.
You know. I don't even need her to say you know.
You know. It's chemicals. It's not food. It's chemicals.
What's your disagreements with him? What were you guys having beef about? I didn't get it. Yeah, that's what happens. People get all get anxiety. Like, I don't know, why does he need agreement? What does he need you? What does he want you to agree with him on about some kind of event? And he wants to call you a liar over something which didn't make sense. It's like, what? Just because you're having a friendship with someone else and you guys might have said something that he doesn't want to agree with because from his perspective something else happened, and then from your guys' perspective something else happened, right? And then it's a disagreement. And then there's maybe a third party mediator is what y'all need.
It's not food.
Some kind of evidence-based things, even then it might not be agreed upon.
It's not food. It's not
bullying people. What do you do to who?
Not nutrients. This is what people are living on. And
well, yeah, the thing happened. The thing happens that people respond to other people in the way that those people acted to them. So, even Traveler didn't want to doesn't want to do things, but just by talking about not wanting to do them is doing what the thing is that you're saying you don't want to do, kind of, So it's kind of important not to avoid issues, right? Because they're gonna affect you, and it's it depends. I mean, how much does it affect you? I guess it's
And Sherilyn was talking about that. She's very successful at things, not just this, but anything. When she becomes slightly obsessed with it.
What's she talking about, Sherilyn? I might cut this out.
And you know what? That makes you think, oh, that's strict and all that, or oh, that's no. It's total freedom.
And maybe I'll leave that one.
Slightly obsessed with it.
All that.
And you know what? That makes you.
I felt when he guessed women, he acts degrading and demeaning. Well, why isn't his wife on? That's what I wonder. Does his wife not live with him? I don't understand that situation because he's posting pictures of his wife, and I was like, "Who's that white woman?" And then I figured it out. Oh, it's his wife. I didn't know that.
You think, oh, that's strict and all that, or oh, that's no. It's total.
No. Oops. Good thing for Control Z, man. If the world didn't have Control Z, what would we do? No undo. Imagine if you couldn't do undo. Imagine if there was no undo.
No. It's total freedom.
Because
when you can be focused, you can get results. Think about that too. And I don't know if I talked about on this on a video or to y'all. But I don't
know if people ever notice it.
I don't know if I talked about on this on a video or to y'all, but yeah. On this on a video or to y'all. On video or to y'all, but think about that if you're in a new. But think about that if you're in a new relationship and you're kind of obsessed with this situation, you're giving it your all, and it's pretty successful, right? Till you lose focus. Anything's like that.
Oh, she's talking about her ex-boyfriend?
Anything's like that.
Her ex-boyfriend lost focus on her.
Long enough until these new patterns become your rituals. They become your habits. They become your habits, and that's the bottom line of it.
Yeah, you called all kinds of names. They accused you of stuff. That's accusations is the problem.
Of it. And then then it becomes who you are, and you can go anywhere and do anything. You can go there as you. Go there as you. While you're there, you're you, and when you leave, you're you. With the integrity of what you want for yourself intact. You know?
You know, you know,
You know?
you know. Hey, what's up, Jeez.
Hey, here we are today, just setting up boundaries for our own. Hey, here we are today. We are today, just. Today, just set. You know, we are setting up boundaries for our own life. For our own life, you know. I was just thinking to myself how really. Really, you have to know what.
You have to. You cut all that out. I don't know. Like have to, shoulds, and gotcha. I feel like we're getting rid of them.
Life. Know what you are in this. What you are in this world. You have to know what you stand for. You have to know what you stand for, or I don't know.
Oh, that's what happens when the editor falls apart. Then it's just like, yeah, you're not getting any more audio until you save it. Save it. Actually, delete those tracks. Delete the tracks. Phil Oaks. I'm not a Martian anymore. Save it again. It's, what is it? Untitled.project. File. Open recent project. And then just reopen Untitled. Reopen it. I don't even need that in there. I think there's one more thing she says, and I'm almost done. I'll hit the render button. What time is it? 9 o'clock? Is that really the real time? And I got 10 viewers? Wow, 10 viewers. Come on, what?
I would love to cultivate a kind of relationship where there was care.
There we go. It's like a bug or something in Premiere 4.
You know, the thing is, like, stand for, or I don't know.
I don't know.
No, you could fall for anything. And I don't know. You could fall for anything. And
you're gonna get some advice here about men.
And you know, the thing is, like, really, I would love to cultivate a kind of relationship.
You know, the thing is,
anything. I would love to cultivate a kind of relationship.
She's trying to cultivate.
Kind of relationship where there was care. Kind of relationship.
Oops.
Where there was care.
I need the was word. Don't need no was word in there.
Where they're caring and nurturing and love and love and not and nurturing and love and not just love and not.
This is it. It's the end.
Not just like a like
Not just like
a fling type of thing, you know. Not just a fling type of thing, you know. And sometimes
a fling thing.
Fling thing, you know. And sometimes you just think, you know. And sometimes you just have to say, you know what. Sometimes you just have to say, you know what, dude, I'm not that kind of granny, okay? You understand? I am not that kind of granny!
Right? That's the way to end the video. That's the way to end the video. I'm not that type of granny. You have to say that? I'm not that type of granny? Not the type of granny for a fling thing? Who is the type of granny for a fling thing? I don't think I've met those type of grannies. Do you have many of those type of grannies? The fling thing grannies?
To cultivate a relationship
Upping the audio a bit here.
with her.
Make the audio higher before it's going out. Oh, coming in, going out. Coming in, going out. Okay. Hit that render button. Tanny. See how it's like at the beginning. Is the beginning too loud or too quiet or what? I kind of normalized the volume quite a bit. I got it up, but I didn't totally edit it out. I cleaned up this one song earlier. Oh, let's play that. Now
Let me tell
I'm not sharing that. I'm sharing that Weave page. Yeah. Check out this song. Is it going to come up? Yeah. I don't need to see Fox live anymore. I'm out of there. I'm out of there. Out of there, Fox. In and out, in and out, in and out. In and out. Come on. You can do it, YouTube. Video manager. Oh, this song was fun. I want to hear a really cool song. Let's play this song first, actually. This song was hot, and it was no copyrights. I was excited. I was like, hell yeah, no copyrights. But this is the song. 1980. Electric City.
Introduction. Most MCs ain't really saying nothing. They be frontin'. It's the flip side. Color navy blue. I speak number three. Got you. Opening your mind like the box of Pandora. I think I order. Drop science, bring chaos to order. One time event, better get your camcorder. I'm down and dirty. Better hide your granddaughter. See half of a whole is a quarter. I know you want a piece of the world I disorder. You can't get a taste of the megaton bass. It's all in your face and it burn like mace. Disappear to a place you can never trace. Out of space, out of mind. A whole new place. It's a brand new agenda. Cooler than December. Just remember, doers make actions, only pretenders pussyfoot. They make obligations, they never finish. They all keep talk and talk seem to diminish over time. I treat you like the sucker that you are. Locked down, face down in a police car downtown. Fingerprint, mugshot, all that shit. Now you in the clink, smelling, looking stink. Now you think I never should have took the wrong route. I never should have let my young world get turned out. I should have used God's dog. Stand up, gotta use God's speed. No matter what part of speech you use, you can never get the MC eliminated. Time for the percolator, percolate, make you burn. Sir, you not learn mathematical equations of my lyrical persuasion. At the end of the battle, you be shriveled like a raisin, crack your back, make you see all the style you lack. Control your mind like Tamagotchi, I'm banging on wax. You can never understand the way my mind works. I release the stress through chest, like in the movie Fresh, as I'm plotting moves and C's require orthopedic surgery. And because of me, all those with no frills seek refuge fields and landfills, they panic, making them sweat, giving them chills. Yo, my man DJ Skipmo will be cutting so drastic, stretch his own strong like Mr. Fantastic. Party gets getting hot, roof off the mother sucker, Parliament flashback. Please bring the funk back, sensory overload.
Okay, back to the song. This is the song. Okay, this song was unaudible. You could barely even hear the song, and I fixed it up.
Oh yeah, is y'all ready to get busy or what? Cause we got a few brothers straight out of the point. And they hit a house to the joint. And they go by the name of ATC. So run it. The bass to ignite the place and erase the sense space and try to disgrace the Reggie miracle desired by to keep it political, the leaders die. As soon as I step on the scene, I get nervous, not afraid, but ready to get paid into a service. I go nibble to my style, I tip on my play around.
This song. This is a new song from today. It's not the best, but it's alright. It came out today.
Human niggas stop on a touch. Sweating bullets with a 9-dog Democrat. A fresh black 91 Super Sport. Getting dog, shooting to the airport. Tucking hole left and right. Be trucking my 3 blocks out of spot. Cause I wear living the shit. It'll have your average John motherfucker shitting bricks. I once went head on through a blockade. About 21 days in the stockade. Cause you know if I got cake.
I don't like it that much. What's the taxes this year? What's the taxes this year? It says the property. It says my property is worth $3,000, $500. This is another song that came out today, huh? As the world swirls. That sounds cool. As the world swirls. Pretty cool so far. I know what happens. People can look at the hashtag to see what's in the room without entering the room. Number 1, right? Or number 2.
For every real cat, you got the ones that's a fraction. For every
number 1.
You got freaking more than Manson. For every pit of sky, and every group, you know they got spies. For every dumb, deaf, and blind is the ones that realize. For every sun is an earth, and every blessing the curse. So keep your eyes wide, cause every earth she got a universe. For every beginning and end. Who's enemies and friends? Not dissing, but for every tradition, there's a trend. Every slave got a master, from Genesis to Rapture. For every mind at peace, you got the ones that be captured. For every innocence of guilt, like cereal with milk. For every sober soldier, there's the ones that stay killed. For every order, there's confusion. Who's winning the whole you got the ones that want to race and go to justice.
Man, he's got a lot of viewers.
Another present actual fact. The books rap without whack them seeds. Niggas beef. For every ghetto kid, you always got the Genevieve. For every manufacturer, you always got the damn thieves. For every bit of knowledge, there's the poison ash trees. There's glass foreheads and those who slide through the leaves. As the world swirls, the truth is wrong.
In the same line, you ain't send me nothing. Live. She didn't send it, so that's a big warning sign to me. That's very big to me because somebody can be mistaken on things, or somebody can be blatantly lying. If I'm sitting here on air and you just announce and type to everybody watching that you sent me something and you didn't send it, she has nothing. I can lie, she can lie. Tell her to pull up her inbox at the time of 3-some a.m. and show a screenshot of a picture where she sent to me. Tell her to show you what she sent to me that I said that. However, I did show you guys what I said. I said exactly. I posted that shit in my group, put it up here. Word for word, exactly what I said. And exactly what I said, that I'd be a hypocrite if I say that I think...
Who cares about being? It's ridiculous. I don't agree with that kind of stuff. That kind of talking is ridiculous. Who's this guy, an alternative?
I don't see it. That must mean I don't. I don't even have the scratch bar. You know?
that's where every person I have fanned is in that room except for like a few in some other rooms?
Shit. I don't follow anybody. Oh shit! She mad because her ratio looked messed up. She just mad because her ratio messed up. Higher names of the worst ones.
This is most popular. The American Aladdin. That's cool. Sometimes I watch him. But Toy Box. That's who we really want to watch is Toy Box. The Toy Box knows what's going on. Toy Box having fun watch.
Are you learning how to do this?
Okay, see?
What you do? KK, that was you? You do this? Am I doing it right? Is that it? Is that what you do?
Lammy's in the house. Oh, Lammy.
You're making me smile, though. Well, I mean, why wouldn't I make you smile?
See, Convertible Snitch needs to drop all his anger and frustration and just head into Toy Box.
Take easy dancer. You know what?
Get excited.
I move my hips, too. I can move my belly. You feel me? Oh, my
There's no
God.
honest person. Get over it.
Haha, you're getting there. Okay, Christine, I'm going to battle you. What else? You got a great laugh. My laugh is nasty. Don't embarrass me. Let me scroll up. Dana, how are you doing? Mr. Martin, how are you, by the way? Are you eating diet breadsticks? Are you done? Hips don't lie. You know what? I got hips. I'm not afraid of my hips. I go to the gym. I play soccer. I be kicking them ball. Look, don't you be capturing moments of me blushing. Hi, Jonas Sunshine. Fix my bow tie though. So yeah, you guys. Once we get to 30 shares, we'll start playing some more games.
More games.
You guys have not yet shared the broadcast, please do so. We need 7 shares.
I love it.
If you guys can turn up. We might. I think we're gonna play.
I love it. Look at this.
We're gonna play a subscriber only game in about 10 minutes. Diet everything.
Subscriber only games.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna order you some diet spaghetti. You want diet spaghetti, Martin? I'll make it for you.
Out of here, man. Talk about spaghetti. I gotta leave. Beatbox Banks is fun. You guys ever watch Beatbox Banks?
I don't know who I am.
He's not Beatbox.
You what?
I don't my name. What's up, Sophie?
Dang it. How do they know your name? That's why it's probably fake. But still, you just never know. Like in her case, wait, you're still in high school, huh?
What?
Noah? You're still in high school, huh?
Yeah. Oh,
Do you go to school in that area? Do you go to school in that area?
Okay, someone's trolling you, Brianna. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna believe like this.
Kansas, now it's Minnesota. I still at least wouldn't go to school for a week because you never know what kind of crazy people there are out there. Brianna could literally go to school and still hang out with the cops in her school. Somebody comes, shots fired, cop could be killed, she could be killed, other people could be killed. You just don't want to put yourself in that situation. Stay away from at least a week to call the cops.
What's Chandler Alexis up to? Some popular people in here. Brandon.
Do it. Are you guys awesome to get us to 5,000 likes? Are you?
Yeah, all about the likes. All about the likes.
You're like 5 hours from me. I know it's really far. You all time here? What? It was so hot where I live today. Like it was no.
Why you let people stay with you and they act like they can run everything, and I'm just not okay with it, and I'm already annoyed. Well, good night. What time are you going to broadcast tomorrow? I normally broadcast around the same time. When people are in need, don't help them out. Because then they'll just use you sometimes, and I'm just done. Grace, you're a hack. There's a hacker here. There's a hacker. Ooh. Who? Grace, I'm staying by myself at playlist. Why are you staying by yourself? Baby!
I don't know.
I've gone through all the top channels, but
Like you're like a ray of light right now.
that's the thing to do on YouNow. Go on all these channels and like troll on them about their vegan. Be like, vegan. At least they answer. People like ask. They do answer honestly. Be like, no. Then you can ask why and get into it if you have the energy. But man, most people don't understand like help. Inviting me to people. cottage life. What's going on? What should I focus on here? Is there anything specific people want to know? Anything fun? Keep eating dates, maybe? I kind of want some. I don't know. I could make something else. I'm afraid this computer, if I unplug it, it's going to die. Vegan Vista, how are you? I'm already fanned to you. I went through my fan list and I just fanned everybody that had me fanned. Who's all in the audience right now? Well, Vegan Traveler is still here. Tammy Nurse, Roz Colton, CJ Farrell. Probably people are leaving. I guess the drama is hardcore over in the Convertible Snitches channel. People are trying to figure something out about someone lied, someone said they're going to do something, someone didn't do this, someone did that. Who cares? Who cares? What's it going to make? What's the difference going to be in the end? I don't know. Between them, I guess. How could some people get so involved in that? I don't know. I do not know. Oh, man. Then there's no way. Oh, I gotta get out of here, man. Hey, what's up, Venus Flytrap? I'm about done with the internet right now. They're like, okay, let's just drop into Convertible Snitches channel one more second and let's see what the heck is gonna happen. Let's troll it. Oh, Vegan Vista's over there. See, everybody left my channel and they're over there. I don't think I had I had 8 viewers. That's a lot. 8 viewers.
Keep it a stack. I keep it honest. In the exact way I described to y'all the Brad story. Type of 1 if you weren't here this morning and you missed the Brad story. But in the way I told the Brad stories, I'm gonna tell the Brad stories and my wife with my wife listening in the same passion and watch she agree with everything I say.
You know more than I do. I don't know anything.
The Brad stories this morning.
I don't know what's going on here. Does it matter? What does it matter?
So Brad,
how's it gonna affect me?
When I first met my wife,
right?
She was I don't know if you call it dating. You know what I'm saying? Like she was talking to this guy named Brad, and when I met him, like I wanna talk to her. I wanna date her. So I'm looking at him like competition. Like, what's up, man? I'm being very disrespectful to him. Short, little curly hair, little white dude. I'm just doing shit you shouldn't do. Like, I'm just standing in front of him, making a little snide clown joke, being an asshole, because he with somebody that I want. I didn't say I was perfect. I tell the truth. So I was being an asshole. But when I realized that night he lived around the corner from me, I was like, oh shit. Like, oh, he got a big ass house. He live around the corner from me. Like, I can walk around there. I don't know nobody in this new neighborhood I done moved to. So I started hanging out with Brad all the time, and Brad likes to fucking drink. Brad is the biggest drunk I've ever seen in my entire life, and whenever he gets really drunk, crazy shit happens. So what should I do? Tell him? Should I tell people the chocolate story? Tell people the chocolate story? I mean, I didn't feel comfortable staying in Martin Lewis' stream after he told me he's about to make a video talking shit about me. I'm like, well, why am I here, Why would you, why would somebody say, I'm going to make a video talking shit about you and I haven't talked to you? I appreciate that you want to talk to me, but shouldn't you want to talk to me before you make the video? I mean, that's just a thought that occurred. All right, so I'm going to go with the chocolate store. All right, so it's about 20 of us. chocolate story first. What's up, Jonah Sunshine? What's up to all the other people who I didn't mention? If we ain't go baby toe. And why are these people trying to paint a bad story that like, oh, I didn't do nothing. I got kicked out of the group. Like that makes you an evil person. It makes me an evil person if we in here and we gotta go. I don't know something about this person. I know something about this person. I know something about this person. Let's remove first.
Let's go look at
right
Martin
now we can know for 110% fact that nothing else is gonna be sent out, and then we find out people cool. If they want to come, they can come back. If not, it's cool. Whatever happens, but for the integrity of what's going on, they're gonna make you a bad fucking person. They trying to make just shit spamming, acting like little ass goddamn crybabies, man.
How do I find Martin Lewis?
But
how do I find Martin Lewis? No. It's your boy, Martin Lewis. Not watching. I bought carrots. Carrots are hard to eat, huh? I'd rather. I'd juice a carrot, but I don't have a juicer, so I don't juice a carrot. Martin. Am I spelling it wrong? Lious, right? How do you spell Martin Lewis? I'm not finding it. Let's see. Martin Lious YouNow. Google. Martin Lewis. Twitter. Martin Lewis. YouTube. Martin Lewis YouTube. I think Martin Lewis's YouTube backs up his streams. Louis. Ah. So Martin Louis. There he is. It's your boy, Martin Lewis. Yeah, I've been watching him since he first started, really. I don't watch him, like, religiously or anything. This is what just happened 11 hours ago?
As well, I'm not in competition mindset. I have no problem with name dropping. A lot of people are like Vegan Cheetah. He doesn't want to mention Vegan Lass's name anymore, or Joe Vegan. Okay, so give me those receipts. As well, I'm not in competition mindset. I have no problem with name.
I like what he's saying. What did he say 2 days ago? What's going on here?
That was so funny when he does Ness.
Oh, just talking about the Joe Vegan
Trisha.
video. Firefox doesn't work so well with YouNow. It's actually better to use Google Chrome on YouNow. Eugenia Cooney. Has anyone watched the Eugenia Cooney streams? She's super happy.
And you're just a stupid, bloody woman. I'm not going to stand for that much longer. We should gay bait in order to make people think that you're a lesbian and then you're meeting all this daddy.
He must put a lot of work into these videos, man, because he's like constantly doing the face transplants and stuff and compositing. What's this?
Thank you, car trash.
Frosts?
Car.
Like cold weather? Not very interesting. He's just drama, fun, happy, jokes, humor. Not taking life too serious, but like staying in touch with cold, New England. I don't know. What time is it? 9:30? What are you saying? Relapsed. What part of this video is What part of this video is he relapsing in? I was trying to watch that earlier. I was like, well, I don't really see it. You know, what's going on here?
It's so
It's like the thumbnails want to build, but they're not building.
It is constantly telling you you're a piece of shit and you're going to use drugs again. Just use drugs again, and you can't even say anything back because you don't know who it is. Well, this screenshot, along with many others, gives me a real good idea who is involved. I've been more than fair with people like Lauren. I've done much to help out channels over the summer, and unfortunately I was too nice. and people took my kindness towards them as a weakness. Well, I'm kind, but I'm not weak. And there are people trying to mess with me psychologically every single day. And now I have screenshots to prove who's most likely doing it. I'm like, really? First of all, Lauren didn't say, yeah, let's go on his channel and abuse him for taking drugs. Unless he has more receipts to prove this. If not, he's just talking out of his fucking ass. Every single it looks like a deal made between them. Derek as well.
Screenshots of everything that you and Derek have been saying.
This is what Vegan Cheetah sent to Lauren.
I want to let you know, before I go public with it, that I have seen all the screenshots of everything that you and Derek have been saying, and once I release this, I will tell people why they should not support you anymore. I would never dream of harassing you on Tumblr, trying to make your head explode. I've never done anything but help you, and I'm very disappointed that you would plan with others, and I know who they are, to try and make me feel like you're
Paranoid any of them.
Drinking a little bit here and there, which is never good.
What's this? Now he's looking at Vegan Cheetah's brother's channel? What's going on here?
Video on Andrew Marlowe's channel.
I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on with Cheetah lately, guys, but he's been like, you know, he's been drinking a little bit here and there, which is never
really
good.
Really.
You know, it's not like the end of the world, obviously, but it's definitely not good. And it's almost 6 o'clock, and Cheetah is still sleeping. So I know he's on this like extremely wacky schedule right now.
to try and make me feel bad.
As well. And also I found...
Which is never... I mean, I don't know.
I'm going to capture that. I think that's important. That's like an important development right there. Like, I don't even need more than a second of that, right? I don't know, just keeping it as a receipt, right? I don't know, I can always find that again, but just that I'm here now, I'm gonna make a capture of the moment, because it's like, well, I extremely don't agree with alcohol. Ralph and Nate are calling a third-party candidate spoilers political bigotry. It's political bigotry. I know, right? Isn't it? Like, he's been drinking a little bit here and there, and he's not been doing his live broadcasts either, but he's still doing a little bit of the YouNow, or the YouTube. He's doing the YouTube drama stuff, but he's moving it over to people he thinks are going to be more popular, right? Let's just capture a little bit of it, just for, I don't know if I would be able to use it. It's not like, I know I put a little bit of stuff here and there, but who cares?
What's going on with Cheetah?
On Andrew Marlowe's channel.
I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on with Cheetah lately. I don't know what...
On Andrew Marlowe's channel.
I mean, I don't...
Not fast enough.
On Andrew Marlowe's channel.
I mean, I don't...
Just capture it, that's fine, I don't care. I'm not going to make it perfect. 3, 2, 1, play.
I don't know exactly what's going on with Cheetah lately, guys, but he's been like, you know, he's been drinking a little bit here and there, which is never good. You know, it's not like the end of the world, obviously, but it's definitely not good. And it's almost 6 o'clock, and Cheetah is still sleeping. So I know he's on this like extremely wacky schedule right now, which is a little bit alarming. But, you know, I can't really do anything about it. It's kind of like his life, and if he's gonna, you know, he knows what his triggers are, you know, and one of those just happens to be alcohol. Although alcohol is not one of his drugs of choice, it is a trigger for him. So I hope he doesn't, like, fucking, you know, I mean, alcohol is a trigger for everybody, myself included. But, you know, unfortunately, Vegan Cheetah can't handle, like, just having a beer on the weekends like I have the luxury of being able to do. I'm not saying that's healthy to have a beer at all, you know, on the weekends or whenever, but, you know, just try to keep them in your thoughts and prayers.
Sorry, Jesus lovers, but prayers ain't gonna do shit. Chance that maybe he's relapsing and he's just, you know, he could be having anxiety, he's just all paranoid, especially if he's drinking alcohol, because he was and he swear to God, eats that really prove that Lauren is most likely up to this, but in my opinion, it just sounds like bullshit.
True. I don't know. I like Vegan Cheetah starting to relapse. I think as a start, you know, it's like either you did it or you don't. He was sober, and then he's not sober. Yeah. It's true. Bummer, his brother ratted him out. He's always talking such junk about his brother. You don't figure his brother would talk, you know, junk back about him, but he's doing it in like a God consciousness kind of way. That's just weird too. It's just Martin Lewis called out, sorry for all you Jesus.
Exactly what's going on with Cheetah lately, guys. But he's been like...
Damn, this is going to make views right here. I'm going to put vegan cheetah boozes like convertible snitch. Oh, no, convertible snitch? I don't know. Like the other day when Polynesian was there, he was pretty lit, you know, but... But it's a daily thing, you know, and like he does feel self-conscious about it because he has said stuff like that. People are gonna call me this, people are gonna call me that. Relapses. I wouldn't call it. It's relapse, right? Yeah, relapse. On alcohol, be specific. Marlowe, brother. Spam. Save. Are you sure? Yes. It's just what's happening. Yeah. It's not like we're going to control each other's lives, but it's like those are people making choices to pay taxes. What are these strings here for? I gotta go get more dates, people. I got so much work to do. Ooh, the Tanny video. Did I finish that? No, I didn't. Fuck. See what I mean? Like, too many things. I'm doing like 6 things at once, and then I lose track. And I'm like, oh man, at least the thing's still there, and I'm not gonna lose it. I'll just be like, wow, I could have had that done like an hour ago. Oops. Oops. Get out before everybody goes to bed. It's already like 10 o'clock. Most people have already gone to bed. What are we calling this? Granny Tanny talks about the demon food. What's that say? Granny Tanny talks demon. A demon's a cookery. Talks about. What else is she talking about? She was talking about, the main reason I wanted to capture it was because she was talking about Whole Foods and put Whole Foods on blast. You know what I mean? She puts more than Whole Foods. Whole Foods and the South. She puts the whole South on blast, didn't she? She said, people come down here to the South, and they got talking chickens. Talking chickens. Ooh, that's finished. Okay, let's drag and drop. Andrew Marlowe. Going in with... I'm not going to even go to Premiere with this. I'm going to just keep it in Camtasia. Keep it in Camtasia. Man, people are always so less than chatty in my room. It'd be fun if people were just chatting ridiculous stuff. I mean, I'm not really that kind of serious, but people, yeah, give me something to work with, or not. Is it gonna work?
Exactly what's going on with Cheetah.
Is it gonna work? Come on.
On the weekends or whenever, but you know, just try to keep them in your thoughts and.
Come on, I don't need the prayers part. Cut that out. Blue ducks.
But you know, just try to keep them in your thoughts and. just try to keep him in your...
No one will let him. What do you mean? Let him? Like, buy him a beer or something? Or because people don't want to let him have it, that he wants to have it? You mean like a self-defiance thing? Like a girlfriend whose like boyfriend tells her not to cheat on her, and that's the only thing she will do. That's the hard way. Don't ever try to tell a girl what to do.
Just try to keep him in your thought.
No way Martin Lewis needs to be on the end there. Doesn't really. But it's gonna be, so I can't help it. Doesn't matter. File. Process. Produce selection as web. Great. Finished. I'll call it. Vegan cheetah relapses. Brother Narcs. There we go. New video title. You don't like that video title? None will let Cheetah do it. Oh. 15% quick. It's a little video. I'll hit the start button on Tanny. I get Tanny out. Tanny stuff is way more important. I mean, I guess it's pretty important, but it's like, I see what new subscriptions are. Because a little time will go by. Only five new subscription videos. Most of the stuff today is all politics about freaking Trump and Hillary. Jeez, I'm so over it. Presidential debate. Trump savages Hillary Clinton. That's what the response is there. Justin Bieber attacked in club. What? Justin Bieber got attacked in the club. Fruit bat Eddie trying to stay relevant. He gets 3 views. No one cares if Justin Bieber gets attacked in the club. Presidential debate. Like every American, Trump outsmarted Clinton on taxes. Presidential debate. Trump just blasted Hillary Clinton, deleted emails, and I'll release my taxes. This guy's really blowing an eye proportion. Trump just crucified Clinton over trade, liberal, Bannon, hope of resurrection. Opinion. Mainstream media won tonight. This guy, I like watching this guy. Let's watch this guy. This guy might have a good analysis, because this whole video is about the debate, so it's only for 3 hours already. So let's just keep it on that point for a minute. Because Convertible Snitch blocks me on YouTube, the Blue Red says.
Alternative media television, we just wrapped up the live debate. We're moving all this into post-production. You can get it on demand. Subscribe now if you haven't already. Start your free 14-day trial. It's $4.95 a month, price of a cup of coffee. Support us, the real media. Because what happened tonight, folks?
What happened tonight, folks?
It's not that Hillary Clinton won. The mainstream media did. What did I say prior to tonight's debate?
They shut out Gary Johnson.
Very close attention to the questions asked. They're far more important than the answers given because it controls the narrative. Lester Holt did not ask a single critical question of Hillary Clinton. Not a single critical question. But beat up Donald Trump on every single Hillary Clinton talking point. Because again, he works for her. And the mainstream media works for her. It's why 95% of the American people does not trust the mainstream media.
It's true.
They covered race. They covered misogyny. They covered sexism. They covered Trump being, a wealthy guy that can't identify with the American people. Every single Hillary Clinton talking point was discussed tonight. And it was very detrimental to Donald Trump.
Yeah,
it's not that Hillary Clinton won.
Clinton definitely.
The mainstream media won
mainstream
tonight.
media's narrative did, yeah.
And I think this positions, honestly, Trump's campaign in a very negative light at this critical juncture where the polls are neck and neck. And again, this boils down to my original thesis, folks, that Hillary Clinton would ultimately win. That Donald Trump was America's catharsis. That's why the New World Order elite establishment had positioned him that way from the get-go. They'll give the American angry populace, this populist anger, the impression that Donald Trump really has a chance. But at the end of the day, the election's rigged anyways. I mean, we just saw tonight with every single question asked, courtesy of Lester Holt. I mean, they spent like half an hour on race. Like half a freaking hour on race relations and all of these things. Hillary was obviously a lot better prepared, had numerous talking points, and really covered all the bases.
True.
And Trump, because he was positioned negatively by the mainstream media, was only on the defensive the entire 90 minutes.
Yep.
You know, I talk about the subtleties in the video, which we're moving into post-production now. We'll post, of course, live at amtvmedia.com and on demand. Please subscribe and support us. I mean, just another reason you need to support the true, alternative movement that is alternative media, because I give you critical opinion on both sides of the equation. But this is very, very detrimental for
like
Trump.
This guy?
And the question that we need to ask is where does this go from here?
Gary Johnson gets in round 2. And
mainstream media wants Hillary to win. The banking elite want Hillary Clinton.
I don't know. Quite a few mainstream medias are behind Trump. John Johnson.
The establishment system
Johnson's got a
wants
lot of
Hillary
mainstream
Clinton
media
to win. The Bushes are voting for Hillary Clinton. They want her to win. Mitt Romney wants Hillary Clinton to win.
No, he doesn't.
Everybody wants
Romney
to
wants
hang
Johnson to win.
Donald Trump, so to speak.
True.
Outside of 50% of Americans, people like you and me, the deplorables, that actually believe in the Constitution, constitutional principles, the constitutional republic, and what makes America, or used to make it, great. We all just witnessed history tonight, a defining moment. And it only showcased what an embarrassment this country truly is at this
guy's saying it like it is.
point of time in world history. So weak, so PC. Like I said, we spent a good half hour just on race, and then on Donald Trump being a sexist. Hillary even went to basically went on to say that Donald Trump is a racist. Putting that into the mind, even without really saying it, but his linkages to white nationalism and the KKK. She specifically mentioned that. I mean, she even mentioned something about beauty pageants. She even went after his wife. But what did Donald Trump do? He didn't attack on any of those freaking issues. He did not mention once that her husband is a sexual predator. And I agree with the fact his political operatives probably advised him, not to dig too hard.
I went in there and blew it up. I was critical, and he was
especially if she's going after your jugular, Trump.
Whatever.
Didn't mention anything there. Didn't mention anything about her being fit for president and her health and her recent collapse. Again, he didn't have to bombard her with it, but he at least could have used it. The point here is that Hillary Clinton had talking points tonight.
It's a setup.
Donald Trump had none. And this is where I would argue Donald Trump should have been prepared.
Not
on his gut instinct reaction
Donald Trump's like
as somebody who, knows media very well, but he should have had some kind of guidelines or outline to respond to these questions.
I'm not into that kind of stuff.
The only question that Lester Holt asked tonight
favoritism. I don't even know him.
that was like kind of a good question was about how these candidates would create jobs in America, of which Trump had no.
Y'all are spending so much time in there. I mean, look at my. If I look at my friends list, not a single one of my friends is in my room except for you, for 3 or 4 people, right? Each person's in convertible snitch. People are there like for some reason. You're all spending a lot of time in there. Look, the vegan Mexican's on. What's she talking about? She's a vegan traveler. Is in her channel. A lot of people spend a lot of time in there. I mean, it's kind of like people maybe just want something to watch or something. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is that draws people in there. I mean, there's a narrative, right? He's telling a story. He tells a lot of personal stuff. He talks about past. He talks about his family. He talks about his opinions. He talks about current events and the sides. Like, this person did that person did this. And then he wants to know. He talks about knowledge and stuff. That's right. I think that's at least what I've seen.
Specifics
and
no logistical game plan at all. It was his only opportunity when they actually asked him a kind of sort of good question, and he was like, well, the first step is
where's his wife at? Is his wife ever on his broadcast?
And then he essentially didn't have an answer at all.
Have we ever met his wife?
Which Americans
I bet
wanted
she's not
to see,
interested.
especially
She's probably got a
the
career, and maybe she supports him.
What is your actual game plan? Also notice,
he
they
didn't
didn't
talk
ask
about
a single question.
Remember, you see how he talked about the short guy with the curly hair who was rich, and then he wanted to make sure his wife that he took her from or something like that. He was in competition with him. That's the kind of thing that I don't even know how to do. Nor am I interested in doing that.
About probably the biggest issue on everybody's mind, or at least mine.
What's the biggest
surveillance?
Oh, her health, yeah.
And spying.
Oh, those are the issues of
at
spying.
the tippity top of this land that makes up
That's
America.
why Gary Johnson's going to win, because it's about
illegal
stopping
anti-constitutional act, illegal search.
That's the
and seizure.
biggest issue. Is stopping
Didn't
the
talk
spying.
about that at all. Something, by the way, that both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump both want.
They want more spying.
You know, I go into this in extreme
They want
detail.
more
These are
security
areas
state.
that I'm very critical of Trump, by the way. He thinks we need more surveillance. I don't. The way Hillary was framed,
I'm gonna like this one.
the lighting,
I gotta give him a thumbs
the
up on this
audio,
video.
the subtle cue in the background, right, of the people you can see back there. All these subtleties I talk
Well,
about.
what do people want of him? If
extensively,
people made a
of which,
request to
again,
him
we'll be
asking him for something?
putting out on demand as
What
soon
could
as
he
we
do
cut
differently?
it for you guys. And please thank our video editor for doing tremendous work tonight, because we're working overtime on your behalf. Everything about how tonight's debate was positioned was rigged towards Hillary, in favor of Hillary, and namely by the very specific questions asked by Lester Holt. Now, those weren't Lester Holt's questions. Those were questions given to Lester. They told him to cover race, sexism, misogyny, Trump's lack of experience, what would he do with the nukes or in a war situation, all the issues of weakness, which put Trump in a corner. In defense, this was really hard for Trump tonight. He's got everything working against him right now, and I think that's what we need to keep in mind. We literally have everything working against us. The media,
Wait a minute.
the banksters, people like George Soros, by the way, and Trump didn't even go on the attack here.
He won't, because he's
that are
paid
known,
off. He's been paid off.
and this is all admitted now, for funding the Black Lives Matter terrorist organization, by the way. The same guy funding Hillary Clinton's super PAC.
I bet there's parts of
Trump,
Black Lives
he
Matter
just
that might take
failed
more terrorist tactics,
to
but I wouldn't
mention
overall
and
I got to take away
counterpunch
my thumbs up.
a lot of these very, very serious
taking away my
issues.
thumbs up.
I'll be interested to see the actual viewership numbers. I think I'd be surprised, honestly, if it had 100 million views.
I don't think it had that many.
I'm not really sure because I haven't seen the numbers
I
yet.
would think
but
it would. It's probably something
kind
nobody
of
would
blasé,
care that much.
too. I thought Trump kind of lacked emotion, and he's a little nonsensical at times. I am so far from pro-Hillary Clinton. I hate this witch's politics. But she was positioned in a good light tonight by the mainstream media. And this is a giant obstacle for Trump. I'll be interested to see, what they're saying, even in the Reddit community, for example, the Donald, how they're reacting to this, because I don't see this as a stellar performance of Trump. I think that the mainstream media is just going to rip him an asshole, which is probably what they're doing right now.
Where's Gary Johnson's response? Fuck.
I don't think this is good at all, because it was so critical. We thought that Trump, he's going to come in and he's going to hit hard. But again, when all the questions are rigged against him, what is he supposed to do? He was on the defensive all night. So, overall,
He said he wouldn't debate unless
my
Gary Johnson was
thesis
included
really
in the debate. He should
it
have stuck
holds
by that. I don't know
true
why.
as my original
That'd have been the
instincts
fucking
told
cool.
me
That's
that,
be the most strong statement you
I
could have made if
expect
you wanted to
this
make a strong
election
statement.
to be extremely narrow. I think Trump is an engineered catharsis by the world elites.
Yep.
I think he eventually loses.
Yep.
I think the tables are rigged
Yep.
against him. Please tune in, subscribe, start your free 14-day trial. Coming out
Gary
soon. We've got a
Johnson's
ton of
gonna
great
win, man.
content
You gotta
today. Thank you for your support. The mainstream media won tonight, folks. Not Hillary Clinton. The mainstream media won, and it's why you shouldn't trust them. I'm Christopher Green, hard hitting in your face. Get it out everywhere. Click the link below.
Wow. Christopher Green was on the money with that one. Oh, man. Fuck. I like the analysis. I'm sick of the what? Something fangirls? Huh? Well, then maybe they need B12. You can't hate on somebody for needing B12. Besides, he's not sharing anyways. He's monogamous. Monogamous is counter-revolutionary. It's just how it is. It's that's where the patriarchy, the misogyny comes from. It's from the monogamy. Oh, did you guys see this video? Oh my gosh, I made a clip of the video because I thought it was so funny. This is my this hairdresser girl who stayed here, and Trying to force snail trail on me. She's like, pudding! Is it gonna work? Here it is.
I think just the
I
bad
live
thing
in
is
this
being.
wonderful world that we live in. It's a fucking goddamn, it's like paradise every day that I wake up. Just another day in paradise for me. I mean, honestly, this is a charade. It's a bullshit fucking. I live in this wonderful world.
My choice. It's
that
only
we live in.
women choose, not me.
It's a fucking goddamn. Go ahead. It's like paradise every day that I wake up. Just another day in paradise for me. I mean, honestly.
That's women's choice. Men don't have those kind of. I mean, I guess some men do. I guess I don't know.
Honestly, this is a charade. It's a bullshit fucking.
Where's that coming from?
It's all bullshit.
Stop it.
And if you believe it, then I mean, go ahead and believe it.
You can watch the whole video. She starts getting into like, if I worked at a fast food, would you still think much of me?
Here we go. As I drop on a flow, just to let you know. Check it out.
That's right.
You're Mr. Pusher
Not
Man.
just men, all males. All males. Drones, fools, cocks, whatever. It doesn't matter. All just males.
It was Sam, the producer, man. Say he had a track that was crazy.
Only females get raped.
He wanted me to bust some more raps. Back at the last store, I flashed his taxi cab to his side. I was there in a flash. Crashed the dookie run from the mount to the baseline. I kicked a few lines, then I just went for mine. It was time. So fine in the lines of the contracts, cause yo, he claimed he had contacts. Ace, tell me, was the man legal? Yeah, he sold me dreams after dreams by the kilos. 2 months went by, 10 months flew by. I was the victim of the pusher in the sky. Lies and alibis and never was in his promises. He buttered me up like an old English Thomas's after this madness. He said we'd do a video, then we'd fly jet and play on the Arsenio Horse Show. Give him a call after although the tour will open up doors to bring in fame. Just like Kane and Dana Rock Soul Train. I told all my friends about the tour that I was going on, but little did I know he got me up like Exxon. People stopped and asked me, yo.
That song's badass. Man, I was telling you, man, the unity of disease, that's what's important. Forget all this other drama. It's about the unities, right? The 5 unities. Do you know about the 5 unities? This is an old writing here, though. This is from 1920. Where it happens, 111, the primary effect, the secondary effect. A man meets an enemy. The man is healthy. His body is normal. The enemy he subdues and conquers after a most strenuous struggle, which leaves him breath with violent pulsation of the heart, covered with perspiration, without appetite, and weak and exhausted. The additional strength was supplied for the struggle by a general acceleration of all the functions of the body to meet the emergency. The stock of struggle may be so severe that the man's strength is so depleted that it becomes unconscious soon after it ends, and is compelled by weakness and exhaustion to lie in bed for several days. However, he soon recovers his former state of health without treatment or medication of any sort. Oh, these pages are just falling apart of this book. We observe that the secondary effect of the body's reaction to danger within is similar to the body's reaction of danger without. Rapid respiration, violent pulsation, profuse perspiration, and a general acceleration of all the functions. However, there is this difference. The danger within arises from an excess of toxins and foreign matter that are corrupting the body. And since the reaction for this, its sole purpose, the elimination of the destructive internal elements, and the various symptoms, complexes of vomiting, diarrhea, diphtheria, fevers, pneumonia, smallpox, and other so-called diseases, we have had and observed the surface indications of this elimination. As the body concentrates its vital forces for the struggle against the internal danger, a feeling of weakness and fatigue may be noticed. The more the blood that may recede from the surface, and the patient experiences a chill as a result. When all of this and all is in readiness and not before a vigorous reaction sets in, the heart begins a violent throbbing that sends the blood rushing to torrents of all parts of the body and consequently increases the temperature. The body is the marvelous stream that turns the wheels of life. As its flow quickens, there is a spontaneous and simultaneous quickening and of the function of all the organs. For the body, as we have said, is a unit, and all parts under one law work together and in perfect harmony with the whole. Therefore, the faster the blood flows, the more intense becomes the action of the vital force, and the more powerful it's the repulsion of and expulsion of all dangerous toxins, morbid matter, and waste that are clogging the cells, tissues, and capillaries. Ordinarily, the general speeding up of the eliminative organs by the pumping heart and the rushing blood is an indicator of the greatest cleansing and purifying process in which the living organism is capable. The accompanying symptoms, complexes of disease such as vomiting, diarrhea, diphtheria, pneumonia, fever, smallpox, etc., signify nothing but the various symptoms adopted by the body to use in purging itself of the dangerous toxins and foreign matter within. This is the history of natural hygiene. That so-called disease is merely the four effects of the body's reactions to dangerous internal elements that has been known to understand for ages by a few level-headed, clear-sighted physicians, and is explained in the works of Thomas Sydenham, a master medical man known as the English Hippocrates. In Volume 1, page 29, edition of the Sydenham Society, 1848, we find the following definition of acute disease in general. Quote, a disease, however much its cause may be adverse to the human body, is nothing more than an effect of nature, who strains with might and main to restore the health of the patient by the elimination of the morbific matter. The 3/4 of a century later, Henry Lindlar, M.D., voiced the same doctrine in these words, quote, every acute disease is the recent result of a cleansing and healing effort of nature. All acute diseases are uniform in their causes, their purpose, and if conditions are favorable, uniform in their progressive development. Nature Cure, 20th edition, 1922. I don't know what's happening. When the nervous system and the reactive forces become adjusted to the pent-up poisons, there is a state of chronic poisoning wherein all acute symptoms subside. The more chronic ailment is established, which may be sometime in progressing to a distressingly noticeable stage, or may be sometime in progressing to a or the organ may be so adjusted to and innervated by scientific treatment that a reaction sufficient in power to cast off the poisons is impossible because of the lack of vitality. When we also have a chronic condition of some sort, such as Bright's disease, diabetes, cancer, tuberculosis, stomach, liver or heart trouble, pneumonia, rheumatism, etc., Dr. Lindlar explains chronic diseases as follows. To check and suppress acute diseases means to suppress nature's purifying and healing efforts, to bring about fatal complications, and to change the acute constructive reactions into chronic disease conditions. Page 77. Going back to our man, we observe that he became diseased because during his struggle with the enemy, there was a general speeding up of the functioning of the body with a specific purpose. When the battle began and cardiac and respiratory action was accelerated in an earnest effort to supply the additional strength required in struggle to subdue the foe, suppose that some scientists believe that nature becomes undependable at times, had stopped the fight at various intervals long enough to inject the man's body with some drug and serum poison that would bring the functions back to normal by stunning the nervous system and retarding the action of all the various organs. Would this help or hinder the man in the struggle? Would it increase or decrease his strength and vitality? Common sense teaches that it would hinder the man and vastly decrease his strength and vitality, for the procedure is contrary to the functions of the body. In order to better illustrate our point, we shall say that this is done, for few patients ever pass through illness without being subjects of such scientific treatment. The body must continue the struggle, for the internal foe, poison, will not depart of its accord. It must be thrown out by force. So after the interruption for the first injection of drugs and serums, the battle is resumed, somewhat slowly at first on the part of the body, but the increasingly vigor of the body recovers from the stunning effect of the drugs and serums. The battle is soon full blast again, with the functions of the body running high in order to supply the requisite strength to carry out the combat to a successful conclusion. The scientific treatment is again administered to slow down the function. This time the body experiences more difficulty in recovery effect than it did the first time, but it gradually recovers sufficiently and quickens its functions in at least last desperate attempt to supply the strength needed to cast out the foe, and once more of the scientific treatment administered to slow down the functions. The body, we observe, is struggling against two enemies, the physician without his poisons within, and the original poison within, which the body endeavored to eliminate by accelerating its functions. With each time that the body was making progress in its work, it received a serious shock at the hands of the physician, and each time this shock occurred, it decreased the body's vitality. Every living organism is self-operating, self-adjusting, self-repairing, self-preserving, self-curing, and so constituted and formed that each and every function from birth till death tends towards health alone and never towards disease. But by virtue of this, the body will not only maintain itself in health throughout its existence, it will even restore itself to normality when the violation of the law of life is created, conditions that are incompatible with its harmonious existence, provided the opportunity be given and the shock induced by the destructive agent not too severe. That's like Dr. Morse. Like, let's just give you some not so severe poisonous herbs. And then people think it's the herbs that solve their problem, but in fact it was just that they took less poisonous medicine. The maltreatment of science here illustrated was conducted until the body was so weakened that it was at last unable to recover and react because the gross interferences with the functions, and it slowly succumbs, but not to the power of the enemy. For the enemy it would have readily subdued had it not been hampered in its efforts, but it succumbs to the power of the poisons administered by the scientific misguided physician, who would have the body function as he wants it and not as nature would have it. Bam. More harmful and dangerous. Preliminary causes. I don't know. I kind of want to read the whole chapter in its entirety together as a video. But not right now.
Whatever happened to all those shows with tracks with your rapping, but I just take away the small heart as it may seem. Instead of being the victim of the pussy man scheme, sudden dream, 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 Yo, Mr. Pusha Man, sell me a dream. You know the things that sound good, but ain't really what they seem. I got another word to the mother. Yo, sit back, relax, I like kicking my brother. I felt I had to make a move, a big step for stardom. So now I feel I'm ready, so I beg your pardon. Before we get off, we set it off as we activate. Moves to motivate, drop the tape and take the game plan straight. But wait, this promoter wants to taste. He said he loved the sound bass and wanted to set a showcase. Great. So we slide by his headquarters. He talk about performing in his club with shower waters. But yo, check the way my man kicked it. In order to perform, he had to sell 50 tickets at $10 a head to more at the table. He kicked a few story about his fool with major labels. Show nice, so sit tight, the spotlight on the mister. Got up on the stage to take your time with Larissa. Checked it out with the Z and turned it out. I signed a few pictures, but before I was out, this man came up to me and said, yo, I did the ceremony. Hi, my name is Tony. And yes, I'm down with Sony. He gave me his car. He said, yo, let's discuss this. We can make money, so slide by my office. contract, yo, this shit was outrageous. It took me an hour to read the 50 pages. He want 10% for the time he spent. 30% just to cover his rent. Another 20 for his homeboy Lenny, who drove him to the places that meet the faces that got us the deal. Another 25, and yo, the contract was real. That's 85%. Yo, they wasn't bluffing. 15%, yo, they left it with nothing. We had it.
I'd get copyright strikes if I did that. I'm working on copyright-free videos. They said, who edited this? Who edited this? They're angry about my edits. Who cares if who edited it? How about this song? This song will get me in trouble. I shouldn't play more than 30 seconds of this one.
Whoa, oh yeah. Whoa, oh, oh, ah, yeah. That was this morning by Mr. Sun shining through my window. I say hello, sun. I say hello, sun. Oh yes, I was so glad to see the sun come shining through.
Yeah, sun. Is the Sharia derived from the Old Testament? Oh my gosh, I don't want to put more stuff here, but I've seen Buddhism's response to Islam. Where's Buddhism's response to Islam? Buddhism is highly not happy with Islam because Islam keeps destroying all their statues. But let's see. I'll find it. Have you guys heard of the Supreme Master? Do you guys know who the Supreme Master is? She's the appointed leader of the world. She here it is.
Because there is one person, after he died, after the prophet, great prophet Muhammad died, peace be upon him, he put violent words into it. Yeah, he's pretending to know all about the prophet himself. And he pretends that he's also a Muslim.
Wow. Oh.
Because after the prophet died, they collect, the disciples come together and collect his saying and put into one volume. And this guy pretended also he knows the prophet somewhere and then knows some of the things he said and then added onto it. Added even long after that, even long after the great disciples of the prophet also gone. Yes, okay,
She's
I
got
have
here.
it even.
She even has it.
More
Look.
or less 40 years after the great prophet Muhammad has ascended to heaven. He wants to incite hatred among the Muslims to serve his power and greed. His name, even, he's an impostor. His name is Mustafa.
Here on Supreme Master Television, may the virtuous path lead you to true happiness and inner peace.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta go climb a palm tree. So.
I'm about to explode, call me an ambulance. Die from the avalanche, inside my heavy. Charge like an ever-ready, shock like electric. In the city, eclectic. Check it out, baby. Rhyme style gravy. The bookworm after eating the library.
I don't like these people.
The library.
I just think they're a joke. I don't like these spiritual people. I don't even like the word spirituality.
The library. Phenomenon and microphone, fear is a fury, educating the class, putting fire up under your ass, take you to a different territory of conjugal applications. My pop news, some mental laceration is in correlation to the way I get loose, hypothetically speaking, and arrangement of such attitudes that make most MCs go mute. But statements as such as so moved, they give high praise to loot. I would if I could write down the things our homo sapiens lack, but most times it's hard to. Most of my lyrics are impromptu, so to be nimble, check the original
Good. Good's a lie word.
Now minds that are continuous smoke.
Sounds
You and I You and me can go down.
I don't believe that.
Still the first man to ever made plea insanity because of the way I'm so lyrically equipped with these mind of cannibal, cannibalistic animal, violence of the land.
Very non-judgmental is not non-judgmental. He's still making moral judgments, I imagine.
Then again, most parents are shook. This case need to be treated with open and shut book. Shut book. Shut book.
Get electrocuted. 1-666, I'm cancer. Cancer. What about the act?
Look at this. And you are buying it. When asked about his tax returns on today's debate, he said he, a millionaire, didn't pay taxes because he was smart. He thinks finding ways to avoid paying taxes is smart, to which Hillary points out that means he didn't pay his share of the military or Social Security or schools, etc. Money and power is all this man cares about. Please stop being fooled by his cocky ego, bait and switch talk. Really listen to him, watch him twitch, fidget, and do weird shit with his mouth. He is a weasel, and he is the guy in the Matrix who sells the humanity mixed with the Penguin and Batman. Yeah. He said the dream of a psychopathic megalomaniac. What was that point? I friended this person, right? I don't know if I accepted my friend. But they made a cool comment earlier. Where was it? Oh, these things fly by. Here it is. Did I capture that? I think I did. Who's Queenie? Gary is the only vaccine choice candidate. He's the only peace candidate. He's the only third party on all 50 states. Gee, fuck, man. Fuck. I'm gonna quote this. It's just so important that I'm not quoting it. There's no not quoting this one. Well, that's just a condition of cooked food eating. I know a lot of people who first dealt with those symptoms by not eating cooked food anymore. So you didn't have to be stuck in that cycle. Let's go look at this girl who gave me a like today. I got a like from this girl. Let's go find her. She says she works for your mom. Teacher at your mom. That's what I was just talking about there. If you just heard did you hear what I just read about the chronic and acute healing? Acute and what it is and how the body protects itself and what it's doing with the vital energies when how it doesn't have vital energies when people use meditation. No, the only reason people binge is because they didn't eat enough fruit. Didn't eat enough, and then if you have salty cravings, it's because you didn't have enough vegetables. You know, like purging. What the heck was that about? Not true, man. Yeah, those problems, don't you get it? The problem is the answer. Didn't you just hear what I said? if there's a problem, you know your body's vital. You know your body has the energy to resist. So if you ever shut your problem down, if you ever think to stop a problem, you're causing yourself further injury. Do you get that? Does that make sense? If you want to live deficient and dependent, that's not a life to live. That's a shorter life. The brain is very powerful and able to reorient and reorganize. I have friends who have tons of their brain are cut out, and they're still thinking, and they've refunctioned, and they've reorganized their functioning. You just gotta make a weekly schedule. That's how it works. You get a weekly schedule. You just get Wednesday. I buy on Wednesday because it's cheap, and then actually, I wouldn't mind having tomato soup right now. Let's see here. It is very evil. Long-term organ damage, the body will recuperate itself if given a break. A break means no food. No food. It's quite important, the no food thing. I mean, a lot of the most successful people you see, even Vegan Cheetah, he does 16-hour fasts. So if you're able to fast for 16 hours, the longer the time between your meals, the healthier you're going to be. But then if you're able to take a total solid food vacation, yeah, it's high fat. If you would eat anything with oil, not even 1 drop of oil. Like I have a friend who has eczema symptoms, and if she has 1 drop of oil, she's got eczema. But she doesn't listen to me about how you get rid of eczema by not eating cooked food and oil. And then all the friends I have who've not had any more eczema because they solved their eczema is because they followed the low-fat, high-carb, raw food. That's how it works. We can look up eczema right now. Let's go directly to eczema, man. Let's look it up. This is the way to do it. This way to search for anything. Type raw food explained. Eczema. Boom, yeah, here it is. We got a whole chapter on it. In the winter, that's such a lie. There's people in negative 60 degrees are eating fruit, having no problem. It's not about warm food. Warm food will not warm your body in the winter. That's the biggest myth I've ever heard in my life. It's not true. It'll actually make your body expend more energy and make you more tired. And sick. Keep you sick. The brain doesn't have any need for fat. That's ridiculous. By the time the brain is formed, it doesn't take new fats to build more brain. Your brain's already there. Yeah, nothing's free. But that's why you put forth your energy in the world to earn something. Things don't come free; they come by trade. By nature. If you want to choose to live in a non-human environment, somewhere the food that you need to eat to be healthy doesn't grow, that's self-destructive behavior. Saying it's just hardcore, man. Who would do that? Who would dare do that? Because their parents raised them there and they don't want to leave? Because they've been trapped by a tax system? Because the police force? Because of subpar jobs and work? Have you read The Abolition of Work? The Abolition of Work is quite an important paper. We could play The Abolition of Work right now. Eczema is a chronic form of dermatitis, inflammation of the skin. The skin becomes red and the fluid-filled pimples called vesicles form, or crusts and scales may develop in the skin surface. Usually the area itches. Scratching the skin destroys the pimples and removes the crust and scales. For this reason, the appearance of the area changes. Some of the common substances. Oh my gosh, the neighbor's revving his car again. This guy just revs his car like all the time. He sits in the driveway revving his car like it's some superhero thing. Like, and he drinks like all the time and just always yells shit. It's like the thing to do is ignore him. Some of the more common substances which are said to cause eczema are plants and trees, citrus fruits, and onions, and chemicals, medications, cosmetics, household detergents, polishes, a number of fabrics, including wool, synthetic, leather, fur, dyed goods. Contact dermatitis may also be caused by a primary chemical irritant or may be the way of a physician's prescribed the delayed hypersensitivity reaction. Medications, cosmetics, household cleaners all contain poisonous substances that are rejected and eliminated by the body. That's why I want to get rid of all those. I need to have a serious conversation, but I'm having serious defiance. The problem in certain individuals, this elimination occurs through the skin in the form of eczema. The wisest thing to do is simply not to use these toxic chemicals. Cosmetics are not needed, and the skin of the healthy individual has a beautiful color which cannot be enhanced by cosmetics. Care should be taken to choose the household cleaners. Use only those which do not have harmful ingredients. Shapley's Basic H is quite good. That's something that doesn't exist anymore. Tropical conditions, avoid toxic building practices. Oh. Wow. Look at the ads and pop-ups and scripts on this site. This will be the last chapter or what? Topical medications often used including antibiotics, antihistamines, anesthetics, antiseptics, stabilizers. These are poisons and result in toxicosis. The reason that the symptoms of eczema do not appear immediately is that these toxins are often stored in the tissues and accumulate there until a saturation point is reached. At this point, the body initiates a household cleaning and begins to eliminate these toxins, and the skin is one route taken. As this time eczema appears and has really nothing to do with being allergic, these toxins are eliminated through the skin in some individuals. In some others, the throat would be elsewhere, the termed different disease. So you read the whole chapter I was reading is about unity of disease. There is no separate diseases. These are just symptoms of the same thing, which is toxins in the body. And how do toxins get in the body? We use chemical products. How does chemical products develop? Under heating organics. Taking things out of nature and manipulating and refining them. And then they become chemicals. Like cooking is one chemical changing process. Nobody cares. You rant forever. Nobody's like, whatever. It won't be taken seriously. People aren't willing to make changes in their lives to improve their health. That's offensive things to speak on. Well, I grew up with it. I don't know anything else. It's scary. I get sick if I go wrong. Sickness is the cure. I don't believe any president will be able to mandate vaccines at a federal level anyway, so it really doesn't matter. This will always be a state thing. I believe, luckily, the USA is really not all that united. That's a cool comment, I guess. The Buddha, like, no one's gonna respond to that comment. Have I not ended Islam? Stupid vegan, look at my canines, look at my brain, that's why I make informed choices and choose to avoid harming others. What? Waking Up with Sam Harris, Ask Me Anything. Ask Me Anything podcast is on YouTube. Sam Harris, what would you ask Sam Harris? Do you know Sam Harris? I have a Sam Harris book here. Let's see, what's he going to say?
Welcome to the Waking Up Podcast. This is Sam Harris. So I put out a call for questions for this podcast on social media and got literally thousands. That level of response is just amazing. Needless to say, I will only be able to answer the tiniest fraction of them. All I can say is that I hope people don't get discouraged by this, but please just keep asking your questions whenever I put out a call for an AMA and Ask Me Anything podcast. And eventually,
here's Gary Johnson on Twitter.
Or something similar.
Gary John's been answering questions on Twitter.
In fact, I often get many questions on the same topic, and rather than answer any specific one, I just fuse a bunch of them together, which I've done here in many cases.
Just skip ahead. It's an hour and 20 minutes. I don't got time for an hour and 20 minutes.
A friend of mine once met a group of villagers in India who had made a daily habit of drinking small quantities of a toxic fluid that they discovered in an abandoned generator. It was, after all, beechleaf juice, electric juice. They thought, how could a substance so integral to the workings of a dynamo do anything but increase a person's potency? Of course, my friend tried to reason with these people, but he was rebuffed as an ignoramus and a tender-footed colonialist.
See, that's the stuff that happens. People tender-footed close. Neither of these candidates will stand up for free trade. Why am I not at these debates? Got to give Gary Johnson a thumbs up on that one. Boom, another heart for Gary Johnson. Retweets. What do you say, Alice? Trump and Hillary have new gaffes and scandals every day, and no one beats an eye. But Gary Johnson forgets what Aleppo is for 1 second, and everyone loses their minds. So it says. What else does he say? Is that the only comment I have here? It's just one? He only tweeted once? What the hell? There we go. Third-party candidates has ever won? Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, your browser doesn't support video playback. Please, America, get them to put a third podium on the debate stage on October 9th. Yeah. There is still hope. Let me in the second debate. I agree, Donald Trump, that you should have tremendous stamina. He agrees about the tremendous stamina. Neither the rhetoric of Donald Trump nor the record of Hillary Clinton depicts the commander-in-chief I want. 90-minute debate. That will require another 9 days of fact-checking. Transitioning from an outdoing each other on NSA spying on innocent Americans to outdoing each other on invading other countries. Debates. Wow. That's one right there. What's the retweet button? Is that a retweet button? Retweet. I'll just copy the whole frickin' thing. Add a comment. Copy the whole comment that you put. Paste. Tweet. Boom. That was tight. Gary knows what he's talking about. I am not being given national security briefings, but I'm going to guess that we're leading the war in cybersecurity. Based on what I know, I'd pardon Snowden. Here's the point in the debate where the two candidates try to outdo themselves on NSA spying on innocent Americans. Is there a real Donald Trump self-congratulation calculator out there? I agree with Donald Trump, don't vote for Hillary Clinton. I agree with Hillary Clinton, don't vote for Donald Trump. I'm waiting to be inspired, still waiting. I've never questioned the birth of POTUS of the U.S., as I think that overwhelming majority of Americans have never questioned. Real Donald Trump, stop frisk adversely affects the black community. Stop and frisk is unconstitutional. FYI, there are sitting members of Congress on the no-fly list. Hillary Clinton it's the drug war. Hillary Clinton, it's not whether it's effective, it's whether it violates the Constitution. Law and order means throwing away the Constitution. Decoder for Donald Trump, law and order. He tweeted a whole bunch. This is really inspiring, isn't it, America? With certainty, Hillary Clinton will be the queen of debt. I'm finding that I'm in agreement with both of them at the moment. Donald Trump describes a country that I don't live in. I just left to go to the bathroom, came back, I didn't miss a thing. The debate sounds like the same thing we've been listening all year. All the tax increases in the world are not going to balance the budget. Spending must be addressed. Eliminate income tax, eliminate corporate tax, replace it with one consumption tax. Neither Hillary Clinton nor Donald Trump talks about spending reductions. It's not an option to do nothing regarding spending. Neither of these candidates is willing to stand up for free trade. Why am I not at the debates? There's only one free trade choice in this election, Gary Johnson. Government doesn't create jobs. The private sector creates jobs, Hillary Clinton. Damn. That's what I said when I read it. I saw her say that. I was like, that's ridiculous. We're not creating jobs. People doing their own thing create jobs. The government can't create jobs except for itself and its own employees. And that only freaking creates more freaking problems and more freaking corruption and more debt. That's why Gary Johnson, each government employee that lost their job, he didn't replace them. He just let them lose their jobs as they lost their jobs. As their tenure was up, they're gone. We can become more efficient with a smaller government. Wall Street has come back from the abyss, not Main Street. That's cronyism. Bam! Yeah, I like it. When Hillary Clinton speaks investments, it's code word for crony capitalism. Government picking winners and losers. Who pays for increased tariffs? We do. Damn! Hillary Clinton says she wants tax simplification, but her plan will only make the tax code more complex and taxes will go up. Man, I gotta screen capture this. This fucking Gary Johnson's killing it with these fucking tweets. Jeez. Nobody cares. I vacated the room because people don't want to hear about this empowered solution, I guess. Fuck, man. People run. I don't know. I got 3 people. I got my three most strong listeners. Something like that, right? Someone likes my posted raw vegan humor. Raw vegan humor is funny. I like raw vegan humor. I can put anything in there, even not humor related. Image may not contain food. There's the comment. Wow. People just listen on like I'm just having background noise. I need to hear something going on. What else happened? Hillary Clinton says free trade is not isolationism. It's what will lead to more U.S. jobs. Ideally, taxes will go down. Jocks and Weld will provide a consistency. The taxes won't go up. Rules and regulations will be more common sense based and easier to comply with. Sponsored by Debates. Boo! Follow my tweet reaction to tonight's debates. Governor Johnson has a Snapchat. Sitting down with Matt Welch of Reason TV. Did they post this or what? Matt Welch. Maybe Matt Welch has posted it on his... Where's Matt Welch posting his stuff at, man? Sometimes it just comes up in my freaking feed, but it didn't today. Matt Welch said on the 24th, 2016 is turning to the point where Republicans and Democrats stop worrying and learn to love fiscal fantasia. Debt denialists. Democrats and Republicans fiddle while the balance sheets burn. No, it was all on the record and interesting, but I've got less than 10 hours before I interview him again. So, need to do other stuff. Yeah, better not tweet it. I get you are a journalist, but no need to burn Gary. What did he say? What did he say? Doesn't make sense. Okay, go do your stuff. If I was better at editing shaky cam iPhone video, I'd clip it right up for you, but he was mad at both Aleppo and spoiler questions. Matt Welch, could you expand either on tweets or private message when you saw Gary angry at Bloomberg journalists? Some questions are just crucial. 1 hour, I thought the best timing was getting the misogynist stuff in at the end when it's super hard to rebut, but easy to stammer, which he did. Contrast with Hillary Clinton finding perfect time to bring up housing discrimination. Wow. Oh, I don't know. Do not support Donald Trump. She distracted him with the spaghetti against the wall personal insults, daddy's fortune, maybe not so rich, screws, subtractors, etc., subcontractors. He was wide open net. The game film is gonna torment him for a long time. By letting Trump talk, Holt put the onus on him and Hillary Clinton to fill up the space, even if the tilt was anti-Donald Trump. The opportunity was his. Conservative media outlets are going after Holt, but Trump campaign is not. Lester Holt did a great job. Your omniscience is almost infectious. Matt Welch. No, it's not. No way Johnson gets a bump. Trump gained ground with undecided tonight. Johnson will continue sliding. Fuck. Or maybe the libertarian position is to interject that there's only one position for libertarians to take, specifically on politics. I thought the libertarian position was to refuse to support either of the two scumbags who will win. If viewership numbers drove meta-journalism conversations, we talk about nothing except 60 minutes. You can't be serious, Matt. CIC forum had 1 of 10 the viewership of what tonight will have. I don't know that. Trump puts Fox News in uncomfortable places. No one is suffering more than Megyn Kelly. She's basically falling apart tonight. Ooh, let's go to Megyn Kelly's page. What did Megyn Kelly said? 2 hours ago, Clinton campaign Spox to Megyn Kelly. Matter of time before Hillary comes in the Kelly file. Comes on the Kelly file. Fuck. Really? 1 hour ago, I'm excited to share my book with you. Megyn Kelly settled for more. Oh, she's trying to promote her book. What an opportunity. Utterly failed to address the single weakness with his presidential, except that Hillary Clinton is unworthy of trust. Ooh, Megyn Kelly called Hillary Clinton unworthy of trust. Through that I thought that Clinton clobbered Trump, Megyn Kelly debate. I don't think that Trump expanded his base in any way. Donald Trump was a disaster tonight. I think Trump won because he didn't melt down. I mean, it was a low threshold. Who said that? That's Megyn Kelly? He's not a politician. Hillary Clinton has practiced 34 primary debates. He made a big mistake in constantly interrupting her. Trump had a real opportunity to take control of issues and prove that he understood them, and he didn't do that at all. Yeah, dude, it's over. Both of them fucking took hits, and I think Gary is gonna go up from this. Gary is gonna go up from this. And I gotta get these votes away from frickin' Jill Stein, because Jill Stein's people are anti-vegan and Jill Stein's pro-vaccine. She's a frickin' doctor. Doctor, you can't trust doctors. Don't trust doctors. Someone wants to join the Raw Vegan Humor. He's a CEO and co-founder of the Light and Harmony Creations. He used to work at Ace Hardware. He lives in Rhode Island. Or Massachusetts. Okay, whatever. There's a low threshold. There's no threshold to join Vegan Humor. Except not to spam, I guess. They took our jobs. Trump's first answer. Am I long going? I'm over at 5 hours. I'm having 5 hours on here.
They took our job.
They took our job.
They took our job. They took our job. They took your job. They took your job. Take our job.
Kayla Stokes. Mary.
Your job. Take our job. They took our jobs. Take your job. Pick a jam. They took my job. They took our job. Yeah, they took our job.
Dumb. Bill Weld on Twitter. Here's Bill Weld. Bill Weld says something on Twitter. What did he say? Bill Weld on Twitter said, Trump is starting to yell while Miss Clinton is, what, striding? Donald Trump is way off base. Arming other countries with nuclear weapons isn't our number one problem. Trump says he was just endorsed by ICE, which is part of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Really? What about Federal Hatch Act? Donald Trump says he is extremely proud that he opened a club in Palm Beach with no discrimination. Say what? Ridiculous. Great relationship with the African American community. He's lapsing into delusion. Oh no. Donald Trump is unconvincing as to why he presents the birther issue against President Obama. When I was governor, I had an epidemic of domestic violence and battered women. Some of our judges blamed the women. We trained them. Trump says Charlotte is a city of love, a city where I have investments. So for Trump, love is expressed through investments. Sick. We have to have much more training for our police forces, particularly with respect to the use of deadly force. Training does work. Trump is starting to yell while Miss Clinton is speaking. Not recommended. Miss Clinton is correct that jobs went up when Bill Clinton was president. That's why Trump is interrupting. Mrs. Clinton, like Senator Elizabeth Warren, appears to believe that government, not the private sector, creates jobs. Not true. As to the real Donald Trump, demonizing other countries doesn't create jobs in a global economy. Free trade always benefits the U.S. It's not enough to say we need more jobs. I want to invest. The question is how to get those jobs. I don't know. I have to like. Everybody changed their hashtag to Let Gary Debate. I don't have to Let Gary Debate hashtag. Maybe I gotta put that on my thing. Oh, maybe not. Let's just put the screen capture up. I got 3 viewers still. Everybody's going to bed. Everybody's watching Convertible Snitch. He's got something interesting to say, and I don't. He's like, I'm okay, drink a beer. Let's talk about my wife. Let's talk about Blue Red not liking me. Let's talk about all the people I'm banning. It's going down. It's going down. Let's watch the vegan Mexican a little bit here. Let's see. Think it's kind of going down. I'm taking a screen capture first, though. Screen capture of Bill Weld. Fine. Hey! Oh, that person did not just join. Jobs. YouNow. Let's get back on YouNow. Let's watch some KFC. They banned me! Undoomed veganism is feminism, apparently. Are they getting a lot of hits on these videos? This Tom Possessed guy is hardcore anti-vegan. They banned me, all because of the truth now, maybe. Was it truth of the matter? Truth of the matter. Calling for my head because I don't agree with paleo. And she disappeared! Truth of the matter's on the freaking animal products.
Someone trying to sound like somebody else. I love your room. It's so pretty. Thank you, Carmen. I was about to say something else. Same. Yeah, I don't like Miranda sings no. Everybody, man, I could name like 5 broadcasters on YouNow who try to talk like her. I'm not gonna. Okay, here's my thing. I don't like trying to be like somebody else. I like to be me. I don't like to try to imitate. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a cat. I am a black cat. That's just what it is. Your hair is trippy. You like my hair? Yeah, my hair is trippy. It's a plant. To be honest, I think everything about me is trippy. If you think about it, everything about me will trip you out. I'm sure your parents are proud of you. You know what? They are. The American way, please come watch my broadcast. Wait, are you talking to me or who are you talking to? So yeah, you guys, I'm going to get off in 9 minutes. I like your voice. It's perfect.
It's art. It's art.
Because you go on Nike.
But yeah, I don't really like they use that. It's definitely like the
Mexican
videos
V's got
that like
a bunch of
the
viewers.
first like thing I'll go to. You know, like
That's where all the people are.
Oh, yeah.
Naomi does that. Naomi will play like positive stuff, and she's so happy and stuff. It's like it's cool. Like it's cool
Yeah.
vibe, you know. But like
Yeah.
me sitting there and watching him do it, it'd be like, yo, this is weird.
Yeah, I try to watch his videos before I go to sleep because I've been trying to be more cautious of what things I put in my mind before I go to sleep, or just throughout the day. But I feel it's crucial for the last few moments before I go to sleep.
Yeah.
So I've been
Watch
listening.
The Ring.
Oh.
So sometimes before I go to bed, I watch like, horror movies and stuff.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, dude, it's the best time to watch horror movies. Like nobody wants to watch horror movies. Like like in lunchtime when like birds are chirping and stuff. Gotta have that atmosphere. And
Oh my god. I cannot watch that. I don't know. I think it's me being like the previous like.
Hey, I lied. That's all I asked for, you know. Snitch. I just want you to know, man. You would
He won't. I won't let him, Jamie. He can vent, but I won't let him do anything. I won't let him do it, and Social won't let him do it.
Nah, Sorsha can't control. Nah, Sorsha. It's kind of iffy on her. That's a kind of iffy. I'll listen to it.
Don't let no man take away something from you. Like, don't let him take. You know, you can get in trouble, and you good right now because people hurt and people got voids that they can't feel. They can mask it and try to seem like they can feel the void, but they got holes they can't feel, man. Whatever money he make or whatever he getting, I'm trying to hurt people and start trouble with other people. He can't. He is not helping him if he's turning to things that he used to do in his past. So,
And I'm gonna be 100. I see some people that's in here that's gonna run the vegan cheating and tell them exactly what I said. And I want to make this announcement. I already told them. So if you guys want to run right behind, you're welcome to it.
We're gonna put those videos
But I
up.
definitely have the messages right here.
Vegan Cheetah's not even gonna be on here.
What I already told you. 'Cause I see a few people in here that are actually on vegan cheetah side.
You don't know that unless you ask.
With people right now, and I hate those type people. And trust me, I might not remember a name. These profile pictures, I remember. I remember a picture. I remember a face. I never forget a face. Might forget a name, but I never forget a face.
Granny Tanny talks about demons of cookery and
I
puts
just
Whole
don't want nobody
Foods
in
in
here
the South on
running
blast.
behind and going over the vegan cheetah page or commenting to vegan cheetah, telling them all this jibber jabber, you know, because I already done told them. I just want everybody to know that. I ain't gonna lie now. Actually, I already don't show you guys, but
Why are people fighting about? People aren't fighting about
I
nothing.
like that shirt you got. What it is, an Indian shirt?
What the hell are they talking about?
What kind of shirt is this, brother? I don't know. They make shoes. What the fuck? I don't know what kind of shirt it is, but damn, I forgot.
Your head's so big, you can't even turn your mad dog head.
Mad dog head.
Oh man, my dog Chef B was in here.
Yeah. Cool
You know
shit.
Chef B?
Yeah, I know him. Talk to Chef Vegan like every day.
That's my dog.
Yeah, he cool as hell, man.
No, for real, that's my dog. I like Chevy.
Yeah, like that's a we talk to him, all the
I
time.
like Chevy.
Like his videos as well too.
Okay, what me and Social will be doing very soon is hosting a talent show on our broadcast, and the winner will win a grand prize. That's
I must got a judge. I know I can't be in it. I'm gonna win.
you welcome to be in it, man. It's gonna be good prizes. I think we're gonna give a prize.
Whatever. I'm still in there? Okay, I'm number.
That's my dog.
Yeah, he cool as hell, man. Yeah, like that's we talk.
Let's just watch the toy box before he gets off.
See, I love you guys so much. And I love what I do too. So if you guys want me to dance one more time, I will.
One more time.
But that's it. Because me and Lemmy have a bedtime that we have to abide by. Okay, so let me find a song. How many broadcasts follow Wait, Norway? What are you asking? I don't understand your question. Okay, I want to pick a song that's good. I am the pickiest person I know. Alright, you guys, give me like 5 minutes to find a song. I am so picky. I kind of hate it, but at the same time, I have every right to be picky because I want to give you guys the best that I can. And, like, for me to give you guys my best, I have to really like the song. That's just what it is. So I hope you guys understand that I have to be feeling the song in order to give you guys my best. Feel me? Hope you guys understand. Hope you guys do. Gonna say I love you more.
Two people. Everybody's gone.
I love you more. Every day was funny more. To think about you more. Okay, I'm gonna do that one. What about this? No, here we go. Okay, I have a song. I'm gonna just do this one. Afra, oh my God, Afra, you came at the best time. I'm gonna dance with one more song, Afra. Here we go.
Oh yeah, one more song.
Wait, if we have to miss work tomorrow, you do. Wait, you do too? Okay, Norway, shut up. Norway, you better sit down and eat that popcorn. Alright, are you guys ready? Can I pick it? Okay, you know what, Paul Wilson, give me the last song. Paul Wilson, give me your song. I'm in a good mood. I became a fan by Carmen. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, Paul, what is it? I'm going to listen to it. I'm not going to... Okay, I can't promise I'm going to dance to it, but I'm going to try. You seem to know my taste in music pretty well. So, I want to see what's up.
Bite-sized vegan live stream.
Hey, thank you for becoming a fan, Angela. Wait, Paul, where's the song?
Sorsha
You know
has
I
breast
have work
cancer.
tomorrow. You better hurry
Sorsha
up.
has breast
Hey,
cancer? Is that
thank you,
true?
Dylan, for becoming a fan. I appreciate that. I appreciate all y'all, really. Yo,
Hey.
I'm back. Nadia, you can't leave.
Hey,
I
two
think
people just
you
came
can
and watched.
dance good. That is my prediction. Okay, how do you know, Carmen?
He's gonna dance one last song, he said.
Do you think that because of my ears? Why do you think that? I want to know. Monkey butt. Monkey butt. Thank you for having a monkey's butt. I appreciate monkey butt.
Let's watch a little bit of this.
I don't have a monkey's butt. To be honest, I don't. I have a cat's butt. See?
I got a question on Tumblr, and it says, "Hey Sorsha, I'm at a bit of a moral dilemma. I absolutely want to go vegan with every ounce of my soul, but I have extreme dietary restrictions as is. I have severe allergies to pretty much all fruit, cherries, strawberries, blackberries."
You're taking too long, low key.
Yeah, he's
So
dancing
let me
that
just pick
fast,
a call.
fast. Oh, guess me. Really?
You know,
Okay,
let me pick
let's do it.
because yeah.
This ain't.
Because I don't know if I'm gonna like your song, Paul.
Dude, I ain't got no time for this.
That's so cute.
This guy's thing's annoying anyways. You really want me to guess you? Okay, let's do that. FaceTime. I don't have FaceTime, I don't think. Is FaceTime like Facebook? New Zealand? Cool, New Zealand accent. I like the New Zealand accent a lot more than the Australian accent. I know that much. I'm doing it now. In the works. FaceTime. Oh, FaceTime, you mean just guessed. Try again. It said no response. I'll try again. No, the yes button disappeared. Hiya, Roland. It disappeared on me. Are you in the guest queue? It says you're in the guest queue, right? It says there's one in the guest queue, but there's no one in there. Oh well. That sucks. Oh, you're not even watching anymore. Whatever. How about you, guest? I don't know. It's not often someone wants to guess, but they disappeared. They blazed out, man. I hit the guess button and they disappeared. Right on. Thanks for being a fan, Ashura. I like bananas. Oh, here's back to dancing now. The dancing's going on. We'll show the dancing. What's going on? Yeah, pop locking.
Another day of not being in your way, so all alone. Oh yeah.
Hey, fan, you back. What's up, Jamie? How are you? Watching The Last Dance of Toy Box before he goes to bed. Actually got Dana's dance too. Pretty fun. What day is it? Monday? Motown Mondays. I go dance right now. It's not 2 yet. There's some music going on. Yeah, look at that. He's like he jumps around like a little spider, man. He's like fast. He's flexible too. Look at. Yeah. I can't run energy though. Be weird. I have infinite energy. I just keep dancing and dancing and dancing. Can barely break a sweat. Girls avoid me for a reason, you know. Put the off button on. Turn off the off button. I don't have an off button. My body does it itself. Why is his audio going out? What happened to his audio? No, they say I drive him crazy. I can give you names. I drop names. I like dropping names. I've only dealt with alcoholics, actually, I think. No. Crazy in like a violent against me way. You know, like in a vindictive, purposely doing as much harm as possible to get free things and cheap. That's how it goes. Because it's like, to come into my realm in the first place, they have to join a false pretense within their own mind to trick me into that they believe something that they don't. You know what I mean? Sad. That's what's happened. I mean, everyone gets shorter. I mean, had a 5-year relationship. Had 3-year relationship. Had a 1.5-year relationship. Then I had, I don't know, what do you call that, a week? Maybe a few months. Half a year now. I held on to half a year. This girl was hiding alcohol every day though. He's dead, look at he's like, he collapsed on the ground. He's like, I'm done. Or he's not done. Turbo, man. Like, press the turbo button. That's how alcoholics work. Alcoholics do that. Because if they didn't have it every day, they go into withdrawal symptoms, and then you get really sick, and they think they're going to die. Seizure prone, or whatever it's called. That's it. He's got his tail on still.
Okay.
Now that I'm 40,
I'm done dancing for now.
now that I'm 40, I don't have a chance.
Thank you guys all for hanging out. I am tired.
Because I'm not rich.
I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast.
And I got a beard. Beard, those girls, I hate beards. It's like a top thing girls hate.
I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow. I'm pretty good around.
Nature's something that women don't like because
But yeah,
they're always shaving. I hate shaving. Like, I wouldn't accept shaving either, so whatever. So be it.
So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the broadcast, push one.
Fuzzy legs matter
Let
because
me know
they're
if you guys
softer.
had a good time by pushing one. Let me know.
Yeah, it's a good time. That always gives a good time. You don't think fuzzy legs are softer? They definitely, like, longer the hair, the softer it is.
It is my bedtime.
Longer hair is purposeful, you know, like
That's for sure.
privacy, comfort. Whatever. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There's no person that's even compatible with me. Where are you from? Where is he from? That's a good question. I don't know that. It says California, Upland, California. It says in his description. Toy Army. Even Marissa, who said she liked me, deleted me. Oh, man, whatever. No matter me, I don't know do anything about it. Just wait for like people like to try to catfish me and just be grateful for getting catfished. What's he doing? Just sitting there. I don't know. Oh, look at. Let's see what.
Implant
convertible
that counteracts DMT, the dimethyltryptamine.
That's why a few more viewers came in here.
Makes the,
Okay.
the experience last longer.
Why not?
That's
That
what it
sounds
does.
cool.
That's the difference between
How lucky would I
ayahuasca
be
and
if someone wanted to
regular
pay any
DMT.
attention?
Because I've taken regular DMT before. The ayahuasca, it makes it last longer. You know what I'm saying? It maximizes it, and how did they even find that? Oh well, the plants told us. That's what they say. It's like they called them to that one. Like they couldn't possibly go and check every single plant. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the peyote. Peyote's crazy. It's like one of them is called like it's mother ayahuasca.
I'm not talking about drugs. Like, let's talk about drugs.
You feel me?
I don't know.
Where are you from? I'm from California.
Maybe I don't even know what catfish means. Let's look up. It means someone wants to give you an acting career? I don't think so, right? What does it mean? It means that someone wants to trick you, make you think there's someone else that they're not, right? Maybe I don't want that. What does it mean? To lure someone into a relationship by means of fictional online persona. Oh. Well, but it would turn real eventually then, right? So, it can't be that fictional. How fictional could it be? Only Vegan Mojo knows. Because he's like a stud, right? Everybody's like, yeah, I like your hair. Or like, he's got women after him for days. Vegan Mojo is like Rico Suave or something. Pussy is the shortest term for pusillanimous, which means lacking courage. I got stuff to do though. Stuff just keeps happening on the internet, you know. Gotta close it down and walk away. Just walk away. Just walk away. What's that movie from? Just walk away. That's Road Warrior, right? Just walk away. It's humongous. I think I sampled that before. Let's find it. Oh, here's Tanny Raw's videos ready. She's just looking down like, Whole Foods, you're garbage. What is it going to be listed as? Public, and it's going to be in the category of people and blogs. People and blogs, Tanny Raw, makes sense. Advanced setting, transition. What's advanced settings? This one's going to be people and blogs too, I guess. Comedy. Is it comedy that Vegan Cheetah's relapsing on alcohol? Education. Maybe it's a non-profit and activism. That makes more sense. Yeah. Public. Boom. Publish. Hey, raw access. How raw is the raw access? I don't even know. Let's enhance some of these videos here. Like, do a little stabilizing. I like some of the YouTube enhancement effects because.
Let me tell you this.
Yeah, Tanny Raw is so cool. Let's go for stabilize, autofix, contrast, saturate. See what they do, and then back away from some stuff. Banana's delicious. What a delicious banana. 6 viewers. I'm up and down all night. Look at that. I don't know who's on, I guess. Some people have interesting things to say. Some people are guesting on.
Let me tell you this right quick. We're going down the road, and somebody was talking about coming down here to the south, and some of y'all that live here know what I'm talking about. There's nothing but fast foods. You've got like Fats Cafe, and you've got an actual chicken up there saying, come on in and try me out.
No way, I thought the South was home of the raw vegan restaurant. That's what they say. The South, the home of the raw vegan restaurant. It's like a homegrown enterprise. Or not. What about warmth?
And I know, whatever. We've got a serious
Tanny doesn't need much color, temperature, warmth. Sometimes you go like away. All right, catch you later. I don't know. I got stuff to do. I got a lot of stuff to do. But I can just put it all off.
Let me tell you this right quick.
Ooh,
We're
Tanny
going
Raw
down
looks
the road,
really
and
good
somebody
warm.
was talking about coming down here to the south.
Yeah, Tanny Raw looks really good warm. Wow. What about with fill light? How does fill light make Tanny Raw look? Tanny Raw with fill light.
Let me tell you this right quick. We're going down the road, and somebody was talking about coming down here to the south, and some of y'all that live here know what I'm talking about. There's nothing but fast foods. You've got like Fats Cafe, and you've got an actual chicken up there saying, come on in and try.
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. And try. It's just about making longer eyes, right? southern accent? Like, let's try it out. Like, if you're in England, you're like, I, E, Y, O, yo, A, O. But in your Australian, you're like, I. No, like, they say, I. I can't even do Australian. Okay. Why? I can't do it. I need an Australian to come in and give me some accent lessons. Is there any Australians in here?
Exactly what's going on with Cheetah lately, guys. But he's been like, you know,
Iceland.
He's been drinking a little bit here and there, which is never good. You know, it's not like the end of the world, obviously, but it's definitely not good. And it's almost exactly what's going on with Cheetah lately, guys. But he's been like, exactly what's going on with Cheetah. What's going on with Cheetah lately, guys. But he's been like, you know, and like, lately, guys. But
don't need that butt in there because I took off the first word. Let's take out the butt.
he's been like, you know, he's been drinking a little bit here and there, which is never. He's been drinking a little
bit. We don't know that. He said a lot. He said at the end. He said a lot.
A little bit here and there, which is never good. You know, it's not like the end of the world, obviously, but it's definitely not good. And it's almost 6 o'clock, and Cheetah is still sleeping. So I know he's on this like extremely wacky schedule right now, which is a little bit alarming. But you know, I can't really do anything about it. It's kind of like his life, and if he's gonna, you know, he knows what his triggers are. You know, and one of those just happens to be alcohol. Although alcohol is not one of his drugs of choice, it is a trigger for him. So I hope he doesn't like fucking, you know, I mean, alcohol is a trigger for everybody, myself included. But, you know, unfortunately, Vegan Cheetah can't handle, like, just having a beer on the weekends like I have the luxury of being able to do. I'm not saying that's healthy to have a beer at all, you know, on the weekends or whenever, but, you know, just try to keep them in your thoughts.
Stabilize.
What's going on with Cheetah?
I don't think he's looking too healthy.
Lately, guys, he's been like, you know.
Auto fix. Someone liked a moment I put. What is the moment? I gotta check this moment out. Marissa took that moment.
He's been drinking here and there, which is never good. You know, it's not like the end of the world, obviously, but it's definitely not good. And it's almost 6 o'clock, and Cheetah is still sleeping. So I know he's on this like extremely wacky schedule right now, which is a little bit alarming. But
Let's go for this interview. Where is it right here? Jill Stein gives her unequivocal stance on vaccines. Ralph Nader calling out the third-party spoilers. Let's get these up. Donald Trump says, oh, there's 3. I got more videos. Jeez. Let's see. What's the one before that? Green Party candidate Jill Stein escorted off debate premises. That was already uploaded though, right? No. That's just a freaking... That was nothing. It was like a clickbait title. It's just about nothing. Delete that. 3. Yep, I lost my viewers again. Oh, Marissa's back. Marissa's back. What did Jesse Ventura say?
Done. To 20. It would be based upon whatever it takes to keep terrible.
The wisdom of people. Just in. Well, I think this guy would, and I think based on our polls, we would. Based on what we've done internally, we would. If people think that I'm running, we do great.
This Ralph Nader calls third-party candidate spoiler or prerogative.
Oh, get his head.
Affairs that we want to in terms of our conscience, third party or whatever. There are already computerized systems for this underway. You can actually join the network. And now get rid of that. But what Bernie Sanders never talks about is if we had proportional representation, instant runoff voting, all the spoiler stuff wouldn't be around. And the idea of calling a third-party spoiler, using the First Amendment right to run for office, as a politically bigoted word, and it should never be tolerated by the American people.
I dig it. I can dig it. But I also going to upload. Can't be hanging with this Jill Stein. Fucking Jill Stein's poison people. Jill Stein's pro-vax. How about this? Was I going to upload this video too? And I didn't upload it? Let's see, this song was fun.
Sword is like world swirls, the truth is swirl. What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? Yo, what's the nigga to do? As the world swirls, the truth is swirl. What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? Yo, what's the nigga to do? As the world swirls, the truth is swirl. What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? As the world swirls, the truth is swirl. What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? Yo, what's the nigga to do? Yo, as the clock ticks down and I enter concentration, the slow disintegration that's becoming of my nation is my meditation. Is there a cure for this disease? I'm sure there lies an answer deeper than the roots of trees. So I backtrack through holy books, magazines, and maps. It's truth versus fiction and opinion versus facts. I see the sacrifice of the lamb humble in the Christ, but nobody believes. The mind thieves stole a sight with a puzzling plan. Open your mind and understand. It seems logical to say that we the ones in command. You got your chance to speak. Now here's the answer that you seek from the inner urban street ghetto university. Let's take a stroll as I unload on tracks and reload with the legal facts. Feed the mental snacks for you to chew on and relax. Now let's go further. Watch cops and flop murders, lands and nickel rocks and unnecessary murders. Since my birth, I plot to break the curse that lies upon the earth. But my right was universal when he slides upon the turf. Using smoke bombs to form clouds, he's solid, never loud. Give an accurate incision of his poison to the child. I found the golden scroll, remedy to break the mold. Like a Reagan in the sun, the devil's plot is getting old. So taking line of executives, legislative intuition. It's only common sense, they dirtier than toilet tissue. Each of a feather flock together, what's the real issue? We hopeless with no focus, and I think it's time you notice. It's all about some...
What's this moment that I've got all these likes on? Is this a moment that I got the likes on? No. How do I know what moment I got the likes on? I should have clicked on it when it said it, huh? If I don't click on it when it says you got a like on a moment, I won't know what moment it is. But like 4 hours ago, that was a while ago. What happened? What? There was nothing happening. What was it?
I'm from the Montana baseline, I kick the few lines, then I just went for money, what's the time? So fine in the lines of the contracts, but yo, you play me at contact case. Tell me, was the man legal? Yeah, he told me drink out the drinks by the kilo. 2 months went by, 10 months.
Weird.
I take Alex.
Moment captured by who?
Alex, budget.
Manufacturing jobs went up also in the
This isn't
1990s.
that important. Like they're both just talking out their asses, so I don't really think I agree with them. So whatever.
Yeah, well, I have my own opinions on Trump and Hillary and everything like that.
Well, the whole point is I want to like not have opinions, but I want to or likes or dislikes or praise and or diminishment. I want to see like empathy. I want people to break down what it is they feel like. I mean, you might feel negative, and then there's millions. And
that's my Marissa moment, huh? There's no way to know where my thumbs are. Maybe it was on my.
Well, then maybe they need B12. You can't hate on somebody for needing B12. Besides, he's not sharing anyways. He's monogamous. Monogamous is counter-revolutionary. Well, then maybe they need B12. You can't hate on somebody for needing B12.
Oh my gosh, is
Besides,
Marissa
he's
still
not
in the
sharing
room?
anyways. He's
I'll find that video.
Monogamous is counter-revolutionary.
No, she's not. Amanda Louise, who's that? Welcome, Great Britain, huh?
Well, then maybe they need B12. You can't hate on somebody for needing B12.
I don't know, man.
Besides, he's not sharing
I'd be
anyways.
like, I need to change the name of my
Monogamous. Monogamous is counter-revolutionary.
That's not what I have the likes. I don't know what I have the likes. Let me see. Maybe it's in my, maybe it's in the feed. What's the feed say? It says 20 notifications. That says, Blah, blah, blah. Invites, is live, invites. The likes on my thing disappear. It doesn't say anything about the likes anymore. Is live, 3 hours ago. I guess that's all over. Invites me to... Oh well. Close it down. Close it down. I need to just get out of here. I'm going to back away. Interaction is over. There was not much. Oh, wait a minute. This is processing, uploading. I just want to clip out just the part where it's incriminatory. I just want the incriminatory part. Let's get it all up. This song's
Bible, all your fantasies are bogus. Look at the real picture in entirety and wholeness. It's all about the spirit, everything is just a gimmick. So I'm focused with no limit, so the soon to come finish. As the world swirls, the truth swirls. What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? Now what's the nigga to do? As the world swirls, the truth swirls. What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? Tell me. As the world swirls, the truth swirls. What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? Now what's the nigga? As the world swirls, the truth swirls. What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? What's the nigga to do? Sacrifice up in this area 215.
Oh, you're back. Welcome back. Welcome. Ooh, a new counter notification. New copyright notification for what? That's old. Your thank you for your notifications and forwarded to the party for the takedown. Includes the video, counter notification as follows. Videos included in the counter notification. Which video was that? Does it say? What date was this? What's the date? Let's click on it. Gotta pay more attention to my email. I don't pay too much attention to my email. It says, oh, it's a Sunday exclusive. So I'm just waiting on that one. It says, thank you for your counter notification. Thank you for your counter notification. Okay. What was that from? That was from 5 p.m. What does that mean? The latest one says what? It doesn't say anything. It says 6 hours ago. Thank you for your counternotification. Forward to the party sent. Keep in mind that any submit counternotification you've been initiated from the formal dispute process, such as YouTube will handle this process in accordance with the law. Upon forwarding your counter notification, the client will have 10 to 14 business days on which date to respond with evidence that they have taken court action against you to prevent the reinstatement of the videos. So they have to buy a lawyer. That's great. I'm not going to waste money on a lawyer fucking over a fucking joke video that's a remix of a video. A remix? They took a bunch of videos and remixed them, and I remixed their video. It's like not the same video anymore. That's a different video. That's a derivative work. Oh well. Your video... Oh, they wouldn't let the ISIS... All these videos have been demonetized. I have all these freaking comedy videos about ISIS and stuff. And I think that's okay to have comedy about ISIS, because it makes fun of it. You know, people laugh, and then, like, they feel better about it. It's not like promoting terrorism. It's defusing terrorism. Don't you get it? Oh, it says my photo reached a new record on Google Maps. 1,000 views? 1,000 views? For what photo? What? What? 1,000 views for the Phoenix Public Market when I had oranges. That's cool. That's so cool. Valencia's, pink grapefruits, carob, prickly pear. It's cool. That's like a Google Maps image. I'm getting a lot of likes on. Ooh, they don't like that song. Think about well.org. How to say no to poison foods. What is this? I need to get myself off this email list if it's not real. Webinar with Susan Pierce Thompson. Susan Pierce is a tenured psychology professor at Cognitive Sciences. I want to be off the name. Copyright. Faith searching for a new location for First Friday pop-ups for Santa Fe. Well, that's not me. I'm not in Santa Fe. Look at those copyright claims. Information clearinghouse. How about we read some news? What do you guys want to know about Isel M? Hey. Isel's in the room? It doesn't say he joined. No, there's no Isel in here. It doesn't say he joined. It doesn't say Isel's in the room. Yeah, he doesn't like me one bit. Isel's like, he blocked me. I made my first attempt at contacting him to help him improve his communication style. I just, not one bit. And he freaking blocked me. Yeah, whatever. I don't even know him. And I don't have anything to say on it other than like joking that Julia Bohr's the one who initiated it. And I don't even care. The crimes of the United States have been systemic, constant, vicious, remorseless, but very few people have actually talked about them. You have to hand it to America. It has exercised quite clinical manipulation of power worldwide while masquerading as a force of universal good. It's a brilliant, even witty, highly successful act of hypnosis. Harriet Pinter, 2005 Nobel Peace Prize winner. I don't even know him. I don't even know. I can't say I like or dislike. It's pointless to me. I'm more a bit about what happened, how did it make me feel, and what's my need around it. And I don't know, like, I don't have a connection to him. Like, so maybe what happened is I tried to view some of his videos. He started talking in a way that was moral based about right and wrong, and he went on and on and on for a while, and it didn't hold my interest. I felt bored. I wasn't entertained. I wasn't intrigued. And so I moved on. I'm sure people feel the same way about me, like, oh wow, he didn't say anything I cared about, so forget. The real battle for Americans today is a battle to reassert our independence from an overbearing, unsustainable state. Today, we can all celebrate that there are fundamental cracks in the federal state's veneer, and we can be grateful for the options we still have in our own lives to live free, to practice charity and faith, creativity, productivity, and discover our own power as individuals and communities. Karen Kowalski, retired U.S. Air Force colonel. Liberty has never come from government. It always came from subjects of government. The history of liberty is the history of resistance. Information that's new, support. I just like the idea of like common ground, like people that share things with you, because it's rare. Like it's like more and more people might be more coming into like the sphere, like watching people like Ted Carr. Sometimes it's like almost like watching people that you feel like are most similar or have things in common with you, and then trying to respond to them about the things you disagree with and have interaction, have like a constructive communications about what it is that helps you both enhance. Dancing, music, definitely music. Our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. I think we're being run by maniacs or maniacal ends, and I think I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. That's what's insane about it. John Lennon. The power of authority is never more subtle and effective than when it produces a psychological atmosphere or climate favorable to the life of certain modes of belief, unfavorable and even fatal to the life of others. Arthur Balfour. A excess and O's. When a well-packaged web of lies has been sold gradually to the masses over generations, the truth will seem utterly preposterous and its Speaker, a raving lunatic. Dresden James. Chief among the spoils of victory is the privilege of writing the history. Haha, Mark Alexander. I like that one. Short and sweet. Okay. Rest well. I imagine it's later where you are than I am. Ooh, Speaking of, I better end my broadcast right now. I'm going to go and run to the store before midnight because it's going to close in 15 minutes. So, peace. Broadcast. It was fun. Thanks for stopping by. Drop by again. Rest well. Eat fresh food. And order dates for me if you want. Phoenix Dates or whatever. Is it Phoenix Dates? I guess it is. Phoenix Forage Fruit. Phoenix Dates Forage Fruit. Sunshine's Orthopathy. But, alright. Good night. End of the broadcast. Are you sure? I am sure.